Hey everybody, how you guys doing today? I ain't got no sound. You guys can't hear me? How's everyone doing? You still don't have sound? Hold on 1 second here. Hello, hello, hello. I mean, I have it on mine. Mm, You got me? There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go smoke for about 5 minutes, everybody. Just got off work. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. Um, it's pretty crazy what what that damn report showed everybody. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about here quick. I'm gonna let the room fill up just a couple minutes here. How's everybody doing? Missed y'all. It's been a while. Now, the first part of this video, we're gonna get into good stuff later. We'll get into why this place it's still alive, but I just feel like now people are finally understanding more and more with this video what we're actually what we're up against finally, because I told you guys for the long time, my friends, this swamp runs very, very deep, and it's it's a little ridiculous. So, like I said, I'm gonna go real quick. I will be right back, you guys. I'm gonna go smoke real quick, and I will be back in about 3 minutes. You guys have sound? Alrighty. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Alrighty. Can you guys hear me now? So I was on a little smoke break. I was just getting stuff ready. Just getting stuff ready. We good? Alrighty. So first, I'm not gonna sit there and smash this, into this document. A lot of people wanted me to break this document down. I'm sure you guys have watched, God, a countless amount of people break this document down for you to the point where you don't care. But to me, this is insane. You guys, this should be something. This report alone, I don't understand how this report, like I said, this report alone should be enough to make people riot in the fucking streets, dude. This is truly unbelievable when you guys look at what happened and what they're saying when took place that day. I mean, the fact anybody is still in the United States stock market, honest to God, is beyond me. This is truly the most ridiculous trash thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And like I said, we're going to break this down. All you can do is laugh about this at this point because what the hell? So, this report basically is like saying this: these guys lost. Everybody forgave everybody, and they've done it for a long time. It's not like this just happened. We're going to get into this in a second here, but they've done this over and over and over. Now, on top of that, you find out this is what I was telling everybody for so long, you guys. The swamp runs so fucking deep. You guys did not understand it, and I don't think you guys were truly ready for it. But this report, like I said, we're gonna get into a couple parts, just a couple parts. But this report, like I said, shows you guys what the hell. Your government doesn't give a fuck about you because think about this. This is pretty much like saying this thing basically said anyone who owns GameStop or any of those stocks that day, you basically won the lottery and you went in, you had a winning lottery ticket, okay? You went up to the lottery, you went to your gas station or whatever, they went and cashed it and said everything's good to go, and you know what they said? You know what? On second thought, we don't really feel like paying you. Fuck it. That's basically the equivalent of what just happened with this report. I mean, holy crap. You have collateral forgiven by the DTCC. Like I've been showing you guys this. These bankers, the DTCC is the biggest evil of them all. Everybody's sitting there so focused on Ken Griffin. The DTCC is the absolute biggest piece of shit. I've been trying to say this since day one, you guys. They're the These people right here all need to be arrested. They're all the biggest piles of trash ever. And if you sit there and actually go through this report and you watch the DTCC and what they did and who's on the board, it truly all makes sense. And I'm going to break into ISDA. We're going to break into the ISDA Phase 6. I'm going to break into why this is a big deal. Now, I'm going to get into some stuff, and it's going to make it sound like this squeeze is over, this play's over, the stock market's fucked, there's nothing we can do. But that's not going to be the case. And I'm going to show you why this will all still happen, and who's going to hold these fuckers accountable, because in the end of the day, there's no fucking way these other countries are going to allow these certain things that are going to happen. And I'm going to show you some of these things that these countries are talking about doing because a lot of us think that this shit's going unnoticed and it's not. It's going noticed, guys, trust me. You already have the United States dollar. They announced that it was losing some of its place in the, global currency status, and like I said, stuff's about to get pretty real here. So we're going to talk about the housing market because I've been telling you guys exactly what's going to happen. You had all this stuff going on with the bond market. You got Japan going on. You got China's stuff still going on. The bond market's going crazy. Like I said, and then you're going to start seeing this with the housing market very, very soon. It's going to keep going because you have all these COVID things that are going to keep going with rent defer. They weren't able to kick people out of houses. And on top of that, now you're seeing people know what's coming. We're going to get into the banks here. We're going to get into a lot of stuff here, actually. So Let me get back to this notepad real quick. But before we get into that quick, actually, sorry, my dog's up here. I got a little puppy. Um, so this report, we're gonna get into the just a couple things here quick. So a lot of people saw that, in the margin requirement or the collateral requirement, the DTCC gave up 9.7 billion. Was it 9.1? Can't remember 9.1. Oh no, yeah, 9.7 billion there. So basically, they had 9.7 billion in collateral they could not basically meet. Everybody should have been fucked. Game over. And this is the problem. And this is what I want people to understand. The 1%, the government, none of them give a fuck about you. You guys there's so many people out there. And I've been saying this forever. And they're literally giving you guys reports. Okay, so here's a report telling you everything I've said is fucking correct. All these fuckers are tool bags. The banks are the biggest piles of crap. And then on top of that, like I said, we'll get into the banks here in a second. But, oh my God. I mean, okay, some people you want to get mad at me, get all controversial. Do you guys sit there and truly believe that this report came out? I'm not saying that the Roe vs. Wade thing was a distraction, but I can tell you they fucking put this report out at the perfect time. Because if you guys truly read this report, truly understand it, if that isn't a reason to revolt, they literally took millions and millions and millions of dollars away from people, and then they laughed at it. And not only did they laugh at it, they laughed at it through email and told everyone, yeah, we're fucked. This doesn't matter. What they were literally making fun of each other. These guys were so fucking stupid. Okay, look at this. This gets so ridiculous. Okay, you have $21 billion. These guys. So a lot of people saw the Robin Hood, the emails back and forth, and they were sitting there talking about fees. You know what I mean? They're like, what's these fees that everyone's talking about? Thank you, Cold. In those fees over time, if you guys look at these 5 firms, okay? I don't know if people are showing you this, but this is unfucking real. These 5 firms were subject to $21.9 billion in fees, and they basically waived it. How you doing, Jackson? Jackson, I'm sure you'll be real excited for this one, and you've been asking me this question for a while about what's going to happen. How does it still happen? We'll get into that. So relax, buddy. Listen, and hopefully this puts you on a better path, my friend. So the DTCC piece of trash said they forgave 21.9 billion in fucking fees that they should have acquired. Now, Robinhood and Citadel, first of all, broke the law. Jesus Christ, these guys have literally basically put in this report. They broke the law. They had contact. They clearly had contact. They lied under oath. Does that not matter? You guys got to think about this. Flip flop this. What happened if somebody hacked into the SEC? What happens if somebody figured all this out, right? And they ended up getting caught. They hacked it all. They ended up taking a whole bunch of money. What would happen? Then give me 1 second. Super Q and everyone needs to get Bob before morning. First come, first serve. I mean, this is one reason why I tell people if you're gonna sell, I'll get back to this in a second, but if you're gonna sell on a lit exchange, because your order will get filled first. Otherwise, you're put into the hands of the market maker, and they're going to do their little bullshit. And who knows when your order is going to be filled truly, because in the end of the day, if I was Citadel and I was going to get screwed, or if I was Virtue and I was going to get screwed, and I had the capability of taking your order and filling it at a price. There's been interviews with Ken Griffin where he said we've filled orders a week, a day down the road, and then even said even a month. So they'll sit there and they'll fuck around during the squeeze. So if I can take it out of their hands and just get it right to a lit exchange, that's what I'm gonna do. But like I said, this report though, we'll get back to this report here in a second though. This report, like I said, if this isn't, they basically said we lost and everybody can go fuck themselves. The DTCC's like, yep, it's all good. We'll forgive this. Collateral doesn't fucking matter anymore, and this is why this bullshit will all come to an end, you guys. All of this stuff. A lot of people, before we get back to this, I want to start getting into the cat system here. So, a lot of people, FINRA has excuses right now because there's gray areas, there's loopholes, there's this bullshit. Everything is a guideline, okay? As people have pointed out, it's more they have, oh, this is a guideline. These collateral things are a guideline, blah blah blah. They're able to get around all these, fucking the regulators bullshit. They call them up, like I told you guys. They literally, the regulators will call them and say, you guys, I'm coming on Friday. They will move their shit out of fucking the United States through the derivatives market, and the regulators can't see it. And by the next time they come, they have the shit and it's already over, and they're already gone. Like I said, this stuff gets ridiculous, you guys. So a lot of people sit there and they beg. Like I said, I'm going to take 10 seconds here to stand up for people that do TA for a moment, and people that, this is why I've been telling you guys forever to stop following these people, because the shit, it matters, yes, but at the same time, until they know how to play both sides and do all these things correctly, like everybody was railing Trey about his selling puts. I mean, you guys, there's more ways than one to play the stock market. Everybody didn't understand that video, wanted to kill him. But if I was a market maker, I want you guys to understand, since we don't sit there and send our orders to lit exchange, you guys, if you do not route your order to a lit exchange, I don't think people understand the importance of a lit exchange. If you don't route your orders here, okay, that means the public data feed, there's a thing called a public data feed, okay? This public data feed shows the information that you guys look at on charts, okay? So all these people that sit there and like, oh man, my TA is so good, this is all this is all that. You guys aren't even seeing, you're seeing 20% of the data. And then what you're not seeing is what they're doing in the derivatives market. What you're not seeing is everything else. So if I was a market maker, thank you, Barney. How you doing, buddy? Missed you. Uh, if I was a market maker and I control the data, I'm going to show these guys TA what I want them to see, what I want them to see. And I'm glad people started realizing about the max pain and stop doing call options, all these things. If everybody would just go, all right, we're in a squeeze play. All we need to do, keep my fucking shares. Yes, make play options. I'm not saying don't play options, but good God, if you're gonna play options, there's way better stocks to be playing them on right now to make that money than AMC. You can do it on a whole bunch of these index, triple invert. There's a lot of ways to make a whole bunch more money. So all these people that, I'm not saying don't play options on AMC necessarily, but these people that look at these guys that play options on every other stock and like blast them. It's like, you guys, you got to make that side money. You got to continuously get that play. You guys got to stop killing a lot of these people for certain things. Yes, a lot of these people are grifting. Don't get me fucking wrong. You know when they're grifting. I've called out the grifters. I don't need to call them out every time I do a stream. I'm not standing up for those fucking piles of trash. You know who they are. They're the fuckers selling whatever the hell, 48, 30, 13 fucking Discord, the fucking mugs, t-shirts, the garbage shit. You're a fucking YouTuber, dude, and you've been wrong about 99.8% of this fucking play. Let's be honest. Everybody sits there and goes, God, we owe these fuckers everything. They got me into this play. They got me into this. Okay. And they didn't tell you truly at the beginning what you were into. Since we've started this play, people don't know, like I said, they'll tell me, I avoid your streams. I avoid listening to your videos. They make me feel bad. You guys, I tell you all this shit because I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat this crap for you. I'm not going to sit there and tell you every rule is going to change the game. This will do this will do that. Because all of these stock market plays, like I have been saying for the last ever, they're not affecting the derivatives market, the OTC market. This is where they do all their bullshit. Until you start affecting this area, they can continuously fuck around. I've told you guys this for a while, and I told you this play will take a while, especially if we don't take the small step. And a lot of people sit there and look at me when I was saying, so those 606 reports came out for Fidelity, and everybody's like, man, fucking Fidelity, they're not sitting there routing our orders. They're fucking, anytime I direct order, it's not going where I want it to go. No, not necessarily. I can tell you this right now. I have been trying to get people off payment for order flow, get people off fucking Robinhood. You guys don't have any clue how many people to this day fight with me about Robinhood and tell me it doesn't matter. It all this stuff matters, man. Everything I'm showing you matters. It all affects, because what I'm showing you, I'm not showing you these rules just for fun. I'm showing you these rules to say, all right, with these rules and the way the regulations are set up, if we direct route, that gets around all the bullshit you guys want. Last March or last February, the first time I met Dave Lauer, it was like one of my first videos. Dave Lauer, when we were talking, I was like, we were talking about things with transparency and this and that and these rules. One of the things I said to him was, what if everybody started, just direct routing to lit exchanges every time? And he was like, yeah, that would work perfectly. That'd solve all the problems, but it will never happen. And I mean, you guys, you got to take a fucking stand. This has to matter. The reason I put out my DD, I don't make videos every day to sit here and be like, all right, I need fucking money. I need to live off this. I need to make a story. When I show you this DD, when I make these videos, when I go live, it's to show you guys how to fucking beat these pieces of shit. I don't like I said, I just turned fucking super chats on 2 months ago because everybody I told fucking forever. First of all, the first month and a half went to my mom for her cancer shit, and everybody I told for the last what 14 months I've done this shit. I don't charge or do any of this shit. Everybody says, "Who cares? You proud of yourself?" And it's like, well, fuck it, join them on then. Like I said, I haven't made that much. I've made 5,000 in 14 months. 5,000 in 14 months. I don't need to make up stories. I don't care. I have fucking jobs my wife does. I don't need to do this shit. When these people quit their jobs, and I told you this, when they quit their fucking jobs, at that exact moment in time, all of these DDDers, all these YouTubers, the moment they quit their fucking job, and they do these Discord, this, that, fluff fucking pieces, this crap, Lou, this, that, you're their product. I told you that. You're now their product. I gotta make this. I gotta keep him interested. Every day, this small thing tells me fucking this is gonna explode. And I'm trying to show you with my videos, every once in a while. A lot of people sit there and ask me every day to make a video on everything. It's like, you guys, you don't need to watch every ruling. The things that matter, all these back end things we're gonna get into right now. This is all the shit that is going to finally fix a lot of this crap. And it's because the people who are now getting involved. This is worldwide, you guys. This is no longer this. There's $2 quadrillion, you guys. You got to understand. When you guys see this, here you go. J.P. Morgan derivatives spiked by 14 trillion, you guys. $14 trillion in the first quarter. Now it's at fucking 60 trillion. You guys got to understand, these other people around the world are starting to notice this. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Why do we have banks over leveraged 245 to 1? Why do we have these fucking banks every month? And you got to sit there and look at who we're up against. And I've been telling you guys this forever. People got so mad at me when I talked about politics. You guys, you got to fucking realize it. They're in on this shit. When Lisa from the old SDC, when she came on and was talking about how she used to make reports and she would go to her bosses and her fucking bosses like Gary Gensler. Here's the problem. I fucking hate Gary Gensler. I don't know what Gary can and cannot do. I'm not standing up for him. I don't know if he's on our side. I highly doubt it. But at the same time, even if he was, there's not much he can do. The problem is you got the fucking leaders above him. All these fucking people that are just squashing this bullshit, clapping these fines. You guys now realize after reading this report, if you guys truly want me to do a quick breakdown, a 5 minute breakdown quick of what happened in this report, let me know in the chat. If you don't, I'll just get by because I know I'm like a week late. My mom had some complications. I was up there for a couple days and I just got a puppy and my wife took a week off, so I've been really busy. But I know a lot of people have probably broken this report down already, so I don't need to sit there and be number 90 on it. So if you guys want me to, let me know. If not, we'll just keep going. So, anyways, now that you guys are seeing what we're up against, how fucking deep this shit is, just literally how fucking deep. All right, we'll do a quick breakdown. Everybody's saying yeah. All right. So pretty much what this is saying is on that day. Let me find this chart because let me show you this one chart. I want to show you this chart before I break it down. Before we get into this, in the next 3-4 minute breakdown. Where the fuck did chart go? So a lot of people, like I said, we'll get to these stupid emails quick. I'll see what they're talking about. But this shit gets ridiculous, you guys. Let me just get this. Where the fuck? Come on, man. I knew it wasn't this far down. Where the hell was it? Need that pie chart quick, and we can get right into this bullshit. So all right, whatever, fuck it. Basically, what this is saying, yeah, everybody was looking into this. Pretty much what this is saying, Robinhood and the way that they do payment for order flow. So Citadel and all these people that day were already squeezed, and when it came down to the payment, oh, here we go, we're getting real fucking close. When it came down to the payment for order flow, Ken Griffin had to call them up because, like I said, Ken Griffin was pretty much fucked. That you guys don't understand. This pretty much told you guys that you broke the stock market that day. They weren't prepared for this shit. They never saw it before. And this is why we'll get into how fucked up this is in a second with or pass down the road. But like I said, I want you guys to understand what we're going up against because if you don't stand up now, like I said, everything, this is more than here we go. Perfect. This is more than fucking everything going on. This is more than the stock market. You guys, they stole your future. Not only did they steal your future, they stole your retirement. They stole your kids. You guys won. GameStop, you fucking won. Every one of you right now should be your shares should have been fucking ridiculous. The fact they didn't break 1,000, the fact they didn't make 1,500 that day on something that should have never fucking happened, something that should have been so much more historical than it was, but because of the fact it was retail, and because of the fact that if they allowed this bullshit, the wealth gap in the United States would have closed drastically. You would have had your average fucking Joes finally move out. You had they want this inflation. They need this inflation, you guys. Everybody doesn't understand when I tell you this. The fucking federal government, they need this inflation. They need to squeeze you guys. Look at this. Before we get into this quick, we'll do a quick 4-second thing. I know I'm all over the place, but this shit all matters. It all fucking matters. Right now, you have the feds. They're fucking a piece of shit. I've been telling you, don't fuck Ken Griffin. Kevin Griffin is a pile of shit that they allow to fucking do his little bullshit. He's a fucking little troll. He's literally a piece of shit troll. He's truly irrelevant in this right now. The bigger picture, when you look past the fucking troll and see his masters, the big picture, we're gonna get into dark money because this all fucking matters, you guys. This is insane what is happening in the United States. It's truly fucking unreal. You have the feds right now bailing these piles of shits out. Now think about this. The Federal Reserve, everybody sits there and goes, oh, they're here to help us out. They're here to fucking blah. No, they're a privately owned fucking independent piece of trash. They're gonna do whatever the fuck they want, and they're allowed to print and do whatever and help whoever the fuck they want. And all they're doing is helping the fucking rich. And everybody's sitting there going, what's going on? And I'm gonna show you how bad this is gonna get, and I'm gonna show you they know this. I'm going to show you in one tweet Randall Cornett showed me. This tweet, I want everyone who is not looking at their phone or their computer screen. Right now, look at your screen. This really fucking matters. Look at this picture. The banks know what the fuck is coming. We're not wrong. They can't stop this. And I'm going to, like I said, everybody that's been so fucking panicked, oh, this isn't going to happen for us. Trust me, I'm going to show you it's going to happen. And I'm going to show you how they cannot stop this from fucking happening because the rest of the world is about to tell us, go fuck yourself. And by doing that statement with the status of the dollar, it fucking matters. They're showing like, dude, go fuck yourself, and they know what's coming. This picture right here is them buying up. They bought so many commodities in Q1. Look at that fucking chart. They know a crash is coming. They're betting against the fucking dollar. They know the dollar's gonna crash. I've been telling you guys what their plan is since fucking last February. They want to crash the fucking dollar. They want to destroy all of our fucking bullshit. Make us all have to go, oh, we're so fucked in debt, okay? We're so fucked in debt, we can't get out. Everybody, we have a solution for you all. Every one of you, listen now. Every one of you guys couldn't handle it. You're such in debt, you could not fucking handle your finances. So what we're gonna do is make CBDCs, okay? And we're going to handle your fucking money. When you want to purchase something, you're gonna fucking ask us, because this is programmable money, you guys. This isn't a fucking joke. This is really fucking going on. We're gonna make it to where we can say yes or no to what the fuck you do. Now, if you're a drug dealer and you're listening right now, I want you to understand, if you're making that side money, I don't fucking blame you. Fuck these tool bags. You guys think that, listen to this shit. Look at this shit. I've been showing you guys, telling you guys, showing you the crumbs that these guys are the biggest cartel in the world. It hasn't been a fucking joke. Credit Suisse, they're laundering money. They're laundering drug money. They're literally coke dealers, you guys. They're fucking coke dealers. And no one gives a fuck. You got JP Morgan shoveling over 20 tons of cocaine, $1.3 billion. Now think about this. I'm gonna show you how fucking little the government gives a shit about you right now. I'm gonna blow your fucking mind. Okay? Now, the government wanted to take, and everyone's like, what the fuck? No, this matters. Stop fucking being all butthurt about the government. Who gives a fuck? They don't give a fuck about you. Stop giving a shit. I don't like red. I don't like blue. Because again, neither cares. But when the government goes, hey, we want to fucking get a little bit more of their rights, what are they going to do? They're going to keep on doing small fucking changes. Hold on, my dog is trying to get under my bed. Come here, buddy. Come here. Right on the bed. All right, 1 second. Sorry, I was staring at the dog. You got me all off course. Um. Oh yeah. So the war on drugs. Okay. Now think about this. Okay. If I'm the government and I want to take your rights away, I'm going to say we have a war on drugs. Now think about what a war on drugs truly is. It's a war on your citizens. Because, all right, we want to get all these drug dealers out. All of our drug dealer citizens, we got to get them out. But in reality, the fucking banks and the federal government are your biggest fucking cocaine dealers. So by knowing you're bringing in $1.3 billion or ton, dollars worth, 20 tons of cocaine, by knowingly knowing who's bringing that in, but saying we need a war on drugs against the citizens. We need to be able to search them, do this, blah, 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 put them in prison. Fuck. Think about this, you guys. You have pot dealers, pot growers in prison longer than that sex fucking freak bitch who's recruiting children. We all are thinking the same thing about her. I hope she gets what she gets in fucking prison. Fuck them. They're all disgusting fucks. Are we going to see that list? And this is the problem. This is what I've been showing you guys. When I've talked about fucking, they need to pay us at some point, or we need to fucking stand up as citizens and go, what the fuck is going on in this country? This isn't only taxation without representation. This is your own government fucking stealing from you, my guys. My gals. They're stealing from you, your own fucking government. The police are walking up to you pretty much and fucking stealing from you. And then not only do they say, don't worry about it, they fucking tax you on your checks. They're fucking smashing you with inflation. They're bailing them out. People go, how are they bailing them out? Now let's look. In the stock market, you have the Fed with reverse repos, and guess what else they have? Plunge protection team. I have shown you guys through the indexes throughout multiple occasions. The stock market was going to crash. It should have fucking crashed. And out of nowhere, what did they do? They fucking intervened trillions of dollars into the indexes, which pushed everything else up just a little bit. And what do you know? They can hold it up. On top of that, they got reverse repos. Now, as we learned, Citadel, the biggest piles of fucking trash, work in reverse repos. And they get treasury bonds. And what do they do with those? They use them as fucking collateral. So they're giving them collateral. Inside the fucking derivatives market, the Federal Reserve, the Feds are giving them fucking reverse repos. Treasury bonds. Here you go. Here's collateral up the fucking ass. Here's $2.2 trillion. Blah, blah, blah. Now, as you guys saw last, in the housing market, they were at $3 trillion. Now, there's one account on Twitter I love to follow. Now, it's actually pretty fucking sad. When you watch, remember oh man, we're doing QT, we're doing some fucking quantitative tightening, blah blah blah. We're doing all this bullshit, blah blah blah. And what do you know? Instead of doing that, they're fucking spending, buying up more fucking. I love watching Occupy the Fed. If you guys don't follow this account, you can follow. You should definitely follow it, man, friends. They put up some really good information on the Feds, but it's the same stuff. They're continuously buying mortgage-backed securities, nonstop. They're not. They're propping up the fucking housing market. They did, like I said, you guys. We're buying and holding. They got to squeeze us out. They got to do whatever the fuck they can in the end of the day. The stock market, they have. When you truly read this shit, and there was reports, fuck, there's billions. Look at this. Look at this fucking chart. Everybody's sitting there focusing on, they gave up, the one time they gave up, these trillions of dollars for February. Look at, it's been multiple times. FINRA, like I've been telling you guys, FINRA, the SEC, all of these fucking piles of shit. They collect about 40. The problem is you look at FINRA, FINRA's fucking worse than goddamn SEC. FINRA's out here collecting what? Fucking 2%? 1%? Good grief. For one year, they collected fucking 40%, 30%. They're collecting less than the SEC. And then on top of that, why are they doing this? People go, how? Because of this. I've shown you the biggest fucking thing. It's the biggest shit I've ever seen. How is this fucking legal? Read this. FINRA made this rule themselves, you guys. We'll get back into this report because we're going to get into some FINRA shit here in a second on how fucked up FINRA is. But look at this. FINRA made this rule. It's called an acceptance waiver and consent, okay? A process used when the respondent does not consent to an allegations made by FINRA. The respondent does not accept findings he accepts findings, basically, without admitting any wrongdoing. And then he agrees to pay a fucking penalty. And as we learned, they're nothing. Well, here's the problem. By doing this is how fucked up this situation is. This is why I was trying to tell you guys. This is no joke on what we're up against, but we can still beat it. And all this shit coming up here, I'll show you, is where's the fucking we got digital report. We got some things coming up in ISDA, and this shit's going to make a massive deal, a massive difference going forward. As you guys, I just want to show you guys 2 AMCers. We're about to hit 2.3 bill in the box office. This isn't recounting today's numbers, so good quarter, real good quarter in the box office. But back to this stuff. So when I talk to you guys about the Fed or the politicians and all this shit, like I was just showing you, to prove I'm not just fucking around, because this is the 50th fucking time you guys have seen this shit. Ken Griffin now. We sit there and I tell you guys over and over, dark money. A lot of people are like, what the fuck? Or they don't seem to care about dark money or any of these things. Dark money, you guys, last year, look at this. Dark money is basically when these independents and these groups and these companies, they can influence elections. And you don't know who's paying these guys. You have no idea who's paying these guys. They can do this dark. $1 billion for the first time in the history of politics went into dark money from these companies. $1 billion, you guys, influenced the election. Think about that. That's fucking insane. And none of you guys know about it, and none of you will know who did it because it's dark. It's a rule and it's illegal and it matters because these fucking companies that gave $1 billion guess what? Guess who's these guys' bosses? It's these companies. It's not you. And this is the problem in the United States right there. Their salary, their everything is paid for by this dark money. It's not paid for by us. So these fucking politicians can get rich as shit off of this dark money. So what do? Because who's giving it these dark money? Who's fucking paying these guys? It's Ken Griffin's. It's Virtue. It's all of these fucking banks. It's all of these piles of shit. So when I sit there and tell you that these politics don't matter, they matter, they're allowing all this bullshit. And what you guys just saw in this entire thing here, so you had $21.9 billion, and that was just in one time. They mentioned fucking 16, 14, so they've already forgiven. Everybody's all mad about the one day in January. They've already forgiven over what, $40 billion, the DTCC, these pieces of shit. And these guys know about it, and all they do is sit here and laugh about it. They literally laugh about it. This is shit where people would be in prison. Think about this. Like I said, imagine if somebody hacked the fucking United States stock market, because pretty much that's what they did. We lost, and instead of fucking losing, we're gonna do a PCO. We're gonna fucking shut the buy button off, and none of these regulators go, you can't do that. No. All they said was, we don't recommend doing that. What do you mean you don't recommend doing that? You don't recommend fucking cheating? That's it? That's what your regulator, that's your advice? Don't fucking cheat. I don't recommend it. No. Your fucking advice should have said, if you cheat and take this off, all integrity in the entire United States stock market is gone. That day, everyone that fucking lost and everyone else should have fucking left. I'm serious. 100% of retail should have realized truly what we've all been saying. This game is fucking rigged as fuck, and they do what they fucking want. So everybody, like I've been showing you, that follows these PA guys to a head and shoulders thing on the ones that they want to manipulate. They're gonna hit max pain. They're gonna do it every time. They are going to fuck us every time, and it doesn't matter. And you know why? Because they need to. And I'm going to show you why it will all come to an end. Like I said, phase 6, this repository system, all these changes in ISDA. This is what matters, because this is what fucks up the bank. Now, one of the things I'm super excited about is I pray to God fucking Robinhood just goes the fuck away, because I can't tell you how many fucking people are still on Robinhood. I can't get them on fucking Robinhood to save my life. And it's like the only way some of these people are going to get off this bullshit is to get fucking kicked off. Like, good grief, man. Like I said, we can't still be, you guys, the steps I show you, like I said, when we're talking about these banks, you have enemies, you guys. We're in a short squeeze play. Not only are you in a short squeeze play, you're in a fucking freedom play. You didn't realize it at the time, and I get none of us signed up for it day one. I get that. But in the end of the day, with what you've uncovered, it's all in front of your eyes. That's what the data fucking has shown you. That's what articles, that's what everything shows you right in front of your eyes. Bang, 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 bang. It's always bang. They always seem to know. And on top of that, why? Because even though they do all these things, they prepare for all this shit, because just like Nancy Pelosi, they always seem to fucking know ahead of time they still need bailouts from the people. And on top of that, they know that these banks are too big to fucking fail. So they know in the end of the day, that Steve Carell moment, you guys, when he was sitting down at that table and he was just shaking his head, he knew they fucking knew. They fucking knew. They do know. They know what they're fucking doing. 2008, you guys, think about this. So many people don't, okay, you don't understand how fucking irrelevant we truly fucking are, truly in the stock market. And if you don't take the small steps to make us a little more relevant, if you can't even do that, I mean, you guys, they're taking your freedom in front of you and fucking laughing, and you guys are looking at them like, it's okay. Uh, or no, they're not. And there's proof everywhere. The fucking your own government literally came up here and said, you guys, you were all right. They cheated. Not only did they fucking cheat, they lied under oath. Not only did they lie under oath, the regulators are fucking cheating with them. Not only are they bending every fucking rule possible, like I said, you guys, there, how many millions of people lost, like I said, fucking, you guys, how many people could have made it through this right now? How many people could have had your cars, your house, all this paid off? We wouldn't even needed that fucking the we wouldn't have needed the fucking student loan bailout because that would have done it enough for all of us. But you know why they didn't want to do it that way? Because if we did it through the stock market, that means that's financial freedom. But instead, we need to rely on the government through a bailout. And in the end of the day, that's more money they can print and that's more money they can take from us down the fucking road. Like I said, everyone who sits there and, oh, the Democrats will save us. The Democrats are up here fucking you deep and you're smiling going, it's good for me. No, it's not. The Republicans they're gonna come in and save it. The Republicans are fucking just as bad, and if they're sending their fucking every tax break up the ass to their little boyfriend corporations. Neither side is fucking good at this point. It's all trash, literally. It's crazy. And it's the way our democracy set up, you pick one shitty fuck or the other. And by the time they get out of office, 3, 4 years down the road, what happens? They have over $100 million. You have people that go into politicians who make 250K a year. Thomas Jefferson, when I'm showing you guys these quotes, they fucking matter, man. They knew this shit was gonna fucking happen. They knew it was gonna happen. They fucking knew everything I was telling you was gonna happen. They've talked about it. The second it was set up, they go down the road, and you know what they said? Who gives a fuck? Until then, we can control money and print and do whatever the fuck we want. Of course. It's literally what fucked the moment it came up. And it's like, nobody knows. How do these guys do everything? They hide behind corruption. They hide behind four fucking people that watch media, four media centers. And on top of those media centers, what's going on? Oh, I give a fuck about only CNN and Fox. What's this side, the right and the left? They literally have. Think about this. You guys don't even say right or Democrat, Republican, and shit anymore. You guys literally say the right or the left. They have you classify yourself. You're literally classifying yourself about what you fucking like politically to where they go, now I'm fucking, you are have committed to the side you've declared. Like, what the fuck is going on? Both are fucking you. Now, a little less government bullshit because they're fucking trash and I could go on for fucking ever. And like I said, this right here, if you ever needed conviction in your fucking life that you have been right about this play, it's right here. They told you right here you were right. Not only were you so right, they had to forgive billions and billions of dollars. FINRA, NSCC, they all needed to fucking cheat. Robinhood, Citadel, they all should have went down. It's incredibly fucked up. Like I said, I'm not gonna sit there and keep sugarcoating this shit with you guys. I'm not gonna say squeeze tomorrow. This fucking one rule. This squeeze tomorrow. This. The cat system is a massive deal, you guys. There's a massive reason why they're pushing these. If you guys haven't noticed, every time I talk about a rule, it gets pushed down 5, 6 months because those are the ones that are actually going to fuck them up. This cat system, all right, there is a massive change. I want to show you guys a quick. I'm not going to play the video, but there's a chart I want to show you. I have over 6,000 files on my computer, and I, honest to God, don't want to go through folders in front of you, so let me just look for this one fucking thing. It'll take me 2 seconds. Cat system. Look for cat system video number 2. Cat system. Cat system. Where's cat system? No, we're getting close. Cat system. Here we go. All right.
I blew up my
Shut
options.
up. No one cares what you did. You're an idiot. All right. I should put this fucking video back up. All right. Now, so with this oat system, this is a main reason why you guys they can sit there and fuck around and FINRA can sit there and be like and let all this bullshit go by, all these gray areas, all these guidelines, blah blah blah. We don't know what's going on. Just bullshit excuses, self-reporting crap. It's just all garbage. When this cat system comes on, there's a massive thing I want you guys to look at right here. Is this real? Sorry, I need number one. I need number one. Sorry. Here it is right here. Boom, there's the chart. Now, One of the main things that is going to destroy this, you guys, when cash systems are fully operational, look right there. Eliminate market making exclusions. Now, people are going to sit there and go, what's that mean? There's so many exclusions with like the CNS program. There's so many, like here, with the CNS program, okay? The CNS program, I tell you guys, is the biggest pile of shit. I want to show you guys this picture. So a while ago, I was showing you guys that report. Now, a lot of people go, what are you talking about with the OTC market, all this stuff, derivatives, the stock market? So when it comes to short exempt, short, this, that, look at this. Now watch this on the right side. It's literally step for step. When I've shown you guys these reports, they're really reports that were brought into the DTCC. They've brought the SEC, and they showed them, this is what's happening step for step to my company, to my fucking company, and no one cares. So watch all these things in front of us. Settlement fails. These are the basically fucking the hidden FTDs, okay? Continuous net settlement, the thing I tell you about, the continuous net settlement program is a thing that is controlled by the DTCC, right? You have the DTCC program is the biggest joke in the world. This creates fucking synthetic shares. And I'm going to show you, in proof, and the DTCC tells you in front of your eyes. It's not like I'm making this shit up. And I can show you in this report too as well. This is all real. The shit matters. This not only matters, this is the biggest thing. Because what this shows you is when people tell you there might be a billion fucking AMC shares. The government's telling you this shit's real. They were right. There could be a billion. There could be 2 billion shares out there. Who the fuck ever knows? Because we don't even know what they've forgiven since this time. Think about that. How much money, how much more have they forgiven? How much more has been just shifted into these derivative markets? The derivative market, you guys, is in the quadrillions. Think about that number. The quadrillions. Not just a little bit. It's closer to the 2 quadrillions. Think about that number. 1 quadrillion is unfathomable. But there's twice as much of that in the fucking derivatives market. And people sit there and go, where's all this money? How's all this stuff gone? Because they sit there and put it in the derivatives market. They use it as this and that. They don't spend any fucking money because they can just spend your money. Literally, the entire 1% has been living off of you guys forever. And how does the rich stay rich? They don't spend their own money. As you guys are watching in this recession, every single time you get up, there's a brand new company, record profits, record profits. I can go down the list. Oil, all these companies are record profits in a recession. They're destroying it. They're price gouging. Why? No one gives a fuck. They're watching all this shit, all the stuff the government's allowing. But if we did any of this stuff, we would be in prison, like I said. So freaking ridiculous. Now, with these CBDs, what I was getting at before, people who deal drugs, people that do like, okay, think about this. Let's say you want to do a garage sale. Let's not even deal drugs. Let's do like a garage sale. Things like that, okay? Even if you buy weed, okay? Because you know I buy weed. So people that buy weed from like a friend or whatever you do, they're gonna be able to, when you go to an ATM, tell you no. When you go to a garage sale and try to buy something, they're gonna be able to tell you no. If you want to sell stuff, you might not be able to accept digital currency because they can't hand you cash. Cash is gone now, you guys. So when you have your garage sale, you can't accept that digital currency. They won't let you because they're not going to do it under a garage sale transaction. So there's things that they can physically start taking away, freedoms, rights, extra ways for you to make money. Let's say you're a kid, think about your children. How many of you have kids, 13, 14? How many of you as a child yourself, 13, 14, 15, whatever? You went and fucking mowed lawns just down the street, just down in your neighborhood. You did whatever. You just cut grass to make some side cash. That's gone because the government's going to know all of that. And then they're going to, they need all the 600. They're going to tax it. They need to know every penny you make. And meanwhile, why do they need to know that? Because they need to know how much of your money they could spend in the background. Like I said, you guys, it's truly unreal what the banking mafia has become in the United States. This is all fucking ridiculous. This is all stuff that should scare people. This is stuff that is no joke. This is stuff that you realize all the shit they teach you in textbooks is a fucking joke. Why? Because they teach you that to keep you in line, put in your money in the bank, go to work 40 hours. Why? Why do I work 40 hours when I can't afford a house? Why do I need to go, as you guys seen? College is so fucked up. The system's taught you go to college. You need this. You need that degree. Why? You just showed us that college has put people in so much debt. Those degrees never matter. Some people will never get out of debt their entire life because of those degrees that don't fucking really truly matter. Because even in my line of work, I've told you guys what I do a lot of times. I'm a computer programmer, I work in SQL, I'm a developer. There's things that I do with coding. I shouldn't have been able to get the job that I have. I moved up just teaching myself how to code at the company. They never even knew I didn't have a good degree. Never even came up. All that mattered was I had a cousin at the company at that moment, and there was a couple other people that were more qualified. Probably should have got the job, but I ended up getting the job. And that ends up showing you truly in the end of the day, if you know somebody, if somebody works there and they're a good worker, that matters more than that degree. That person put in how much extra time, hours, fucking how much money, and I just happen to know somebody. I've talked about how fucked up it was to my cousin how many times. I'm like, I probably shouldn't have got this, but thank you so fucking much. It's changed my life. Like I said, the system is designed, do this. Well, how come so many people do what you're saying with the system, but in the end of the fucking day, how many people aren't going to retire? You guys see with Social Security. Social Security will be gone within the next, what, 10, 15 years? Your government basically told you you won, and all the casino did, you pretty much we all pulled the jackpot. You had a million people pull the jackpot that day, and they walked up to you guys, and you know what they told you? The casino, the game, the machine you guys pulled, it was broken that day. It was glitched out. It does not fucking count. Like I said, this is shit. Like I said, that is should be outraging people. This truly right here is insane to me that this truly happened, you guys. This is ridiculous. I mean, like I said, I don't want to keep breaking this down, but we'll get into this now. So let's get into phase six. Let's start getting into some positivity because I feel like I've been fucking. It's. I know I've been bitching a lot. I know I have been, but this shit matters. This is fucking real life, you guys. This is things that affect your everyday life, your kid's life, your future, your husband, your wife. How? Tell me right now, how many of you fight over money? Tell me it doesn't affect your relationship. There, one of the main reason people get divorced is money, how they spend it, because it puts such a strain, a stress on you, on your relationship, on your spouse. It matters. People sit there and go, money doesn't buy happiness. No, but when you work and earn something, inflation should not be at 8.6, while salary wage, you guys, went up 2%. That means every single one of you listening, every one of you listening took a pay cut this year. But how many of you are working harder? You might have got more of a raise, but through inflation and the cost of everything else and with gas, that money's going way less than it did. So truly, you took a pay cut, and I promise you, almost half of you listening right now are working more than you ever have. Like I said, this shit is ridiculous. You have banks with politicians, you have regulators backing up hedge funds, you have that all these people that are supposed to be policing us, governing us. When you guys watched the Big Short movie and you saw them all hanging out, the regulators, them trying to get, hey, JP Morgan, hey, fucking, Morgan Stanley, Citadel, let me get a job with you. That is what these regulators are doing. They don't want to go up and say, hey, let me prosecute fucking Citadel. If I do, I won't get a job with them again. I have no chance of getting a job at Citadel if I prosecute them. If I get a job at Citadel, I can work fucking anywhere. It's just like politicians. Politicians are there to help you, not self promote. These regulators should be there to help us, not self promote and protect the people to get themselves jobs. Politicians should not be in there to get themselves jobs and farther in life, better credentials. That's not what it's about. It's a public service position. When these regulators are getting paid 250,000 by us, you guys, when it comes down, baby, good boy, go back to sleep. Driving me nuts. Just one thing. All right, sorry. Um, when we looked at how much we paid the SEC, we paid the SEC almost $1 billion a year. The SEC collects less than that in fines. So the SEC costs the United States money and doesn't even make up what they get paid for by the citizens. So they're just straight up losing us money. You have, like I said, what is the purpose of this shit? It's all in there to keep us in line. Like I said, there's a reason I put that grasshopper up from the Bug's Life. You sit there and you watch a Bug's Life and you truly watch it more and more, and you realize that shit's fucking truly happening. We're here picking the shit, all the ants. As soon as the ants wake up, as soon as we stand up, that board tips over, the game's over, and they're done playing. Like I said, this right here should enrage people, man. This should fucking enrage people. This shouldn't be something that is talked about and then forgotten, dude. This should not be forgotten. You're talking about billions of dollars that should have been fucking collateral. Like I said, companies should be gone. Companies in the United States, Robinhood does not have the too big to fail. They don't have the too big to fail fucking. They don't. They don't have that tag. So they should not be getting bailed out by regulators. Thank you, Grandpa, but you don't have to ever do that much, my friend. That's fine. But I really appreciate that. Um, but these regulators, man, they should never. Like I said, this is crazy. They should never be fucking in themselves to help out. And when you sit there and you look at $50 million, look at this. Think about this. Ken Griffin lost $50 million to get this guy in Illinois in. He didn't get. He's not going to get in. So what's he doing? He moved to Florida immediately. Now think about this. He had spent $50 million here. Now Ken Griffin comes over here, and what's he do? Ken Griffin, Florida. I think it was like fucking $300 million or something. $300 million. Stupid fucking thing. This guy's a tool bag. This dude just spent. I can't remember. It was some stupid amount. The guy's just a douchebag. Whatever. So he spends another couple hundred fucking $1 million to move over to Florida, and now guess what he's gonna do? He's gonna fucking bribe the Florida guy. He's gonna do all that shit he wanted to do, and then he tries to blame it on crime. Think about the irony, you guys. Think about how fucking hilarious this is. Ken Griffin blames crime on why he wanted to leave Chicago. Ken Griffin blames crime. The biggest fucking financial terrorist, one of the biggest financial terrorists in the fucking world, is trying to blame crime on why he had to leave. I mean, think of how fucking crazy that is. This guy went out, he bought the Constitution, he bought a Secret Service douchebag to walk around with him. The guy knows he's a criminal. Like I said, we're letting these fucking terrorists, we're letting the mafia run the United States, walk around doing things that we can't even dream of doing. They're labeled different for us. Pretty much, if you look at it, what's the difference between me hacking basically, what's the difference between me hacking Robinhood and doing what they did and them just turning it off? What's the difference between them forgiving $10 billion? It's not like this is a small amount. $10 billion. Think about that. We pay $1 billion a year for the SEC. The SEC, that pays for 10 years of the SEC's fees. And they just were like, fuck it. We don't need to fucking pay that. The fucking people can pay that. We're going to forgive 10 years of salary for the SEC, the regulators. People wonder why these regulators could be making what? Way more than enough to fucking pay for themselves. Think about how ridiculous this is. Go back to sleep, sweetie. I mean, think how ridiculous this is. These guys are sitting there like, oh, we need more money. You have people like the fucking SEC. We don't have enough money. Why? $10 billion isn't enough to pass around? And then you guys sit there and look at these things, the CNS program. Now look at this shit. The CNS program creates billions of synthetic shares. Everyone listening, it creates billions, billions with a B, billions of synthetic shares. Now, if you don't believe me and you want to see it in a document, an official document that was submitted to the SEC, pull this up. Sorry, like I said, I don't want to go through 12 billion folders. Looking for a one with G. There we go. Buddy, hold on, but you gotta go potty. I might need to let my dog out for like 2 seconds here, quick, you guys. He's just a little guy. He's only 6 weeks here, so he's gotta go potty. Give me like, here we go. Everybody read this. Read this statement because it fucking matters. Like the statement is ridiculous. They tell you, people, the shit's out there. The information is out there. It's no one joking around. It's not. This shit is really out there. Buddy, I'm coming. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. My buddy, he's hauling. Let's go, buddy. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Go, buddy. Alrighty, sorry. Had to let out the dog. Alright. Sorry, Tom. Alright, the CNS program, and then we'll get back to the DTC website about this. Like I said, this is the shit everybody should be showing. This is the stuff where if you guys don't know how they're doing the shit mechanically or behind the scenes or legally, I mean, it's hard. Like I said, you got to know what you're going up against. And if you guys understand these processes, you'll understand how to fight them. And then you'll truly understand why these 10 steps I've been showing you guys, they matter, man. It's literally how the system's set up. And until we tack the system and the people that are behind it, the banks, the DTCC, they're gonna keep fucking us. They even admitted in this shit, like they even admit it's gonna keep fucking happening. So we need to fuck these clowns up. I'm not. I'm being serious. We need to fuck these pieces of trash up, dude. That's it. That's the only way we win this shit. I've been telling you guys to fuck the banks up forever. You have to do it. Now, the CNS program, it creates. Here you go. Let's read this. The CNS program is called Continuous Net Settlement. Think about the name, Continuous Net Settlement. It's made with the netting process. I'll explain the netting process in 2 seconds. Now, it hides billions of counterfeit shares that never make it to the ratio radar screen. A lot of people wondered how did AMC back in the day? How did all of us get off the ratio? How did everybody was talking up the ratio? We could have went flying up when we got off it. Nothing happened. This is why the strategic failure to deliver. They're FTDs that just are fucking bullshit that just continuously never get covered. It's a joke because what it does is it turns it. This is the things that the CAT system are going to be able to stop. This is when shit gets this is when it matters. This is the stuff that we need to stop. Because if you guys want them to stop making synthetics, fuck them. Make it so they can't make a synthetic. It's that simple. The only way to do that is through these exchanges. But you got to do the right ones, and you can't sit there and fucking go New York Stock Exchange. We already know the New York Stock Exchange is just as fucked up. If everybody goes IEX, in the end of the day, they have no nothing. They have no fucking. It's just like with Fidelity. We all sat there and bitch and said, "Go direct routing, or we're going everywhere else." What did they do? They instantly made a beta and put direct routing in. if we all go IEX and these actual exchanges that try to help retail give a fuck about retail, that is how we make changes. This right here, you guys, this is a big step. A lot of people don't think this matters. You gotta look in the background. This shit matters. You making a voice to where this fucking guy is gonna lose and Ken Griffin can go fuck himself and he had to move, that shit matters. That's you making a voice. That's you making a stand. That's you hurting their plan. Every time you can fuck your opponent up, that's what should make you guys fucking happy. These are the things we should be watching. Not not the price that they can fucking make whatever they want. So hold on, puppy. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. The dog's fucking out of control again. Now, with these banks, we need to, and this derivatives market. So, a lot of people don't understand the derivatives market, the OTC market. Let me just show you quick, and then we'll get into the CNS program again 1 second. For people listening, what the OTC market is if you look at the screen, you have the stock market. This is what we all see. The stock market data that you all see is from the public data feed, okay? Everything else, like Robinhood, when they send your orders and it doesn't affect the price, all that stuff is OTC. Now, what this does is it gives it to the market maker. The market maker now can fill your order through these different options. ETF, they can go to stock borrow program. They can do the CNS program, which we're going to talk about in a second. They can go through internalizers. They can do family offices, which are unregulated hedge funds, you guys. Think about that. Showed you how fucked up family hedge funds are, or family offices. And the reason I keep showing you family offices and bring them up so much is you guys see what these guys did. What did hedge funds do? When they got caught in 2008, you know what they did? They evolved, they upgraded, and they became what we call family offices, and they go, well, fuck you. You can't regulate us anymore. That's what they did. They became unregulated family offices. And like I said, we don't know their positions. They don't need to fill out F-13s. They don't need to disclose stuff. So in the end of the day, truly, who knows what a family office is holding? And if you guys don't think that it's a big deal when I talk about family offices, you remember our boy Huang? Ask him if family offices matter or not. They control billions. And when I showed you guys the total on family offices, everybody looks at hedge funds. Hedge funds control $3.6 trillion. Family offices control 7.6, which is double hedge funds. So family offices, you guys, are a big deal. This thing's a big deal here. You have, like I said, you have $7.6 trillion here in this pool. You got market maker to market maker, just like you saw on January 1st. When you had Citadel in trouble, what did they do? Just like Wired said, man, this is why I tell everybody, follow Wired on Twitter. The guy is truly incredibly smart. He has been right about everything. He's even shown documents. These guys working with each other. The dude knows a lot of stuff. There's a lot of people, like I said, in this community, I wish that got a little more recognition and a little more people followed their advice, because what happened in this community, and it really sucks, you guys, it really sucks this happened, is you had all these people follow certain people right away. Some of them ended up grifting. Some of them ended up getting to a point where they made money. Some of them ended up getting to a point where they stopped learning or stopped caring to learn. And you guys got to understand, when somebody stops caring to learn, you got to stop following them. You got to stop. And I don't mean like don't follow their Twitter. And I mean don't follow their fucking YouTube. If you want to do it for entertainment, do it. But you got to understand that's what it is at that point. They're literally openly admitting you. I'm gonna just show you fluff piece news. You need to dig deep. We cannot stop exposing this shit. The stuff matters. The DD matters. Every single time we show you what's going on in the background, you guys, this is stuff you need to absorb. Think about this. How the hell can you pass an exam on the stock market? How can you give advice on the stock market? These people you watch on YouTube that follow lines, these people that make videos and say this matters to this rule's going to change this. Think about this. How can I tell you what a rule's going to do if I don't understand the stock market itself? If I don't understand the mechanics? How can I tell you what one rule is going to do that affects here? Who cares if the main problem's here? Who cares if the main problem's here? Too many people, like I said, too many people focused on the wrong thing. And You got unusual whales. The stuff's getting exposed, you guys. Like I said, you have so many people talking about this now on the news. There's so many things changing. John Stewart, like I said, you got Charles Payne still going on. You got people continuously bringing this up. Bannon, he's continuously bringing this up. You, yeah, Wired. Here, I'll just pull up his thing. Like I said, Wired man. He Wired, Wired. He's very intelligent, and he's a person who, like I said, he's insanely smart and he's very opinionated. So, like I said, you guys, all right, I'm going to show you guys how I do Twitter. And a lot of people ask me, like, people get mad I follow 295 people. And it's nothing personal. You guys, I would love to have thousands of apes right here. I don't do it to be cool. I don't, it's literally nothing about stuff like that. When I used to follow a whole bunch of people, I literally saw nothing but memes. I saw nothing but this and that. I couldn't even see anything. So all the information I truly needed to connect dots, to follow stories, to see what's going on in the background, to see the things that you guys that matter, all these people put up stuff that I need to see. It's just data. That's it. People need to start, like I said, highlighting certain people where they get that data more than memes. The information, it truly matters. Like I said, how do you pass the test if you don't know what you're studying? How do you pass the test if you can't understand the question? Now, let's talk about phase six real quick before we get into the CNS program, because the CNS program is going to be something where people get real complicated for a second, and I don't want to just push that on you because we've gotten a lot of information real quick. So before we try and understand another mechanic, let's go back to this real quick. What the hell was it? Sorry, let's go to phase six. This is the thing I've been telling everybody about since last February. This, you guys, is the only rule I love and talk about and have talked about forever. This is the only one, in my honest opinion, after the 12,000 hours or however much time I've put into this. This is the rule that I truly believe in my heart. If it doesn't do anything, I will be fucking astonished and heartbroken. And anyone that thinks that I lose credibility, then, well, that's fine. I mean, I guess, like I said, the data tells me this is the thing that's going to make the most sense. And the reason behind it is it's not just controlled by the United States. And I want everybody to understand what is happening with this glitch. Now, with the CNS program, as you guys can see with this iceberg, there is a whole bunch of things they can do. Now, one of the things I want you guys to look at on this iceberg before I go, you guys notice something. I just want to check it out before we get into that. Is if you look over here, you got the 1-day lend. Now, this will tell you guys when they're hurting. This is, if you guys read the documentation from like Overstock, all these past lawsuits, this is one thing I want to talk about quick before we get into this, because so many people scream at Adam Aaron, Ryan Cohen, all these guys. Sue them, make this, fucking attack them. What are we doing? Count, blah, 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 all this stuff. And it's like, all right, I'll get into GameStop for a second. Like I said, you guys, I love GameStop. I have GameStop, and one of the main reasons why I got into this was because I fucking had GameStop and I got fucked, and I started doing DD on why did I get fucked that day, and then I bought a shit ton of AMC, and I thought, why did I get fucked again? And I wasn't gonna let myself get fucked a second time, so that's why I'm so gung ho on AMC. Like I said, I have a lot of GameStop. So I love them both. So we'll get into both of these because I want both communities to come together for a second and just stop. Like, dude, we are up against so much shit. It's ridiculous. I'm already showing you what we're up against. Just people wise, just the 1% wise, the politicians, the regulators, the banks, brokers, fucking market makers, all this shit, family offices. That alone. Now we're up against mechanics because the mechanics with these stupid brokers are all set up for OTC, automatic OTC, automatic OTC, so they can control our buying pressure. They can control all of our shit. And on top of this, when I first started, there's this thing that I wish I gave more attention to. And I feel fucking really dumb about this. And It's a mistake that I made, and I wish it got more attention. And I, honest to God, need to do more research in this because I truly believe the more I look into this subject, this guy is correct. And I kind of pushed it off more and pushed it away, like, yeah, whatever. There's a thing called odd lots, and if we don't order size in like hundreds, these nice round stupid numbers, they can sit there and again fuck with their orders. There's so many different things they can do to us. And if we don't sit there, and this is the thing that I don't get. There's catalyst, bro. We are going to fuck them up. Trust me. We're going to win, and when we win and fuck them up, it's going to be glorious. Because, like I said, we'll get into this in a second. There's things that are happening to where, like I said, the United States, we're going to take a hard punishment. And this is why I've been telling people I cover AMC, I cover GameStop, and then I talk about protecting yourself, and that's it, and more than anything. And I want you to realize what's going on in the United States with your politicians, with all these things, because this matters more than the line, the fucking thing everyone can't fucking stop looking at. Guys, when that fucking thing squeezes, you'll know. I mean, think about this. Truly think about this. If you, honest to God, do you not think your phone's going to blow up when one of them blow up? Do you think you're not going to get notifications? Do you think your friends aren't going to text you? Do you think everyone and their mom's not going to text you? Do you think Twitter's not going to go nuts? Do you think you know what I mean? You're going to see it. And it's not like these squeezes. I'm telling you, on GameStop. I don't care what you're in. Bed Bath, anything. Whatever you're in. Cost, whatever. You guys are chasing your red box, whatever you want to do. It's not going to just squeeze in a matter of a second and you're going to be fucked. These squeezes are gonna last forever. For not forever, but they're gonna last a couple days, maybe even a week. You guys see these days to cover are like 3. I can't remember what AMC is, or games. I honestly God, I haven't even looked at the Ortex or any of that crap because I don't care. Every day they're still borrowing you guys, and every day they're throwing this shit. I'm telling you right now, they're throwing this shit in the derivatives market. They're throwing it all in there. Everybody asks, where does this go? Everybody asks, how can they do this? It's the CNS program. It's ISDA. It literally gives them an infinite share glitch, money glitch. There should be something, there should be netting. I'm going to explain netting so you guys really understand how fucking ridiculous this is. Netting should not exist in the stock market. It shouldn't. It should be an illegal thing. Netting needs to be illegal. If we fucking go and like Dave Lauer or anybody talk to fucking Gary Gensler or any of this shit, what we need to bring up, what we need to talk about more than anything, I don't even give a fuck about transparency. I don't. I don't care about any of that dumb shit. It is so petty, and even if we get transparency in one area, they're gonna make SFTs. They're gonna find more bullshit. What we need to do is ban netting. CNS program. This shit, it should be illegal. It should not exist. What this is it's a giant computer system. It's a vault. Think of a vault. To make this very simple, I'll make this very simple. I'll show you really quick. All right, you have a vault. This vault is at the DTCC. Now, you guys, you're seeing more and more and more how corrupt the DTCC is. Now, everyone goes, why is the DTCC such piles of shit? Well, let's look at who's on there. You have Citadel Securities, head of global operations. Why in the fuck are the regulators the market makers? You have Virtue. You have every one of these banks, okay? Now, let's go into ISDA for 1 second before we go into the CNS program. ISDA. ISDA right now is swap, and I know you've all heard of swap. It's the International Swaps and Derivatives Association. It's where all the bullshit is. There's over $2 quadrillion. Quad, not trillion, quadrillion. Sitting in this shit. Think of how much that is. Okay? You got banks just chucking in trillions by the quarter. By the quarter. 14 trillion in a quarter. Think about it in a fucking quarter, bro. This will be their derivatives at this rate will be at $100 trillion. Probably by Q3. If they keep this shit up. Q4. Because this is going to get worse, you guys. Think about this. This is going to get worse. I don't know if you people are watching Japan. Have you guys been paying attention to Japan and to China and to all these other countries? All of their bonds, all this stuff is crashing. All of these countries are getting fucked, and people don't. It helps us. It truly helps us, and it's what is causing these type of things. It's what's causing this repository system. Now, if you're listening right now, there's one person I really, really, really want you guys to go listen to. His name is Randall Cornett. Sometime it takes 10 minutes. I'm gonna show you a video. This video matters a fucking lot. If you watch this video, you'll understand. Why is it here? Hold on, hold on. He's got a little airplane. This video is a big deal. There is. We'll get into it here. One second. Let me find it. Here, I'm gonna look for this on my other side while I'm talking and explaining and stuff. I'll find it for you, Randall. Randall, if you're in here, puppy, you're okay. You have water right there, bud. Oh, you don't. Give me 1 second. My dog's water's up top. Sorry. Here you go. He couldn't reach his water. He was pissed. My bad, guys. All right. Now is the here and so netting. Let's get in. Let's go back to netting before I get all out of topic. Like I said, I'm sorry. I wish I had more time. I wish I could show you guys everything I knew, and I wouldn't get so out of control off topics all the time. Now, think about this now. I'm going to explain netting to you, and you're going to say, how in the fuck is this legal, okay? Now, fuck it. I'm not going to sit there and draw a damn box. All right, pretend these are all boxes. Fuck it. We'll just do circles. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Each one of these circles are squares, okay? Each one of these is a hedge fund, right? These are hedge funds. They're fucking market makers. They're banks, okay? In the middle here, you have the DTCC. And we just saw how big a piece of shit they are. Now, if you come over here and you look at this, you'll see one of the big benefits. I want you guys to just see the benefits of the CMS program so you understand how fucking ridiculous this is. Now, right here is the first thing. It talks about how the security obligations on a daily basis, they reset them, okay? So they don't care how much of a stock you guys grab, okay? Because you guys hear the word liquidity all the time, right? Liquidity, liquidity. It's all about liquidity in the stock. It's liquidity going through blah, blah, blah. Everything's for fucking liquidity. Well, what this does is so let's say I'm a hedge fund, okay? I'm gonna come into the DTCCCNS program and I need fucking 1,000 shares, okay? I'm fucked. I need 1,000 shares to escape margin. Well, let's say at that moment, you guys remember when you saw Citadel's bullshit? You saw the report and it was 55 billion in shares at a fair market price or whatever the hell the wording was, right? A share market price. Well, they're gonna look at this fucking thing, and they're not gonna at that day, and they're not gonna go, well, it's worth fucking $55 a share right at this second. So, you owe us $50. They're gonna give you the fair market price, which they can go. Well, if you look at the douchebags, this is one of the reasons, you guys. You got the tool baggers that sit there and go like, AMC stocks worth like fucking $2. That's because they're trying to set that price, that fair market value price low. So then they can go, well, we only have $65,000 worth at what these guys are saying it's worth. It's only worth $3. Okay, well, that's a lot of fucking shares. From Rule 203B, fill before locate. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, it's fucking ridiculous. So, is there a way I can do like slow chat people that are like, I just see people are like, do we got some spams going on real quick? Thank you guys, appreciate that. Yeah, my mom's thing was the big scare. She had sepsis. And I don't know if you guys know what sepsis is, but it's an infection, and it's like your body fighting it. And what it does is when it kicks in, it starts, spreading to your other organs really quickly. So it ended up going into her liver, into her kidney, into her bladder, so it like spread rapidly. She had a 104-degree temperature that day. They brought her in. She was fainted on the floor. It was bad. She got through the worst part. She'll still be in there at least till Friday or Saturday on she's on those medicine tubes and all that stuff till at least Friday or Saturday. But they said the worst part's behind her. But yeah, that was super scary. But so back to this netting real quick. So Now what they'll do is they'll say, all right, you owe, let's say just to make it simple, 3,000. We'll make it 3K, but only be $3,000 worth of shares, right? Well, these shares from the DTCC are real shares, and this is what I keep telling everyone. Everybody goes, who knows who is the fucking people that know what's going on? Who has the real number? How do we know? Like, if you guys want to sue somebody, and look I'll show you this right here. If you guys don't believe me, believe somebody who had a conversation. Read this. I will read this one thing right here, and we'll get right back to it. This guy came up and had this guy was in court. This guy was in trial. He was given this thing, and he said to these guys, for companies that are under attack, okay, the CNS program, the counterfeit shares are created by the CNS program are thought to be 10 or 20 times the disclosed failure to deliver. Listen to this now. And the true CNS total are only obtained by successfully serving the DTC with a subpoena because the SEC does not even get this information. The process is more complex than this. I'll get into the process in a second. But X clearing and CNS counterfeiting are used to create an enormous reserve of counterfeit shares that the industry refers to as strategic failure to deliver. Most people would refer to these as stockpiles of counterfeit shares that can be used for market manipulation. Now, when we get back to this, what you're going to do here is you're going to have all these guys, okay? They're going to say, I need 1,000 shares. But when it comes into this computer, okay, it's only going to say $3,000. It's not for this person. It doesn't give a fuck about the 1,000 shares, right, of AMC. It doesn't give a shit about the shares of GameStop. What it cares about is the continuous net dollar settlement. That's why it's called continuous net settlement. It worries about the net of the settlement of what I just showed you, the fair market value. That's what it cares about. It doesn't care what it is, who it belongs to, it cares about the total. And as long as this total here inside of this marketing, this is called a netting system, okay? As long as the total inside of this netting system, right here, inside this square, no matter how much these guys grab, as long as the cash total is it's there, boom. That's what they care about. They don't care about the stock. So this is how they can create these shares, these counterfeit shares, this blah 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 crap, because they don't care about the stock. They care about the value of money because that's liquidity inside. What's up, baby? Here, what are you hungry? You didn't eat? Yeah. Food. Give me 2 seconds. My puppy didn't eat food. I tried to give him this new food and he won't eat it. He's being a little stingy, so I gotta fucking. Oh, I'll get to how we'll win. We're gonna win, you guys. Trust me. We are going to win this, and I'm gonna show you this. The reason I'm showing you all this stuff is because you need to understand the play that you're up against. Because it's more than just a stock play. Like I said, it's a freedom play. It's a whole bunch of shit that this shit should enrage people. This is shit that should be fucking in books. This is shit that people should be when they were sitting there sipping champagne that day on those balconies, they're gonna do that again, you guys. It's just fucking insane. Now, this shit with the CNS program, I'm gonna show you a couple more things, and you're gonna go, what the fuck? Now, look at this. One of the main things with this, okay, the main benefactors I was talking about for you guys is for the market makers. Citadel, Virtue, all these banks, okay? This exclusion right here is the main benefit. This exclusion is the main benefit of the CNS program. Okay, if you look right here, while CNS deliveries are made, okay, while CNS deliveries are made using member depository positions, members can exempt certain short positions to avoid segregation violations and meet other delivery needs. Now, people are going, what the fuck does that mean? Let me explain it to you guys in easier terms. What this means is, if you're a market maker and somebody has an order, that means you have an obligation to fill this order, correct? According to Rule 203B, and according to the way the system's set up, as a market maker, their job in the market is to create liquidity. That is what they're there for. So with these exemptions now, they're going to say to this market maker, hey, if you need shares, okay, if you ran out of shares in your internalizer, because a lot of people ask me all the time, Bigums, how the fuck do they have this much shares in internalization? Is it because of all these options? Is it through all these puts? Where are they getting all these shares for this internalizers? And I was like, they're getting them through the internalizers, but at the same time, as much as you think they're using those, they're using fucking this way more. Because by law, now watch this, it gets even worse. By the regulations and rules, they're allowed to do this. Now, it gets even stupider. Watch this. There's a thing for the CNS program, okay? Now, the way that the CNS program works, so you have this netting, okay? I'm going to show you right now how fucked up the regulators are and why this system is such a fucking joke. Explain to me how this is possible, okay? Now, about 12 years ago, in 2013, there was a law, and it was passed by the SEC. Now, when this law was passed, you used to have the NSCC, okay? The NSCC. Oh, I'm sorry, puppy. You're moving my hand, buddy. Can I sit you down, please? Here, hold on. My dog gotta get. Let me sit my. Here. The NS. Okay, so you have the NSCC that was in charge of this thing. Okay. Now, after a certain amount of days, I can show you some documents here too, if you guys want me to pull up the documents. Now, after a certain amount of days or a certain amount of period, what's supposed to happen is they go into this thing. It's called a buy-in. Okay. The NSCC goes in and says, I'm doing a buy-in and you need to pay back the net salary. Like I said, I'm not talking about the shares, guys, okay? I'm talking about the net salary of those shares. But by doing that net salary, that takes us the CNS position out of those shares, so it will raise or lower the price. But we will never see that movement on any of the data, okay? Now, these buy-ins, listen to how fucked up this is, and I don't get how this is possible. This law was passed, and this law was passed, and after it did, it took the ability from the NSCC, okay? It took their ability to force buy-ins away. Now, to show you how big of a deal this is a government document. I don't like to show you guys facts. I don't like to say anything without showing you guys facts from government documents. Just so you know, I'm not making any of this up. This is the SEC telling you. This is the DTC telling you. So don't argue with me. Argue with them and lawyers. Now, if you guys come over here and check this out, because this is crazy. Like I said, this is fucking shit that like this is the stuff people should be showing you. This is the stuff where people should be going, holy fuck, when you realize just how crooked the casino is. I want you to understand. All right, to put this in terms, like I said, we're gonna win. The deck is stacked, but in the end of the day, we're still holding royal flushes, my friend. And nothing, I don't care what you do, will beat royal flushes until they make aces wild, which rewrites the whole game. There's nothing they can do to beat us. But I'm going to show you just how fucked up, because there are moments. I want people to understand. There's moments where we should have squeezed. There are moments where people might have said this was going to do this, and it could have actually done it, and you don't know, because as you guys saw right here, what if the DTCC just said, yep, you're right. This is why, after reading this document, I look back on I'm not sticking up for YouTubers. I'm not. And I'm not sitting here defending them. And like I said, you know who the fuck is grifting. We're big boys and girls. I don't need to hold your hand and tell you who's grifting. You know. You know. We're not here to bash people. You're here to make your own decisions. But like I said, we need to come together as a community. All of these people that have these large voices, we got to get this shit out. Don't like me, credit me, don't credit me. I don't give a fuck. Trey, if you're out there listening, anyone in the movement, Matt Kors, I don't give a fuck even. Like I said, I don't care. Anything you're seeing here, make a video, dude. This is the shit that fucking matters, you guys. This is what we need to be showing followers. The CNS program, this shit, the mechanics. So when they don't go our way, people won't understand you have this much affecting what we don't see, and you have, according to a 606 report from Fidelity. Think about this, you guys. 606 report. The actual data showed you guys 2 fucking percent of you are direct routing. 2. Even after I showed you guys this forever, I've shown step by steps. I made videos. I pushed it out. 2% of people are direct routing, and people that go know it's Fidelity's fault. Trust me, you guys. It's not fucking Fidelity. People are so lazy, it's crazy. And then when they sit there and go, well, I switched to Fidelity, and I'm like, you guys, and I'll be like, did you switch to the beta? They're like, what are you talking about? And then I know they're not doing it right because people, this is one of the things for everyone listening to me that does DD. Because listen, I know how fucking hard it is, you guys. I know how fucking hard it is. Trust me. It is hard as fuck to get your message out. It is hard as fuck to make people give a fuck. It is. I have talked to ISDA. I've literally talked to ISDA. God, I can't even fucking remember with Randall Cornett. Me and Randall Cornett have talked to ISDA, you guys, for 12 months. And it's not like we just talk about it. We push this shit every day. I don't know another person, a single person, that talks about the CNS program. And it literally with documents, literally with documentation from regulators shows you it creates billions of shares and no one cares. You guys, it literally shows you it creates billions of shares and no one cares. That's a big deal, man. That's a big deal. Now, to show you how fucked up this is, let's get back to the CNS program and these volumes. Sorry, this dog is distracting the fuck out of me. Baby, you're okay, I promise. But you have 12,000 toys, 6 bones. What do you need? Keep on game. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not trying to like show you guys or add my shit. Like I know it's just like I said, you guys. It's so much more easier for me. So I do apologize because I'm not trying to advertise my videos. If people are like, what the hell is he doing? It's just so much easier for this because I have. If I showed you guys my files right now, I like I said, I have 9,000 snapshots. I could never find this shit. Now, hold on, give me 2 seconds. All right. So you have these NSCC buy-ins. Now, this is another thing I want you guys to see right now. This is a huge fucking deal because as we see all the time, everything is up to interpretation. You know what I mean? It's oh, and significant buying pressure when it's this, when it's that. Read this thing. Oh my God, hold on, my dog's about to take a shit. Hey, we're gonna go outside. Give me 2 seconds, you guys. Give me 2 seconds, please. If you're reading the screen right now and you're asking what line I'm reading, it's right here on the bottom. CNS until such times. Give me 2 minutes and we'll keep going. My puppy's about to poop on the floor. Come on, come on. 2 seconds, guys. Sorry. Oh, no, but I'm sorry. That's right. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now? I'm sorry about that, you guys. I've been going on for fucking 6 minutes. Sorry about that. I wanted to mute myself. I was letting the dog out. Didn't want you guys to hear that. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Now, let's get back into this. Now, to show you guys how ridiculous this is, okay? I'm gonna let this catch up. People are saying I'm muted. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm letting this catch up. Letting this catch up. Let me know if you guys can hear me. 1 second. Sorry. Sure, this is hello, 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 hello. Yep, there it is. All right. You guys hear me now? There we go. Perfect. All right. Now let's go back to this. I'm sorry about that, you guys. I didn't realize the puppy pushed he pushed my mute button on the side when I picked him up. My bad. What the hell you go? For it. Okay. All right, back to this now. Now, I'm gonna show you how fucked up this is, okay? This line right here should show you alone. Now, this is the problem with this market. Like I said, everything is involved with these regulators. Everything is so, hey, it, self-regulation. It's up to interpretation. It's always, you know, how can you interpret this? Well, if you look at this line here, it says, in addition, so this is the CNS. If you look here, it's from the SEC.gov. This is the SEC website, all right? If you look here, it says market makers may maintain temporary short positions in CNS until such time as there's significant trading to flatten out their position. So a lot of people sit there and look at these market makers and go, how are they able to, another way to lower the stocks this way and not take these risks and blah, blah, blah. It's because they can dip into the CNS program. They're part of the DTCC, and the DTCC is regulating this now. Now I'm going to show you more how ridiculous this fucking gets. Now, since it says significant trading has flattened out their position, market makers may maintain temporary short positions. So, what the hell does that mean? Until it's significant enough to flatten out their position, so the market makers are allowed to continuously think about this. The market makers are allowed to continuously take out shares, take out shares, take out shares until fucking positioning's flattened. And everybody wonders how they have us fucking just slammed down for so long. It's because all these stupid things came up. These fucking people. I hate these fucking people. I fucking hate these people. Like, the shit we're up against, the fucking true corruption, you guys, that we're up against is truly ridiculous. And like I said, I hope by the end of this, you guys understand truly what we're up against and how hard this is. And why it's like, you guys, this is, and I know you hear this all the time, and it truly matters. This is an emotional play, as you guys are all feeling it. You're feeling it now. You've been in the stock for so long. And this is one of the problems with the stock. A lot of people jumped in here in GameStop and AMC, and none of you guys were in the stock market before. So you don't truly understand what it means to go long on a stock. I have stocks. My best friend has stocks. We've held them for 4, 5 years, 6 years. We're long on these companies. Yeah, they're good. They're gone. They've gone up. Yeah, we could have sold. Might have went down a little bit at points. We haven't peaked them out, but we're long on them. We think that they're going to do big things and can actually be massive payouts. We're hedging against certain things with these. And, come on, stop. But a lot of people looked at this and, hey, it's a quick, $5. This is quick $20. It's $100, $300, and I'm going to make a million. And they didn't look at how, AMC was financially. And there was this thing, GameStop, financially, not even just, they're out of debt. It's look at what they're making a quarter, burning, you know what I mean? They're still a great company. And like I said, GameStop's in a great position. Don't get me wrong. You got all these things coming out. You're NFT marketplace. I don't know what at this exact moment is happening with the dividend. I've heard different things, but it's like we'll see it when it happens. But I'm not gonna worry about that at this exact moment. But to stop, bud. Sorry, he's biting my fucking leg. It's got the little sharp teeth. But anyway, so let's get back into the CNS programs. People understand just how fucked up this is. So once again, you have a rule that they're allowed to open up short position for X amount of time, which X is up to interpretation, which is a fucking joke. Okay? Now, if you guys remember what I was talking about with these buy-ins, this is this is important. This is ridiculous. Now, if you guys look right here with these buy-ins, this survey was done. This is from who the hell was it? This the NSCC. Okay, the NSC put out a report that they did. Buddy, give me that. Can you please chew on anything else? So they put out this report on the CNS program and these buy-ins and the effects of this rule that took place and took away their ability to force them. Which they're like, well, okay, let's see how bad this is now that we can't make people do these buy-ins. So if you guys look at this, like I said, this was done 8-9 years ago. This survey, okay. Think of how much worse it's gotten in 9 years. As you guys saw, um, just in this report here alone, over the last couple of years, look at all the shit they've forgiven just in the last since 2000, March of 2020. So think of how much has been added from that time period alone, you guys. Think about that. Think of how many people went into this, just dipped into this piece of shit, and was like, let's go, and it's good to go. It's insane. This is all legal. Now, if you look at this and you add this up and add like that moment in time and go, holy fuck, and you come to realize these billions of shares, I'm telling you, this is even SEC people, NSCC, they're literally admitting it to you. They have this in past reports. I'm not lying. Nothing I'm saying is wrong. Do the math. Now, at this time, think about this. So in 2013, they said that they wanted to do 6,000 notices of intent to buy-ins are filed each day. That means that 6,000 back in 2013, okay? 6,000 a day people were supposed to pay these shares and they didn't pay them. So that they were like, hey, you got to come pay these now, right? Out of those 6,000 a day, right? 20 resulted in execution. So out of 6,000, only 20 people were paying it. 20 out of 6,000. And this was in 2013. Now it's gotten more worse and more and more and more and more corrupt since that time. Now, like I said, even look at this time period of 2020. Now, what are the numbers? How many notices of intent to buy are filed each day, and how big are they in the CNS program, and how much are getting filled? What's this number? It went from 6,000 to what? 60,000? 600,000? Well, I don't know. And what's that? 200? 300? So in other words, we're still at fucking like 5% of these fuckers. So I'm showing you right now, they're allowed to have these net positions, these short positions in this CNS program. I'm showing you legal documentation. There's billions of fucking shares from this program. It fucking matters. And I'm showing you because of that filing, because of that, the NSCC is, here you go. Because of that, the NSCC has no authority under SEC rules to force the buy-in anymore. Again, it's something that's regulated on faith, okay? This is my point to you guys. This is why I keep saying everything they taught you in schools and governments about the stock market, it's all faith value. Faith value. They're watching this. But in true value, they have zero power to do anything about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Everybody hates the SEC. I fucking hate the SEC. But according to rules and things, there's shit stopping them. But at the same time, they might go hit up fucking piece of shit FINRA after they find something, and this should not exist. Crime is crime. There should be no such thing as an acceptance, waiver, and consent, you guys. Think about this. Next time you commit a felony, a crime, because they're committing felonies in broad daylight. They're literally, this is the extent of robbing. Think about this. If I went and robbed a bank tomorrow, how much money would I make? Maybe 1 million. Maybe. Maybe they have 1 million cash on hand. I doubt they have 1 million cash on hand. Let's be real. But they take that in a half a second with a click of a button. And what happens? They sign a piece of paper without admitting any wrongdoing. Now people are sitting there like, who cares? You guys got to understand what this means. If you're accepting this, think about law in the United States. What do we have? You can't be tried for the same thing twice, correct? Correct. Double jeopardy. You can't do it. So, when these pieces of shit come in here and they sign this fucking garbage, okay? What do you think is going to happen? They get away with it, they pay a small fine, and now they can't be criminally charged because guess fucking what? They're already getting fucking charged and accepted it. They've already paid a fine for that act. They cannot be charged again for that fucking act. You see what I'm saying? It's a complete joke. It is fucking the most stupidest thing I've ever fucking seen. You have all of these regulators, and even in here, it continuously talks about fucking FINRA and how FINRA is just sitting here fucking, eh? I don't know if you guys saw this. This should piss you off to the fucking floor. Look at this. This is your regulators right here. You ready for this? When committing staff inquiry, FINRA would communicate its observations regarding blah 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 stress test orally without making an official written fine. They literally just like call them up, like, what up, buddy? Hey, are your numbers good? Word. And then when they say why, watch this. They call it the best fucking practice. This is the best. Fuck. Am I not spelling practice right? Like, what the fuck? They called it the, where the hell is it? Yeah, they called it like the best practices was just by doing phone calls. Okay, think about this. That's like saying, let me call up a fucking villain. Let me call up a bank robber and go, you didn't rob that bank, did you? No. Oh, let me cross you off the fucking list. What do you mean? That's all I had to do was just say no? That's literally what's happening. I don't want to admit that I did it, so you can't charge me. You can't charge me criminally. And now you guys, let's watch this. Let's go here. This should not exist. What's the difference? Blue collar crime is crime committed by any individual from lower social class as opposed to white collar crime, which is associated by crime committed by someone of a higher level social class. Think about how fucked up that is. We have two forms of crime in the United States. If you're listening, you have two forms of crime in the United States. Now, when people sit there and they complain and bitch and scream and everyone's like, "Oh, you're just bitching," no, there's literally two rules. There's two sets of rules in this country. If you don't believe me, ask that, ask that fucking chick who is recruiting fucking. Think about this. Okay, what's that girl's name on Smallville? Let's look at this. What's that fucking Smallville actress? What the fuck was that girl's name? I can't remember that chick's name. She's the girl who was like fucking bringing in chicks for like some sex fucking paid thing. What's their fucking name? Smallville actresses, Oh, I'm sorry, Smallville actresses. I was like, what the hell is this doing? Here, this chick, this fucking chick, this psycho chick here. What the fuck? What is going on in this country? People are just getting 3 years for fucking sex trafficking and like recruiting fucking women? What's going on, man? Like, literally, what the fuck? Alright, whatever. I guess he fucking destroyed my point. I was gonna say, fucking rich people clearly fucking Maxwell Gasly, this chick clearly lives by fucking different rules. This is shit like their clients. Their clients. How the fuck do we not know every one of them? How are they all not fucking beheaded? Because guess who they were? Fucking bankers. It was Bill fucking Gates. It was these fucking freak mafia piece of fucking trash that wanted to do these fucking disgusting shit so they bought their own island. Think of how fucked up that is. That is fucking truly disgusting. Now, let's get to this thing because I'm all over the fucking world. Now, I want to get to why we're gonna win and how we're gonna win because I know I've been sitting here and a lot of people are like, "Holy fuck!" For the last hour, I've been showing like just ranting on how fucked up it is, and I can keep going. I can keep going for sure because the situation is that bad. When people sit there and look at me and say I never have to think a positive shit to say, it's because it's fucking that bad, you guys. It's that bad. Oh, like I said, man, holy fuck. I want this to squeeze as bad as every one of you listening. Every one of you. Like I said, I've shown you my guys' fucking earnings on YouTube. You want to see what it is? I'll show you it right now. I don't do this for fucking because I'm fucking making a killing on fucking YouTube. I don't do this shit. I do this shit because my shares will also pop when yours do. I get fucking rich when all of you listening get rich. And I love that. That's the way I want it to go. Because the second I get fucking rich, or my channel takes off, and I'm fucking making fluff pieces and bullshit. Next thing you know, my passion will go away, and that's natural as a human being. So for people to get mad at Trey and all this shit, am I mad at Trey and them for fucking slowing down? No, they played their part. They did their role. They brought people in. They got them awareness. Now it's my turn, once the awareness is here, to fucking educate. If they don't want to educate more, good. Go the fuck away, do your thing, get your fucking whatever, and point people in the right direction because you owe us that much. That's it. You owe us that much because we've made your life change forever. Here is my YouTube forever, you guys. Everybody watching. This is why, like I said, I get paid when you do. I've made $4,000, $4,777 in ad revenue, super chat, and everything. And if you look at how you break it down, this is my point, you guys. There are people in the world, and the reason I bring this up, there are people in the world that would do great things in politics. There are people like me, I truly give a fuck. I want to make more videos. I want to educate people so you guys are more comfortable. But at the same time, I have a wife. I have a new dog. Like, I have a company I'm in. I'm very high up. I work like 60 hours. I can't ever jeopardize that. But like I said, we're in this shit together, you guys. We are fucking 1000% in this together. And I promise you, out of that $4,777, 4,200 of that went to my mom's medical bills. That's it. Like I said, I don't do this for money, and these are the type of people that need to be in politics. They're out there. There are good people out there. There are people out there that want people to succeed and fucking, do good in the world. I would love it if the fucking all of us succeeded. Like I said, I get paid when all of you get paid. But at the same time, I get a lot of people screaming at me because I don't make videos all the time and blah blah blah. And it's like I said, this isn't my job. I just want to do this for you guys. I do this for myself. It's my comfort. But like I said, this is the type of shit. Like I said, I'm doing this for you guys. I'm giving you the right answers because it'll help me make that money too. We gotta fucking start like that. We gotta evolve, guys. We gotta. And if you think that that's a lot of money, if you break that down by how many hours I put in, I make about a penny. I've made a penny for an hour because I put in 20,000 hours. So how many of you would work that hard for a penny an hour, dude? Like I said, man, it's not always about the money. And for those type of people, no, I work in computer programming, man. Like I said, I'm a SQL developer. I work in HTML. I work in C sharp sharp. I'm fine. Like, financially, I'm fine. I've made money in the stock market. I'm fine. I don't need to make money off the community. At this point, I've turned my chats on because, like I said, I've had them off for fucking 13 months, and at some point, the wife was getting pissed that I was doing all of this stuff for free and spending more time on the computer than I was with her. And now I can buy her a little present. Like I said, I bought the other $700 I probably spent on her. I gotta make the wife happy, or she's gonna make it so I never come back on. Trust me. But like I said, guys, this shit fucking matters. This is the stuff we gotta be learning. You gotta learn the mechanics. You gotta learn what they're doing. So when they do it to you, and these people tell you this is about to happen, you're not let down. Because at this point, if you truly look at the play, let's honest to God look at GameStop. Let's look at GameStop. Let's look at AMC. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Why do I do that? It fucking drives me nuts. Like, just make a new thing, dude. There you go. All right, you got GameStop. Who's just fucking? killing it. You got fucking. Alright, chat. Everybody in here with me. Let's all do this together. Let's look at the difference between the stocks from fucking last year to now at this point. AMC. Download. AMC has closed 95 theaters, right? And they've opened 12. Okay, so they've closed 9. I think it was 98, actually. Let me fucking double check. I think it was 98. I don't want to be wrong. It's 98 or 95, one of the two. Is It's in one of their earnings reports. I can't remember. Whatever, we'll go back. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 3 year off, whatever. So they've closed 98 underperforming stores since last year, okay? And I know people sit there, and this is one thing that really sucks in this movement. It really fucking sucks, and I don't get how it happened. And I feel like it's a hedgy getting into our heads. How in the living fuck do people literally look at us and say, fundamentals don't matter on AMC? Fundamentals don't matter on GameStop on the short squeeze. You guys, that's all that fucking matters. Can you guys imagine if AMC this entire time, these last couple months, was turning profits, turning profits, turning profits, turning profits? If GameStop was turning profits, turning profits, turning profits, even without the fucking marketplace going up and all these other changes they're about to do? What the hell what's gonna happen with all these other things? As you guys can see, one of the main things, these fucking tool bags, what they do on short and distort is they sit there and they fucking, I bet I could click, watch this. I guess this is all fucking, I don't even care about Motley, well, fuck them. All these stupid piece of shit articles, okay? All these fucking garbage articles, all this short and distort. One of the main things in short and distort is bashing the stock. If you can't bash the stock, what are they gonna do, you guys? On top of that, if AMC is raking in cash, AMC is expanding, AMC is fucking paying down debt, AMC finally gets it to this dividend. Now, what I want you guys to understand, you guys, let's fucking think about this. A lot of people, so we went up to 98, so he closed this. These stores were all underperforming, and these stores were costing them cash. They were burning cash up the ass on these 98 stores. They bought 12 stores that were all in the top 150. At that moment, Adam Aaron said we got 24%. In his last earnings, he said we got 24%, okay, of the box office revenue. That number I showed you guys earlier, fucking blah blah blah. Where the hell is it? Whatever. That 2.3 billion I showed you guys. AMC said that they earned 23% in the first quarter or whatever. Blah blah. I think it was the first quarter or the fourth quarter last year. I can't remember. After closing those stores and getting rid of all that bullshit, right? They're now making 28%. So not not only are they, they're not burning. I mean, 78 fucking theaters, you guys, that rent. They're paying down deferred fucking rent. A lot of people don't understand when they first, like I said, we're gonna get into AMC for a second, and I'm gonna get into GME, you guys. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get into EMG. The reason I'm getting into AMC is because AMC, when people first bought it, everybody bought the stock, but nobody looked at the fundamentals of AMC. Nobody understood how bad they were, in debt, how bad of a play they were. And then when I sat there and explained to everybody over the course of the year why Adam Aaron did the things he did, why he paid back Silver Lake, why he gave Mudrick those shares, why they did all of that money, everybody still wanted to cut his fucking head off. And I explained to you, if I was the CEO, honest to God, if I was the CEO of fucking AMC theaters at that time when he did the Mudrick shit and all that stuff, yeah, I got some good mods. I love y'all mods. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Coiled, I always love you. Always one of my favorites. What else we got going on, mods? Diaz, no, I love you, my friend. Jam Bam, we got some good mods. I think Liz is in here. I don't know why I don't have Wired as a mod yet. Let me put him up here as well. But yeah, GameStop. We'll get into it in a second. Their financially wasn't even. They're obviously even comparable to AMC. AMC had like what 5 billion in debt, and they had interest and they had notes that were paying at like what was it fucking those highest interest. I think they were 17.5%. AMC and interest alone, and on top of that, they had like what was it 400 million? I can pull up that thing. They had like I can't remember. I can't honestly God right off the top of my head. I've been doing a lot of shit. I've had my mom a lot of things on my mind. I can't remember exactly every number off the top of my head for a second. Give me 1 second there. AMC talked about deferred rent on last one. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. Was the earnings? Deferred rent. They've been paying it down by hundreds of millions at a time. Their deferred rent is due. So a lot of people don't understand when it comes down to AMC's debt. If you actually break down their debt and look at their notes and when they're due and these bonds and when each one of these are like everyone's so worried about, oh man, they got this debt, this debt, this debt. And then you sit there and you look at Adam Aaron and he doesn't give a fuck about it. And on top of that, you sit there and you look at all of their partners. AMC is getting they're back in partnerships. I don't know if you guys have realized, but they're back in partnership with Disney. And that's fucking a big deal. They're back in partnership with a lot of people. And if you look at that Q4 number, now let me pull it up quick here. Now, Adam Aaron, if you guys remember the last earnings here, so right here, if you look at this, now a lot of people sat there and like I said, I don't like to call people GME elitist, but there are out there. Like you said, you guys, I love GameStop. I fucking love GameStop. I mean, in my introduction, I've always talked about GameStop. They're like I said, they're in my intro. That's all I talk about is GameStop and AMC. So the fact to me that you have people that just straight hate the other one is to me is insane when you look at what's going on in the background. You cannot tell me that there's been this much buying on AMC. When you look at AMC in retail, I'm sorry, I have so many tweets. I would love to show you a tweet right now. But they showed you retail's number within the last Q4 and Q1 and it was like 4.0 on the scale. So people are literally buying GameStop retail wise at a fucking insane rate, and no one's selling it. And it's been going on for fucking ever. Like I said, with the CNS program, with these OTC trades, you guys, you're giving them so much time. You're giving them so much fucking time to fill these orders. And then in the end of the day, like I said, these are the things we need to be fucking focusing on. This is the shit. When like I would love to, I speak with Dave Lauer. I'm gonna try and talk to him. You guys, this is something we got to do. A lot of people ask me another step. What can we do? Dave Lauer, like I said, you guys, I do not support businesses. I don't fucking advertise businesses. I don't fucking ever put up people that will do the same. Wired's not going to sit there and show you guys ads. Wired's not going to promote fucking brokers or any of that shit. They're not people I show you will not promote anything. This is why I don't show you YouTubers. Randall Cornett, when I show you Randall Cornett does not fucking have a sponsorship. Randall Cornett does not work with a broker. Anyone I show you, I don't care if you have one sponsor. I don't care if you have a paid Discord. If you do, I won't show you. It's that simple. I don't like to show grifters, people like that. If you have super chats, here's the thing. I used to fucking hate super chats. But then I realized I've talked to everybody on both sides of it. People that fucking hate it, people that like it, people that destroy YouTubers over it, and I used to fucking destroy YouTubers over it. And in the end of the day, you know what I realized? Nobody makes you push that button. And in the end of the day, they put in all this time and effort, and some people know, like I showed you guys, how much time and effort. I have a wife. Imagine if my wife was like, fuck that shit, you're not doing YouTube anymore. How much less information would be out there. I understand people have different situations. But when you're sitting there grifting fucking 48-13 shit like that, yeah, you need to be called out. But like I said, so let's go back to Dave quick. This thing he's doing, he actually got a meeting. He spoke to Gary Gensler. He spoke to the SEC. He presented data. He fought them. He heard their counter argument. He presented our fucking case. One thing people do not understand, and this is why I can't express this enough, and it matters so fucking much, you guys. This is like going in. Okay, let's explain this. All right, think about it this way. If you went to a poll, okay, let's say you went to a poll, because I know everybody's so passionate about their politics. So this is what will make you feel passionate about this, okay? Let's say you went to a voting poll, okay? And you went up there and you put, I don't care what you are, red or blue, like I said, they don't give a fuck about you, but you do your thing and you like yours, whatever you want to do. But I hope one day you understand they don't care and we need to stand up for each other. But imagine if you went in there and you're a Democrat or Republican or whatever, and you clicked your fucking button, right? And you thought your voice was heard, and in the end of the day, you found out your votes were held in street name. Okay? Now, what that means is this is what's happening, you guys. This is truly what's happening in the stock market right now. Now, you have retail shares held in street name by the brokers, and people go, what does that mean? If you look over at this at street name, what this means is a security is held in street name when a broker holds it on behalf of a client. As you guys know, we do not get paper things. This is why people talk about DSR. And I know a lot of people want me to talk about DSR. I know a lot of people want me to talk about it badly. And I have so many mixed opinions on DSR right now. I just don't, to God, know. Because, let's see here, how do I explain with DSR here with the problem? Okay. They have us by the balls when it comes to DSR, okay? Because there's rules in the stock market that if you take out enough shares, enough liquidity of a stock market, it can get delisted, okay, from the stock exchange. On top of that, you see so many people do it now with GameStop, and I wanted to sit there and because I'll tell you the benefits. I'll tell you guys the benefits right now, and I'll tell you the disadvantages, and we'll get back to street name because this all ties together. Now, when you DSR a share, you get it from the fucking, oh, god damn it, I can't remember the stupid thing word off the top of my head. Whatever, the guys who print their share. I can't remember the hell it's called. Sorry, can't remember the share right now. Blah blah blah. Whatever. They print you the share. Blah blah blah. You get it. It's in your name now. It's no longer in a stock market. This is what CEOs do. This is what high up, VPs and people that aren't going to sell a single one of their shares for years do. Now let me explain why. And then, like I said, you make your own call on DSR. But you gotta understand the repercussions to doing this because I've looked into this, especially if you want to squeeze. Now, let's say we lock up the float. Let's say I don't know what the percentage is. I've been trying to find it and I've been asking Dave, but Dave's so busy doing all these things, he hasn't been able to get back to me. There's a percentage of shares. If we DSR our shares and take too much liquidity out, they can delist us. Now, if that happens, like I said, you just fucked yourself. You just hurt yourself over. Now, the people that go, well, we don't want everyone to DSR. Now, let me tell you the disadvantages quick to DSR before we get into this, and we'll get into the advantages of DSR. The disadvantages. If you're trying to sell, and if you read the fine print, if you go into all the DSR stuff, it literally says during market vitality, if you're trying to sell, it might not work, period. On top of that, if you sell over a certain amount, it's 250,000. You need to write it in and send it in via mail. Your order. By that time, the squeeze could be over. By that time, it could be so much less. You could lose out on so much money. And I know a lot of people sit there, and here's my point, and I know what everyone's gonna say. I know what everyone's gonna say to me. Bigums, this is to just do an infinity loop pool and lock it up. Okay, well, here's my counter argument to that, okay? Here's my counter argument to everyone who, this is for an Olympic, okay? By A, doing that, if you do it too much, you'll get delisted. By C, you guys can see by doing these certain things, locking up these shares, it doesn't make as effective. It doesn't affect as you think. Now those shares are locked up, and when it comes to squeeze time, which we've all been in this play for, you're going to have problems come sell time, and that is my worst fear. The one thing when Astro made that video, and he asked Trey and he asked Matt, all those guys, you know, what's your worst fear coming out of all of this? And Trey said, my worst fear is this never happens, everyone gets fucked, and blah blah blah. And my worst fear is it happens because I know it's gonna, because I see the back end, I see the derivatives, I see the banks, I see China, I see Japan, I see the fucking housing market, I see all this shit that people should be watching. I see the selling going on. I've driven down the street and seen houses up the fucking ass for sale. If you don't believe me, once again, I love to show proof. Go to the richest neighborhood in your town. Okay? Just take 5 minutes. Go to the richest neighborhood in your town and drive up and down 2 or 3 streets. And now I want you to understand something. If you're in a town and you have a couple streets worth and there's more than one house selling within those couple streets, that's a big deal. That's a lot of houses selling. That means something's going on to where they're not affording it. They're selling for a reason. Now, if you look here, like I've been telling you guys, the housing market will crash. The feds are going to start doing QT. They've said it. At some point in time, you have to do it. You can't. Here, you guys. Look at this. Think about this alone. If you sit here and you're the feds and you're fucking, oh God, this is your answer? All right. $500,000 right now. Watch this. 500 fucking $1,000, you guys. Think about this. $500,000 is the average house cost. $500,000. Now sit down and grab a calculator if you think, and think of how long at your job. Now take inflation, okay? I want you to truly budget this and truly understand, you guys, why I'm, like I said, I need you guys to prepare. I don't care about views, I don't care about any of this shit. Every single person that messages me, every fucking one, every one of these DMs, I get, and every one of them that says to me, I got out of a ISDA bank and I switched to a credit union, I cannot truly fucking tell you how happy it makes me feel that I fucking saved someone. Because I promise you, if you do not believe when I tell you all of this stuff, I've showed you everything. Tell me one thing I've been wrong about. Tell me one thing I've been wrong about. I've told you about the banks. I told you about the drugs. I've told you about the sex trafficking. I've told you about the politicians. I've told you about the housing market, how it's going to crash. I've told you about the bonds, how they're about to go down. And there was just 10 trillion in the bonds like not even a couple weeks ago. I told you to buy commodities. Do you guys remember over the last 8 or 9 months now, I've been saying, you guys, I promise you the dollar is going to get fucked. And I promise you, if you buy commodities right now, you will be so fucking much happier. And I do not mean gold stocks. I don't mean silver bullshit. I mean fucking true gold. I mean coins. I mean fucking, you gotta hold it in your hand. If it's not in your hand, you don't own it. Trust me. It will be fucking repackaged. It will be what we go through called, I promise you, they will take your asset and they will run it through this process. It's called securitization. And I promise you, they take your assets and they pool them together and they repackage them in the derivatives market. And they will re-fucking sell you those. Just like in 2008 with the tranches. You had your mortgage-backed security tranches. You had the people that could not afford them getting mortgages and mortgages, just like in The Big Short. You had the strippers who had fucking how many houses? She was dancing and she said, I own 5 houses. And he says, what the fuck? How does that happen? It's the same shit. Now, when I showed you guys how this is 2008 but worse, People were like, what? No, you're wrong. And I showed you literally how they evolved. Everything that crashed the United States. I showed you everything. The naked credit default swaps. We'll get to those. We can go back and cover it all in a second here too. The naked to credit default swaps are the new fucking tranches. You guys, you remember in 2008, what did they say about the mortgage-backed securities? Why did they do this? Why did it happen? Because they believed, think about this, truly think about this. They believed that nobody would not pay their mortgage and it couldn't stop. It was unfailable. Nobody could fuck this up. You know what I mean? You had to pay your mortgage. No one wanted to go on the street. It's 100% guaranteed, correct? That's what happened. Now, if you look at today's modern, now we'll get to this in 2 seconds because you'll understand why this is irrelevant. Now, if you come over to today's stock market and you look at 2008, the mortgage-backed securities, the tranches, right? First of all, at this time period, the Fed did not own. We're going to go to 2020. Right now, you have the Fed who own 3 trillion, you guys. Trillion. This is no fucking joke. The Feds, everyone listening, the Feds are the biggest real estate agent in the world. Now I want you to understand what's about to fucking happen because of this bailout. I need you to watch this. This is important. If you look over here, what's going to happen? This shows you how the government is going to fuck you and make you pay for this. You guys, like I said, you guys, I'm going to show you everything so you understand truly what the hell's happening. This play, we cannot give up. We can't give up. We still won, and we're fucking gonna win. Everything points in our direction, and I'm telling you, like I said, I know I keep saying this and we haven't gotten to it yet. Let's get to this now. Fuck it. We'll get to this in 2 seconds. I want to cheer everybody up because everybody's sitting here like, fuck, Brian, Bigums. All right, my name's Brian. I don't give a fuck. My name's Brian. This is why people don't like to watch my streams because I'm gonna hit you with nothing but fucking facts. And the problem is the facts right now in the world. Hi Pantheon, how you doing, buddy? The facts are sad. The facts are depressing, and the facts could piss you off. The facts could make us enraged. The facts could make if these aren't things to make. Like I said, when I talk revolt, people look at me like, "Holy shit, what do you mean?" You guys, I know this is a touchy subject, and I don't want to sit here and get people pissed. I don't know if I can talk about this or not because I don't want to piss people off, but this all fucking comes back to it. And I know people have so many opinions, and this is why it sucks, and this is why everything is garbage because the media has you guys so fucking concerned, so offended by anything, any decision you make. And my mom was tested positive for COVID, so I believe my mom got the vaccine, and all of this shit fucking happened. Okay? And I know there's people out there that go, the vaccine saved my life. It's a good thing. And those people, I want you to truly look at the data. I don't want you to sit there and fucking listen to media. I don't want you to look at, all right, it didn't happen to me, so it's no big deal. I want you to understand people's bodies, they react differently. My mom, uh, she has a type of cancer. It's T-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. It starts with a C. It's like finalis or whatever. I can't remember the fucking word right off the top of my head. It's cancer of the white blood cells. Okay? So when my mom, her cancer basically killed all of her white blood cells. When she got treatment, this is why it was so scary for us. This is why when they told us her cancer treatment, it's something, it has a very, very, very low survival rate because think about how your body defends itself. It's white blood cells. They attack everything. If you lose that, your line of defense is gone. So my mom had this stuff for about 2 years. She fought this thing for 2 years and finally beat it. And like I said, I'm not trying to piss people off that are listening. If this offends you, if you got the shot and you're mad, but this is happening. It's fucking happening. There's data that presents this shit. The government has poked you and prodded you. You have Bill fucking Gates. You had these world disease people talk about this shit. And people could sit there and talk, oh, it's conspiracy. No, you guys. Every fucking person you guys have sat there and talked about these conspiracy things, Bannon and all these things. You guys don't know this Information Act until we do these FICO things and these things that this information comes out 12 years later. And the day that this hit me, you guys, the day this truly fucking hit me, and I was like, oh my God, blown the fuck away, is when we were listening on my live stream to that Powell fucking press conference. And Powell said, and they were talking about inflation and all that stuff. And Powell's sitting there and he's talking about inflation's good and, it's only hurting the poor and people can still eat and blah, blah, blah. And then he touched on, what the fuck? Sorry, I lost my train of fucking thought, man. Blah, 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 whatever. I'm going to get back to this shit. So either way. So this shit, like I said, they're fucking prodding us, poking us with this, that. They knew with that data that this shit wasn't completely safe. A lot of shit's. You have people now talking about giving it to 5-year-olds. Do you see how insane this is? I mean, so many people got mad at me the day that the Roe versus Wade thing and the abortion thing, and people thought like I didn't care because I don't talk about these subjects. Any lady listening, I think that it is absolutely fucking horrendous what happened. I think every woman should have the right to choose. And if you truly look at the stats on abortions, why they happen, who gets them, the reasons why. So many people sit there and they just fuck that person, blah, blah, blah. It's a life. And it's like, you guys, like I said, every woman should have the right to choose. I'm a man. I have no fucking say. I don't have to carry this child. I don't have to fucking have my body ruined, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not going to get into all that and have all this argument. But just because I don't talk about that stuff, it's because when you sit there and they fucking put that out right after this document, you guys, this document, like I said, I can't fucking believe it, you guys. This document told you had millions, if not billions and billions of dollars stolen from you. Billions. Billions were stolen from you. Think about this. They waived $10 billion in collateral. That's $10 billion. $10 billion right there that they waived in collateral because they didn't have it. So that's $10 billion to retail that could have went just from Robinhood. Just from Robinhood, you guys. You're not even fucking talking about everyone else. You're not even talking about short sellers. They just fucking were like, hey, you sold 10 billion in fucking stocks and shit you don't own, and fuck it. Cool. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this to me was them admitting to the world, hey, the stock market is not only a fraud. If you guys beat us, we don't give a fuck. You're gonna lose. You're gonna take what we give you, and you're gonna be happy with it. And I think, truly think, and I'm going to show you why they can say that all they want. They're still going to fucking lose. And I'll show you why. Like I said, I'll show you why in 2 seconds here what this is and stuff, but they're still going to lose by doing all this shit. They're trying to get these last couple pushes out of us, this last couple bullshit, these last couple fears out of you guys. This is why I want people to get out of the habit that we've, got into. And that's the thing, that's the hardest thing for humans to get to do. We subconsciously form a habit during a time in our life. And then when we get into that habit, we get into that role. Every single day, you guys do the same thing. You'll wake up because it's revolved around what? Your work schedule. Everything's revolved around your job. Your relationship is revolved around your job. If you can see each other, go out on dates, when you're going to watch this, what you're going to do, can you go out that day? Everything's revolved around that. So it's like, we got to stop watching these lines every day. Every day, wake up and go, today's the day, tomorrow's the day. I need to look for this special catalyst and just understand, you guys. You are truly going up against something that you cannot comprehend. And you're going to kick it in the fucking teeth. You're going to win. They understand. All right, let's just show you guys how we're going to win now. So everybody can get in a good mood, and then we can go back to how we're getting fucked, and I'll show you some more on how we're going to win. All right. Let's get into this first. So there's going to be 3 major things, you guys. I wrote them right here. These 3 things here are all I fucking care about. Okay? I don't care about any fucking rule. I don't care if the SEC came out tomorrow and said, you know what, you guys? We're going to do 100% retail order to lit exchanges, and we'll have 100% retail transparency. Okay? That will be sweet. It won't happen. But even that won't fix a lot of these fucking issues. Because in the end of the day, you are not cutting the head off the snake. Like I told you guys. Think about a magician. The stock market is my trick. I want you staring at my trick, okay? I want you staring down here at the price. Because if I have you staring down here at the price, at the illusion, you won't be able to see how I'm doing my magic. And if you don't see how I do my magic, guess what? I can keep doing my magic as long as I want. And not only that, guess how much my magic makes me? It makes me trillions. So until you fucking stop my magic, I'll keep going. And guess what? I've done it for so long, you guys. My magic's amounted me of 2 quadrillion in derivatives. So what I don't have, I fucking spend anyways. And guess what they do with it? They make the American people pay for it. The United States people pay for it. So you know what these fucking piles of asses will do? They'll sit there and fucking, they'll do this rehypothecation. Rehypothecation is a complete fucking. Well, before I get on more tangents, let me show you why we're gonna win. Because I know a lot of people are like, stop going off on it. All right, these 3 things right here. Let's break them down. The first one is gonna be the cat system. Okay, cat system is gonna fuck their ass. I mean, you guys, if there was a thing or a rule or a regulation or anything you've heard of since you've owned AMC, GameStop, anything, since you have owned a stock since last year, these matter more than anything in the world. These are all we've talked about. A great source of information, like I said for this as well, is Randall Cornett. He has amazing videos up on all of this stuff. Now, the cat system. Let's break this down first. I'm gonna show you guys how the cat system will work. Now, before you had what we call the oat system, okay? The oat system, this was their auditing system, okay? So a lot of people are sitting here like, what the fuck are you even talking about? This is how they audited people, okay? These are the audit systems. This was like a 30-year-old auditing system that was basically, he said, she said, okay? This is your self-reporting auditing system, okay? This are the fucking tool bags. This is how these tool bags, pieces of shit, could say, all right, I have this. This is all I have. And we're good to go, right? So they can make up numbers, self-reporting. Now, as we learned, the people that fucking monitor this system, right? The auditing system. And now the CAT system. Who's in charge of this? Now, as we learned, it's FINRA, okay? So you have the FINRA CAT system. OAT system. Now, major differences between these two. These differences are why they needed to push it back. These differences are what is going to end this, you guys. A lot of people, when you sit there and you see this shit, I'll pull up trading view and like fucking ever here. Fucking it looks disgusting. I don't even have it on dark mode. Oh my god, this looks gross. Now, if you click on the 1 minute candle and you sit there and you watch the level twos and you sit there and you see that trading, it's called layering, okay? When you see the price going up and down, the bids, the lower under, then they magically disappear, it's called layering. A lot of people call it fucking short ladder attacking, but the correct term is called layering. Now, layering is pretty much spoofing. You got spoofing and layering. So you got basically what layering is going to be is you're going to have two hedge funds back and forth in the back end, doing it, trading it back and forth, micro pennies under just to keep. So when a lot of people are watching the level 2 data and you see those buys and you go, how the fuck is this white? Why is this neutral? It's because they're doing this on the offset. It's not. It's not to be confused with it's like I said, it's high frequency bullshit. Cancel the order. A lot of you, like I said, pretty much spoofing. But we like to do the right names because this is a huge problem in our community too. Dark pool. Everybody and their mom says the word dark pool. I'm going to say this right now. If you are listening, never say the word dark pool again, please. It makes us sound so stupid. I promise you, you guys. I promise you. I promise you from the bottom of my fucking heart. I ripped Matt Coors the day he said they do not use dark pools. I fucking ripped him a new asshole. When he was like, they're just 2%. He is not kidding. I'm not here to stick up for Matt fucking Coors. You guys know how much I hate that kid. But when people are right about certain things, I'm going to start to credit them because we should start doing that no matter how we feel about people. Al from Boston, are you listening? We should start crediting people instead of stealing their DD like mine and then blocking me when I confront you. Now back to that. What they do is called ATSs, which please stop chewing on. Sorry, he's chewing on my cord. Hold on, but what did you just chew on? Can you guys hear me? All right, sorry about that. My dog chewed on my cord. All right, all right. So they do not use dark pools. They don't need to use dark pools. Like I showed you with all this stuff. They have so many other options that dark pools they're pointless. They're literally just a venue they can travel down. They use them to get less fees. There's benefits to dark pools. Obviously, you got for institutions, you don't want high frequency trading attacking you, so it'll split your orders up and it'll do what are called sweep orders. And that's why when you look at fucking God, I can't remember what the hell this. Oh yeah, you got Market Chameleon. So when you look at Market Chameleon, what the fuck? You look at AMC. Oh, they changed this up. I haven't been on Market Chameleon in a while. What the hell? Man, I need to fucking figure this back out. They changed this up quite a bit. Whatever. If you look at Market Chameleon, you'll actually see they break down when I figure this out here and stop being a clown on they'll say like the sweep orders and things like that. So I mean, obviously there are benefits to them, and technically, yeah, they can do price suppression, but they don't need to do that because they're gonna always internalize an order. B, they're gonna use this continuous net settlement because it doesn't cost them money at that time. And what they can do is if they use that continuous net settlement and they buy it back at that small price that, as we saw in this stupid ass SEC document, they can do these buybacks at a lower cost. So there's really no reason to do that. There's no reason. Um, what was I going on about? Okay, so now, yeah, like I said, so now before we get to this, now the cat system. Before I get out of control and go off again, you got the cat system here. Sorry, I'm just excited to make a video, my friends. I haven't been on in 3 weeks. The wife's gone. It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's go. It's been a long video. I hope you guys are learning quite a bit. But these are the things, man. We got to push like I said, think about this. If we all understand the market, the corruption, the system, the mechanics, you can go down and talk to anybody and sit them down, show them proof, government documented proof this is real, and be able to explain what's happening. And that, my friends, right there, let me tell you, if we can learn to do that and spread our message and get out the other 1%, if we can get the other ants, I love the ants and grasshoppers, if we can show them we can eat the food too, or they can fuck off because we outnumber them 12 billion to 1. We got to do it, you guys. Like I said, what would our forefathers and all these people think that they went this world war, did all these things? You got to look at what your government did. They put up walls everywhere around all their buildings. Why? You guys, they're always one step ahead. They wanted to take your guns. They show all these school shootings because of it. Yes, those are tragedies. But did you guys know that was like 45 of them at that time? Why did we not see that one until they needed to push that gun issue? All of these issues, you guys, my point is, like I said, the abortion, the fucking gun control, all of these things, you don't hear about them unless they're pushing an agenda for votes. It's election time. It's this. It's that. They want to try and push a little freedom. Hey, how are you guys feeling about this? If we take away guns, oh, no, that'll piss them off too much. Their job is to always kind of say, what more can I take? What more can I take? What little can we take? Because a little equals a lot. It ends up equaling a fucking lot. Now, oat system, self-reported. Layering will stop when this becomes fully active in Q4. Now, when you do a trade, the massive difference between the oat system and the cat system, this is huge. Think about this, you guys. It's 2020 fucking 2, and they don't have date and timestamps. I'm going to show you right now, and you guys will be like, this should have been done day one, okay? Now, let's say I'm going to make a trade. We made a trade on the cat system, okay? We're going to talk about the cat system for a second, then we'll get to those, okay? I just made a trade on the cat system. Now, what's going to happen is this is going to go into like what we're going to go over here in ISDA. It's called the Central Repository System, okay? Now, what this is it's basically it's just a system, giant system, a house system, and regulators watch it and they keep track of anything. It's their auditing system. It's where all their numbers go. That's all it is. So people are freaking out what's the repository system. It's their master computer. Now, all trades will be going through this system from now on, okay? It'll be called the CAT system. Every trade, 100% will be marked by this. Now, none of this happened in the OAT system, okay? None of this. But all of this happens in the CAT, and it's fucking gonna change the game. Date and time. These will all be stamped. You're now going to have, so let's say it says, Brian made a trade. So I made a trade with fucking my broker. Let's say my broker fucking Fidelity, okay? Okay? Via, you guys, I made a trade via Lit Exchange. No, let's not forget that part. That, via Lit Exchange, I made a trade through Fidelity, okay? Now, what this is going to do is add the time, the date. There'll be a new section called Customer ID. Now, this customer ID, they were having a lot of arguments. I don't know if you guys have been reading the filings, but they're having one of the main reasons why they pushed this back that I read with the filing, because a lot of people were mad that they pushed the CAT system back a week or a month ago. They did that because of this customer ID. There's a giant debate going on right now, okay? With this customer ID currently, what it is it's got your broker ID, okay? So they'll say this will be your broker ID, which will say Fidelity. And Fidelity will hold your information still, as they currently do, okay? So they will hold it, and then according to your broker ID, they'll have what is called a customer ID that will be attached to each broker ID. So every broker will have an ID number, and every customer in that broker will have their own ID number. Okay? So what has been going on for this delay that they pushed it back for is this category here. what they want to do per trade, and they're saying no. The brokers are saying no, and I'm glad they're saying no because data is everything, you guys. And we don't need market makers selling our fucking data for money. What they want to do is make on each one of these trades name instead of customer and broker ID. The market makers, which you know is bad, the market makers want to know our name, our fucking address, and our phone number. So, if you guys come into the PDF of the CAT system and you look up customer ID, which is phase I, if you're following IE, okay? Now, let's do the customer ID. So they have the firm designated. So this is what they want to do now with the FDIDs, which will be your firm designated number along with your customer ID. Okay. So they want all of your information still protected by your broker. Okay. Instead of that information, your name, address, phone number, being able to be hacked into. So this is what I think this is the best way to do it still. But Citadel and them want is this. And I think that that's a bad thing because, like I said, they can hack us, they can find out all of our information, and they can sell that data on who owns what shares. So this is a lot safer. Yes, they can still do this now if they hack the brokers, but I feel like the brokers are way more set up for this. Now, you're going to have a broker ID, a customer ID, a date, a time. Now, this is what's massive, you guys. A venue ID. Okay? What does that mean? If it goes through a dark pool, they'll have the dark pool ID attached to the trade. So they will know exactly what dark pool it took when it went there. So, when I talk to you guys about layering, this is why I talk to you guys about layering, spoofing, spoofing, short laddering, whatever you guys want to call it, short ladder, blah, blah, blah. This type of stuff will not be able to happen because one of the other things they're going to do is right here. It's called an EIN, I'm sorry, EIN number. Now, this is going to be the, sorry, I'm blanking right now, I'm talking forever. This is going to be the identification number that your company gets from, fucking the Surgeon General. It's not the Surgeon General, it's the fucking, whatever. When you set up your business, you'll get an EIN number. So this is going to be basically your business ID that's attached. Like your government knows this shit. You pay your taxes on this one. If you have a LLC, you know what I'm talking about. Stupid ass mouse is dying. All right, now. So what that means is if you have two companies, okay, passing the shares back and forth, ladder attacking, buying it lower, lowering, trying to drop that price a little bit at a time, this will be picked up now by the cap. It will show them what venue ID. Now the reason this is big is they'll show you what broker or what company, what bank is helping them do this as well. So not only will you now, if they do layering and short ladder attacking, not only will they able to flag business 1 and business 2, they will also be able to flag the broker that they work with, whether it's a bank, whether it's Charles Schwab, whatever, any of that stuff, because not like they're using fucking Robinhood and stuff like that. So, but they're gonna be able to flag them and find them as well. Okay. So now you're getting flag, flag, flag. You're getting triple things. So each trade, I mean, think about this, you guys. It's 2022, and we don't even have date timestamp. You don't have customer ID, broker ID. They don't know at this current moment, you guys. They don't know who's trading who owns what necessarily. They don't know, and they should. Think how fucked up that is. They have no way to track it. Why? Because this is a 30-year-old, you guys, self-reporting system. And you guys are already seeing how good self-reporting works. Now, on top of that, I know I'm missing a column. Time, date. Oh, and on top of that, so this is another massive thing about this trade. So right now, currently on the OAT system, okay, when I do a trade, it's only logged right away at the front. Okay, so let's do the trade cycle, okay? Let's do the cycle of a trade. When that trade happens, let's say I push that button, okay, and I just make that trade. It's initially logged, right? This other one's gonna be logged pretty much after the fucking market maker tells it where they did it, okay? And then it'll be logged after what? T+2, or if they do the T+30 fucking 5 type bullshit. Whatever they want, whatever they need to do with the FTDs, whatever they feeling like doing, okay? Half of that, like I said, that stuff, that's gonna all be gone. The short reporting with the cat system. These fucking people, think about this. Look at this, you guys. I mean, truly look at this. One of the stupidest things you guys can hear, okay? Answer my Discord. Oh, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me, Randall?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. I'm gonna link you some shit. Let me host this image because I think it plays into. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen your whole entire stream, but I'm gonna send you some stuff that I think will be valuable for the people that are watching. I'll just link
Word.
links that will open in your browser. It'll be no big deal.
Oh, you're good. Do it up, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you want to jump on too in a little bit, come on, man. Love it when you come on and talk to me.
I thought we were live right now. Fuck it. I was just gonna come on and
Oh
bullshit with you guys.
yeah, I was like, come on now. Yeah, we're live
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. I don't have my camera on or whatever, but I figure we'll go through this together. I've been kind of liking doing the live DD with people and shit. So,
Yeah,
um,
just let me keep going over this cat
yeah.
system real
Go ahead.
quick while you find
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
shit.
Good.
All right, so where were we at with the venue IDs? Okay, so yeah, so now what's going to happen with the cat system, which is going to change the game, is you're going to have, instead of it doing the one time bursting right there, you're actually going to have it do 3 different bursts throughout the trade. So it's going to happen uh the middle, end, and beginning. Why is this all fucked up? Sorry about of the trade. So what you're gonna end up seeing, it would do this. Damn it, man! I messed this all up. Randall, of course, classic. What you're end up gonna see here. There you go. So with the cat system, instead of it being just marked one time here, and then after the market maker self-report whatever the hell they need to say, which is why, like I said, this is where most of these problems are. It's self-reporting, and then you find out that these regulators don't give a fuck. So, or they let them off the hook, or they'll let them, get by with this and that, and it's just ridiculous to me. But with this cat system, you're going to have information burst here in the beginning of the trade to this repository system I was talking about. After it goes through the ID, the venue, so it's not like this all gets stamped on at one time, and that's a key to all of this. So it's going to hit the first trade. It's going to stamp it with the time, the ID, the broker, the customer. After this, it's going to stamp it again with the venue ID, who filled it. And then at the end, again, it's going to once again stamp it again with the third, and it's going to do another venue ID. So one of the main things that these people did with this oath system to get by and to push the can down the road is they would sit there and play with it throughout venue IDs, throughout dark pools, throughout ATSs. They would move it and move it and move it so they wouldn't have to report it as fast. Well, this should get rid of all of that. And also, if you guys look at one of the number one things that they are doing currently is they will sit there and they report short positions as long. So you'll have a whole bunch of these companies nonstop getting fined because they're able to do this so easily. Because, like I said, I can pay a $2 million fine and maybe get caught, or I might not get caught at all because there's market makers right here, and they write at that final birth. They're writing the final print of our trades right now. Think about that, you guys. The market makers, they don't. The broker gets the end of it, and then the market maker gets to write the final product unedited, whatever they want, when they want. Like I said in those interviews, Ken Griffin said he can fill it in a day, a week, a month. They have all sorts of ways to fuck with us. So this cat system is going to be a massive, massive deal. And as you guys saw in that video with from the cat website, there's going to be a lot of market maker exclusions that are going to go away. And on top of that, the CNS program, because of this buy-in that I was showing you, the CNS program is going to actually finally be limited from the cat system. And that's a massive deal because, like I was showing you guys, this is where billions and billions of shares are coming from that nobody can see. The DTCC is sheltering it just like they're doing in ISDA. And go to the next thing quick here because the ISDA, a lot of people don't understand. I'm glad Randall's on here. We'll start talking about ISDA a little bit, but a lot of people just don't understand what ISDA is. They don't, because we don't see that information. There's not much stuff about it going on out there. And the way to look at ISDA and these swaps is to think of it as it's a third market. Okay, it's a market on top of our market. The way I look at it is, as you got here, you have the stock market. It's at the bottom. This is all we see, the stock market information, which is all derived from, once again, the public data feed. So for people to not be pushing lit exchanges that are trying to do TA is counterproductive. The more people sending to lit exchanges, the better and more accurate your TA will be because you'll have more data going to it. You're not going to see 10%, you could see 25, 30. And on top of that, we can start seeing our buys. We can make option plays a little better when we see more information. This is why lit exchanges are huge. On top of that, you're taking money away from market makers. We have opponents, you guys. We're in a short squeeze play. Everybody's still looking at this play like we did a year ago, as in a stock market play, as in buy, hold, just do a couple things like we normally do. No, we have people who are against us. We have opponents, and they're fucking cheating. So you have to fucking evolve. You have to start attacking them. Like I said, I know it's asking a lot of you guys to get out of these ISDA banks. And like I said, it's not just for the stock market play. It's for when this shit crashes. If you don't think they can freeze their assets, ask China. Ask fucking Canada. They will freeze your shit if they need to do it. They won't risk everybody pulling out. And then you will be fucked. There is, like Randall showed you, like I was showing you in his picture, like I'll have him talk about in a minute. You saw the amount of commodities that they bought. I've been telling you forever. They want the dollar to be destroyed. They want the dollar to not just be destroyed, they want it to be destroyed and be able to blame us, like I was showing you, because that gives them the right and the excuse now to give us a CBDC that they can program and tell you what you can and cannot buy, and then they can 100% track. Like I said, if you're doing fucking garage sales, mowing the grass for your neighbors, they cannot pay you cash anymore. They need to make a transfer. And guess what? That will 100% be tracked no matter what. They can say no. Imagine if you mowed a whole bunch of lawns. You went and mowed a lawn, you did an hour worth, cut some bushes and shit. You went up, go get your payment, and the government said no. They literally couldn't do anything to pay you. You couldn't even get mad at them. What would you say? Like I said, the shit's a big deal. They want to make sure they monitor, like I said, all drug dealers, all drug transactions. When you find out they're the biggest drug dealers, why do they want to monitor all that? Because weed's about to be legal. Think about this. The more weed's being legal, the more they want to monetize our money. They don't want you growing marijuana plants. Why? Because even the government, our forefathers, talking about hemp plants, all that shit, they understand the true benefits of all of that stuff. They understand if you grew your own fucking pot, there's medical benefits. I'm not going to sit there and go on and on about how good pot is. But like I said, man, it's just all truly about control and making sure that, like I said, you guys don't understand what the rich hate the middle class more than anything in the fucking world. They hate you more than anything. Why? Because you're their only threat. Why? Because you are the ones who can become one of them. You are the one that can make an idea, maybe get it up and running, and next thing you notice, your competition. They can't have competition. They're corporate empires. Google owns 92%. Think about this. We are not allowed to have monopolies in the United States, but Google owns 92% of search traffic. You monopolize that field. You either go to fucking Google or what? I don't even know the other ones. Bing? Like I said, these you read in textbooks about fucking Roman empires and all of these fucking great leaders and these great empires, and you find out these corporations have more power than those empires ever fucking dreamed of. They have more, they own more power and more land. Look at look at Nike. Nike has pull in China, the United States, and I'm talking major fucking pull. We're talking, as you saw with dark money, they paid $1 billion, $1 billion to change the election. That's a massive fucking deal. They paid $1 billion that none of you can track. Think about that. How do you launder money to a politician to make sure that you get what you want? You send him dark money to his fucking campaign because no one can fucking trace it. Like I said, this shit should be fucking illegal. We have two choices that we don't even really get to truly choose on who we want as president. But then you find out the people that were put there are getting paid, like we just saw with Ken Griffin. He gave that guy $50 million and he still lost. So he just moved up and went to fucking Florida. Do you guys not understand what happens in Florida? Florida is the biggest cesspool laundering money state in the fucking world. And if you don't believe me right now, Google prescriptions in Florida problems. People can go down there. People are dying fucking like crazy because people can go down there. And there's really no laws or regulations to open these things. They half-ass it. And they'll fucking write prescriptions that they don't even know. If you guys ever watch the show American Greed, what's the number one theme in the show? 85% of these are in Florida. Why? All the laws are fucking super nice and easy on him. And guess what? He's going to go down there, give the Florida fucking governor $50 more million, and God forbid what's going to happen. Like I said, think of how hilarious this is. Ken Griffin said to us, I'm moving out of Chicago because there's too much crime. There's too much crime, says a fucking financial terrorist. I mean, like I said, this shit is truly baffling, dude. This report is in fucking insane, dude. Like I said, this report that came out, honest to God, can't believe, Randall, that they put that report out the way they did. I truly cannot believe that they admitted to the world we waived 10 billion in collateral. And not only did we waive 10 billion in collateral, this is what I'm trying to get everybody to look at. They have waived $22 billion, Randall, in fees and fines through these programs that I'm showing everybody. The DTCC runs the CNS program. If you read the point of the CNS program, it is if one member fails, another member can literally cover their obligation, dude. Is that not the craziest thing you've ever heard?
I think that's why you started seeing firms like Wolverine or these, clearinghouses starting to panic and tell, the DTCC like, hey, we can't handle this, telling Robinhood, hey, like, hey, we can't handle this shit. I think that because they realized the implications of what was happening, it was really sad because a lot of these clearing firms, I don't think had malicious intent at first, but their hand got forced. You know, when you have Robinhood coming in and saying that, hey, look, if you do not continue to take our equity orders, when they're saying, no, 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 this is a huge systemic risk. And they're saying, well, if you don't do it, we're going to cut off all your order flow, period. Well, if your business model is built around that and you're trying to keep money coming into your business, right? Your hands are really tied.
Yeah.
What's interesting to me, though, is there's a lot of different
You should turn your
barriers.
volume down just a little bit.
Let's see here.
Just on your mic is super loud. A
It's
little bit.
auto adjusting. It should be fine. I'll turn it. See if I can turn it down.
I'll just turn my headset down. Maybe my headset.
No, no, no. If you're on Discord, I'll try and talk louder. I do it on my end too. But if you're on Discord, right click on my name and bring my volume down. You probably have me crank the fuck up. So if you right click on my picture and user volume, but I'm going to try and change it on my end as well.
Oh, I got you. No, you're good. I got you. All right. Oh shit.
So yeah, what I was saying is that there's a lot of I mean, the scope of the problem is really large, right? And we have a lot to do. I think that this report gave us all the ammunition we need in terms of we're not just speaking like out of our asses now and just talking about like, oh, what we think is happening. Although most apes know what's happening, right? We didn't really have the actual proof, the evidence.
The numbers.
Right.
Now we
But
got the
here
numbers.
this is all right in front of us right now. So yeah, I think we need to put pressure. Like, I'm not going to be the guy that's saying, hey, we need to do class action lawsuits and all that kind of shit. But I do think that this does give us the ammo to press on these guys, to lean on them. You know what I
I'm
mean?
glad you said that because I was going to bring this up here too. It's this class action here. So, can't find this tweet. So I had some guy tweet today that he's opened up an official lawsuit with the SEC and shit. And it's a class action. And like, I want everyone to quickly just understand a class action lawsuit because I know what's going to happen. And like I said, one of the things I wanted to do in the stream before I ended is it kind of put to rest some of this shit with people in AMC and GameStop with like, this is a fix all. This is a quick fix. Adam Aaron can do this, and that will be it for sure. Ryan can do this, and it will 100% expose the problem. Like, there's too many people that have read stuff on Reddit, and they don't truly understand the back end, the mechanics, all of these things to where I'm going to show you guys right now how they can get out of the GameStop paying a lot of these dividends and shit with that SFP. I mean, there's things they can do to always get around these fucking things. And the problem is most of these short positions, they're through the CNS program, like I was showing you. They're legally allowed to have these fucking shares for certain time periods. They're done, like we were saying since ever, through ISDA. Who know? I mean, to me, it's so crazy because it's like if you look at this, you have fucking your regulators right now. So you have where the fuck is okay, whatever. You have the DTCC, which is bankers and market makers. That's what it is. You got fucking the SEC, which if you look at almost all the old people or all the fucking people on the SEC, what have they done? Well, they've worked at a fucking bank. They've worked with a hedge fund. Some bullshit. They worked on that side. They're all there. We don't even need to get into Hester Pierce. Hester Pierce is clearly a pile of shit. You know what I mean? Type shit. You got fucking, and then you come in here and you find out even worse. You got fucking, FINRA. Well, I knew FINRA was fucked up forever because one of the first things I ever, found on this was how are these, because I sat there and asked myself, like, the first time I ever did a DD was like, how are these guys not going to jail? How are they not getting criminally charged? And it's because FINRA would give these guys these acceptance waiver and consent. And then by law, they're no longer allowed to have double jeopardy or be charged by those crimes. And I'm sitting here like, okay, so in other words, These guys are stealing. They're regulating themselves while they steal. The people who are supposed to stop them are the SEC and FINRA, and FINRA is making it to where they don't stop them. They make them pay a cost of business fine, and it takes away all legality behind that, so you can't sue them. And the SEC says the same thing every time. Well, we'll find them. We might collect it. We might not. Or my hands are tied. Or we don't have enough to make coffee. We can't prove anything.
You know what's funny about that too is that a lot of these is the agreements, at least the versions, because I know that you understand this, but the the majority of the agreements that we can see are not the ones we want to see, if that makes sense,
Yeah,
right? We can see
exactly.
like the default ones and all that shit. But what a lot of them have in there is that there will be no jury related to their cases and everything goes to arbitration. And when you say that to me, that means motherfuckers are getting paid off to be quiet, right? Nothing goes to trial. It's like all private. They handle the shit like in closed doors
Yeah,
kind of
handle,
thing.
and then it's just back between the two. So since the guy's like, yeah, I checked his collateral, everything's good to go. I cleared it. Like they're like, yeah, it's no big deal, and then we're taking the risk on. But if you're
Okay.
taking, go ahead.
No, say go to your Twitter because this ties exactly. Go to your Twitter DMs for me. I linked you a link. It ties directly into phase six, and there's a couple things I'll highlight that I think that are the audience will enjoy or at least help nail home the point.
All right, I got it pulled up. You can go over it if you want, my friend.
Okay, so they talk about phase six, right, and the UMR, which is basically the uncleared margin rules. And they mentioned across multiple jurisdictions because ISDA travels down through OTC, derivative swaps. It covers a lot of different things, right? But they say it's anticipated to bring an estimated 775 more entities into the scope of regulatory initial margin requirements by September 1st. What I think is really important about that, guys, is that when we talk about these firms, like 775 firms, like it's not like there's millions of big money firms running around, right? There's a limited amount. 775 is actually a pretty fucking significant number. And
Okay.
they go on to say that this is more entities than any other phase and more than double what is being introduced from phase five, right? So they're doubling from phase five. They're moving at a really fast pace. And when they say in phase five impacted more than 300 firms, and they go on to say this will introduce exponentially greater challenges than any other phase. And the reason why they say this is due to increased number of in-scope entities, additional custodian onboarding, and KYC requirements, which is know your customer requirements, and higher demand for higher quality collateral. And that's the big thing right there. So when they go to this, they're increasing collateral requirements, right? But I think that they're picking up on the thought and the notion that we've been speaking for, a year now, that the collateral they're using is fucking bullshit. It's not real. It doesn't exist, right? So they say in phase six, one of these problems that they're going to have is that a lot of these firms don't have any automated collateral management processes. So we talked about, and Bigums, I know you've seen this video where we're talking about like, hey, these guys still use paper and fax machines and things like that, right? Like they're super outdated. The systems don't talk to each other. That's what allows these firms to go up and post collateral to the same collateral to 3 or 4 different firms because everybody's not, their systems are not talking to each other. You know what I mean? And
No,
so
exactly.
they're saying right here straight up in this is from ISDA, this where the screenshot is coming from. They do not have an automated collateral management process, which means that the collateral that is being managed is done by a human. What are humans susceptible to do? Fucking errors, right? Like, you see shit or you fucked up on this, or you fucked up on that. When we're talking trillions of dollars, that is a huge critical error. Like that's some shit can go haywire from that.
Well, not only that, you got to think too. Who is that human? It's a
Well,
corrupt
that's another
banker.
part of it.
You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
that's definitely more on like I'm not trying to get on the too dark on that side, but 100%, it's a
Yeah.
possibility.
And anyone that's watching, just to kind of reiterate over what he just went over, if you guys look at this chart I had here, this is from the video I made on ISDA a while back. As you guys can see, he said you got 775 groups. Now there's 980 in ISDA, and those 775 people. That means it affects everyone who has over 8 billion in assets. Yeah, currently right now we're at, if everyone under 50 billion. So the fact that this is going to affect basically everybody but the small the sub accounts is a massive deal. Like he was saying, right now, to make people understand what's going on in ISDA and why this is so fucking bad and why it's such a glitch for these pieces of shit. Okay, so what's happening in ISDA? To make this very easy, you have a market maker or a bank, okay? This is normally a bank or a market maker every time. They're going to come to a large bank. And if you guys look here, I'll put this in. I put this in every single time. These are your ISDA member banks. If you're in them, you have a credit card with them, a loan with them, anything you can get out of them is huge because you're taking out value and money and collateral from this derivatives market, which like we showed you, it has $2 quadrillion now. It's up to 2 quadrillion. And the way you bring this to light, the way that we win, the way MOAS happens, is you need to start taking this $2 quadrillion and bring it out into the open. Because like Randall was saying, and like we were showing you right here, JP Morgan put in 14 trillion in the first quarter, the sixth high of $60 trillion. These banks are so fucking over leveraged. They have nowhere to go. These feds, the feds are like I was showing you on this pyramid. The feds are doing everything they can. Fund protection team. I never give advice on stock market plays. If you watch my Twitter, the only time I've ever done it was twice, and both times is when the plunge protection team. I told you right when it was going to hit. I told you when it was going to top off and when it was going to slam down and when it was going to shoot back up. I called them both twice. Because there's always obvious signs when the fucking plunge protection team's about to come in. And it happens right on fucking cue every single time. It's very easy to watch. They got these reverse repos. So the fucking feds, they're feeding them like you were showing and saying, Randall, that they're just giving them these treasuries, this collateral, this junk fucking shit that is worthless. Because like I said, this dollar is becoming more and more worthless. I mean, the dollar, it lost its status for the first time a little bit in fucking world currency. It went. I mean, this shit's mattering. People are waking up, and like we were saying, these are the things that are gonna matter, and this is why we're gonna win. Because one of the things people are not looking at or talking about is in ISDA, like Randall was saying, you have people that shit's legal in China. It's legal in Europe. It's not legal here. That you have people that are saying, I have this over here, I have this over here, but over in Europe, it's this over here. You have so much information. ISDA's been self-reported, you guys. So them being at $60 trillion is what they self-report. Think about that. That's what they're self-reporting is 60 trillion. What are they really at? You have all of these fucking banks they can't afford this shit. So when we sit there and we start taking this collateral, because they will sit there and take all your assets, package it up in securitization on it, and then use rehypothecation and use it over and over and over again as collateral, like Randall was saying. We have to fuck these banks up. You have to end these dudes. You have to cut the head off the snake. Otherwise, the OTC, it's the only way to kill the magician. You can sit there and we can scream at them, like I said, about, we need transparency. We need this. You can say whatever you want about the stock market. But in the end of the day, all you're changing is how he does his magic trick. You're, you,
I,
you know what I'm saying? It's
I
still
linked
going to be
you
the same
another
thing.
thing. I linked you something else. This is from the OCC onto Twitter. And it's basically these guys they're monitoring the top 4 insured banks, right?
Mm,
Like, so the biggest of the bank, most generally this is gonna be talking about where your debit card is held, most people, right? Those
yeah.
banks. And they go on to say that the amount of derivative contracts held by banks in the first quarter increased by 12.9%. So it went from
Nice.
it literally went up $22.9 trillion just in the first quarter of this year.
Yeah, look at my screen. Are you looking at my screen? Look
Let
at
me
this.
see.
JP Morgan in the first quarter jumped up 14 trillion, dude. They were half of that. Just JP Morgan alone.
Yep. So, and what they're doing, the majority of it is going into overnight interest rate swaps, overnight index swaps. They're playing on the interest rates, but it's all, to me, a facade to basically keep cash flow going, to avoid, like, just to basically keep the ball rolling, if that makes sense.
And that's the thing, like that. Everybody always like, what are these guys doing? What are they doing? They're doing exactly what they're made to do. They're making sure the ball keeps rolling because this is how they all make their money. And if we expose the truth on what's happening, like if everybody in the world, which obviously this wouldn't happen, if everybody just said, you know what, you guys are fucking cheating. We're not going to sit down and let you deal the cards. Pick the cards yourself. Look at my hand. Look at your hand. I get one draw while you get unlimited. If everybody just sold, started leaving out, but kept those fucking the ones that we're making a stand on. Like I said, to me, it's just crazy because we're in between a rock and a hard place. I know this is exactly what everybody's feeling. We're stuck in between a rock and a fucking hard place because we can't. What are we gonna do? Rush the streets? We're gonna overtake the government? You're gonna revolt? Well, in the end of the day, that might have to be an option, but no one would do that. What else are you gonna do? Keep bitching to regulators? Well, they're not fucking doing nothing. They're helping them. They're not going to stop the train. What are they going to do? Make them sign an acceptance waiver and consent? You going to fucking go to your government? Well, guess what? They got $1 billion from them last year. You think they give a fuck? See, the problem is you had the mafia. Like I keep saying, you have criminals that keep evolving. You have these guys that keep taking because they know that they can distract us so easy with such little things. Like I said, man, like you could have seen the black backlash I got when they released this document, and then I said one thing about the document, but I didn't cover the abortion shit. My DMs went fucking ballistic, and it's like, you guys don't think that they had that shit planned? They basically just admitted. Think about what that admitted, Randall. They just admitted to the world's biggest financial crime. They admitted to it and gave you the numbers on how big it was, and nobody's talking about it still, other than the couple YouTubers that covered this one fact. That's all they covered, was the fact that they gave up the 10 billion in collateral. It's like, yeah, but look at what else is going on. You have regulators that tell us one thing. It says in the fucking thing. You even put it up yourself. Remember when they're talking about FINRA's like, these are just guidelines. These are collateral guidelines, not requirements. What do you mean they're not requirements? How are these things guidelines? How are these? You know what I'm saying? You sit there and you end up getting into the fucking root of how fucking deep this shit is. And you sit there and it's like, until phase 6 comes in and they take away this unlimited fucking glitch on these IFTA contracts. Like you said, this shit's on all paper. They can burn it to the ground. That data storage facility center, Iron Mountain, the same banks that I've been showing everybody, the same 6 banks that I've showed every one of you guys that have been involved in drug money, cartel money. 4 of them were involved and caught with cocaine, tons of it. Everybody just talks about the JP Morgan. What about HSBC? They were literally working with the fucking cartel. Like I said, no one fucking cares. These guys are putting broad daylight crimes in front of us. The Pandora Papers came out. That was the most incriminating document. They were talking about it for months. It was the most incriminating document in the world to ever be released. Reporters gave their lives and risked their lives in these countries to fucking get this information out. And what happened? Nothing. No one got arrested. No one gave a fuck. Half of these people didn't even read the paper. I mean, I read it. I could go over a lot of stuff, but people are going to be like, who's this? What's that? No one's going to care. And that's my point. Like this thing right here, this fucking report right here, I get Charles Payne kind of covered it a little bit, but this report right here, in reality, the fact that the government literally walked up to you and said, Not only did they get rid of a $10 billion collateral requirement they didn't do, we gave them a $21 billion pass on all of the fees and everything, so they got to keep and make that too. And on top of that, this wasn't the first time. This is the first time we read about it and it came to, in front of the retail. They've done this 7 more times according to the chart, dude. 7 different times. The DTCC said it's okay. You don't have to pay us. And that's just from Q1. How do we know that hasn't happened in Q2, in Q3? And this is why I'm saying to everyone, this is why I stress this stuff. This is why I want you to understand what you're truly going up against. You need to fuck these banks up. You gotta. We can't just sit and fuck around. We have to fuck these banks up. It's the only way to truly get these short squeezes and make it so these fuckers have to cover. And in the end of the day, when phase 6 starts to come in, when this repository system comes in, when they start being able to monitor ISDA, because ISDA right now, the main problem in the stock market is you have the DTCC, again, is regulating all of this shit. The same people that are fucking around everywhere are now in charge of all this shit in ISDA. And eventually, when this phase 6 comes on in September, it's not just going to be these pieces of shit being able to just write whatever they want. You're going to have people around the world with these systems watching this shit. So just because the United States is corrupt, well, guess what? China's not going to let you do illegal shit that hurts them. They're going to call you out on it or tell you to go fuck yourself. So when this repository system around the world comes in, it's meant to. Everybody's like, well, who cares? The regulators. It's not just the SEC that's going to be involved in this. It's the entire world. So in order for that corruption, that blatant fucking corruption that's happening to go on within this, once it's all up and running, you're saying that you have so many people around the world complicit to allow one country to just fuck over the rest. And that's never going to happen. But
Yo, I sent you a PDF, by the way.
mm,
I gotta go piss really quick. But so this to me, I haven't gone through all of it because every page is like the holy grail. Like I'm finding more and more shit. But I sent you a PDF, and I'm gonna go piss. But if you scroll to page 38, I think you will understand exactly what that means, and will be a very interesting subject for you to talk about. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. Page 38 of that document is linked.
I'm pulling it up quick. But it's like, and that's one of the biggest reasons, you guys, I know we're going to squeeze. Because in the end of the day, it's going to come down to fucking. Is Pantheon not a mod, bro? Where is he? Hold on, let me find him. Phil needs to be a mod. Because once this repository system, this phase 6 comes in, like I said, it's not just going to be United States people watching this anymore. It's going to be the entire world. You're going to have the World Bank involved. The World Bank is not going to sit there and just say, well, you know what? Fuck every country in the world. Let me just help them out. So
Yo, I'm watching you to make sure you pulled up the thing. Go up 2 pages. Maybe it's different. Maybe try 37.
you're talking right here.
No, it's not that one. I think it's up 2 more from where I'm watching you live. It's got blue bars.
Is
What
it
it is,
netting benefit?
yes, netting benefit. That's the one. And I'll be right back. I just wanted to make sure you got it right. One sec.
And this is like what I was talking about to you guys earlier with this DTCC and the CNS. It's like I said, it's netting. Netting is the stupidest thing in the world. It should not be allowed. It's basically these guys being able to bail each other out and making sure that there's just always the net amount involved inside of this program. And like I told you with the stuff before, they don't care what you take. It's just how much, what it is, where it goes to. They just give a shit about your net amount. And it's like I said, it's just a fucking joke. As you guys can see here too with this iceberg picture here. So right now, you saw the foreign exchange happen to us, and that was the Brazilian stock. You got naked options coming. These are those naked credit default swaps I was talking about. 1-day lens. Guess what, guys? SFTs are 1-day lens. Ex-broker dealers, ex-clearing. Apex is already involved. You already know Apex is fucking up. Remember I told you guys mismarking tickets? You had people marking longs as shorts, shorts as longs, I mean. Mismarking. False locations. False locations, like I showed you guys. That is market makers having $65 billion in fucking shares sold, not yet located. As you guys can see, these documents have showed us step by step exactly what is going to happen to our stock when they want to keep it down. And you guys see that, like I said, step for step. They might not be in the right order. SFTs obviously would be down here. Foreign exchanges happened a while ago. But like I said, you guys, this shit is all fucking. It's crazy. It's baffling that people aren't sitting there just wanting to fucking blow people up. Like I said, this is insane to me. You got fucking net settling amount just raising and raising and raising. Saving account, saving association. So this is just using the rehypothecation. It looks like doing your savings. Like I said, all your money, you guys, is being used against you in every aspect of life. They look at this. Think of how fucking pathetic this is. So, bank interest rate for a savings account. Now watch this. It's like,
They trade it against other currencies too. So they'll swap interest rates on different currencies that are spiking and shit overnight, that have extreme volatility, and they'll use that to keep the float rolling, their
oh
cash
yeah.
float.
And then they'll fucking sit there and short those currencies, attack those fucking.
Yeah, bring them back down, literally.
Yeah. It's like, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, the fact that there's so many things in the derivatives. There's so many types of things in the derivatives that, like, that's why I was showing people with this 2008 before. Everybody's like, when I first showed everybody a long time ago, this is 2008, but worse. And I can show you exactly the new version of fucking 2008. You had the mortgage-backed securities over here. You had the fucking tranches. Like I said, you were selling to people that couldn't afford it. And what happened? This shit came crashing down. The reason they used the housing market was because they thought it was too big to fail, right? Well, now what is too big to fail? The stock market. Why is it too big to fail? The stock market for them. Well, what they thought, like I said, arrogant dumb fuck. What they thought was, all right, we control the price. We control what fails and what doesn't. Do they not control the price? Can they not do whatever the fuck they pretty much want to do? So they go, the stock market is too big to fucking fail because we control everything. And then January happened. And their algo had no fucking clue how to randomly handle all of retail. And guess what happened? Just like these are called naked credit default swaps. Now, if you come over here, naked credit default swap is the equivalent of shorting a fucking default swap. So, you're basically opening up a naked short, coming over here, but through a credit default swap. Where's my fucking drive? Okay, so now, instead of having the mortgage-backed ones, you got fucking naked credit default swap ones. And these are what they use to place their bets in the derivatives market against fucking stocks, or these naked credit default swaps. And then if you look over here, I just want to show them real quick, Randall, the overstock lawsuit, because I think a lot of people, when they hear these is the contract and shit, like, they don't understand, like, they think they're just passing shares. But I wanted to show, like, the flex option, like, there's shit into the
Yeah,
contract
it's
here.
basically every tool that you can think of. I mean, they can create tools. That's literally the idea of ISDA, is like they create what the fuck they need to get it done.
Yeah, exactly. So
Like,
everyone watching here real quick, just so you guys understand this real quick, this is from the Overstock lawsuit. This is what they do inside of it is to create these counterfeit shares and show they have the obligations and everything like that. It says they would open up an ISDA contract, and inside of these ISDA contracts you would have flex options, buy rights, and married puts. And by doing this, they were able to open up those shares. These flex options, and as me and Randall showed you guys, they have special, circumstances, special abilities, special terms. So of course they can add shares through that. The fucking what was it? The buy rights make it to where they don't have to pay any taxes on any of these transactions as well. So it cancels out all that. And what the fuck did they do with the married puts? Weren't the married puts just a hedge for it, Randall?
Yeah, they're just hedge. All they are is basically they're pairing puts and calls and shit. That's almost the creation of a synthetic.
Yeah. And if you guys look here when it talks about being on the ratio list, you can actually reset these FTDs to day one, or if they wanted to as well, if they waited 2 more weeks, it actually do a sham closeout on the synthetic position. So they're able to make synthetic positions, close them out without even doing anything to bypass the ratio or just to get the fuck off it. So, like I said, they can create these shares, make these. If you look over here with this, the CNS program, you make the strategic failure to deliver, and then the ones that you cannot use the strategic failure to deliver that you can't cover up with the CNS program. All you're doing is coming over in the ISDA, and you're making them over here, and you're letting them literally reset themselves, or you're letting them close them out. And the way that they can close them out, just so people understand real quick, just a quick explanation, is what they'll do is they'll call a banker, right? A market maker will say, hey, say you sent me these shares, we did this contract, right? What will happen is the bank will say, all right, you got the shares, but the bank never sent the shares. The market maker never got the shares. And what happens is over the course of the 2 weeks, like it was saying, now the shares will reset on both of them because the contract will expire on both of their ends. But since nobody sent or received shares in the first place, it's the sham closeout because everybody's books and everybody's contracts after the 2 weeks look completely in order.
Yeah, so let me explain. So a sham closeout. This is from the SEC. This is how they explain a sham closeout. Okay.
Yeah.
Sham transactions that are structured to give the false appearance that short sells are being covered with open market shares when in fact the short seller has arranged to cover the short sell position with offering shares, thereby violating rule 105. So these guys will do this even on they're not just exclusive to IPOs, but these guys are saying that they're abusing IPOs to do this as well, to short the shit out of companies that are just going public.
Oh yeah.
And they say they're currently working on issuing interpretive guidance relating to sham transactions. But what the fuck does that mean? Interpretive guidance. Guidance to me means recommendations and not laws, which is what we're fighting for.
And that's what we just covered with that last thing with FINRA. Why the fuck are we now finding out that these are they're just guidelines? They're not requirements. What? And that's how they're skating by. You're finding out as these things go on. Well, yeah, but they're not necessarily, no one's like I said, everything is right now currently being watched by nobody. Being watched by the regulators that are the people committing the crimes. Literally, that is what's happening in the stock market. You have the Federal Reserve and the politicians bailing them out left and fucking right through reverse repos, plunge protection team. The Feds own $3 trillion, you guys, in mortgage-backed securities. Once again, the Federal Reserve are the biggest real estate agent in the United States. Think of how fucking fucked up that is. It's the same thing in 2008. They still have mortgage-backed securities that nobody can afford because of COVID, and they are crashing like crazy, which is forcing the Fed to buy them up, which is holding the price value at 500,000. And now you add in the interest rate of 6.85, and then nobody can afford a house. Now you take the the raise on wages, and it was only 2%. So once again, You all took a 6.65% fucking decrease in your pay this year, and you guys are working harder. Meanwhile, they're shipping champagne. I mean, like I said, I know people are sad about this, and it's fucked up, and it's reality. It is fucked up. But like I said, once this repository system comes in, you have the world now fucking watching us, not just fucking people in the United States. You have the true world watching us, making sure they're not getting fucked. Like I said, these other countries, they got to be wondering why think about this. Think about this statement. Every single country in the world is broke. How's that possible?
No, they all owe each other fucking money too. Everybody owes everybody. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
actually crazy.
Everybody
It's
owes
actually
everybody.
sad. That's literally what's happening. Everybody owes everybody in one way or the other, and these guys don't have enough money to cover the debt, and they create new ways to basically I'm as much as I've used this term, I'm starting to hate the term kick the can down the road, but that's what they are. It's just extending lifelines. Like that's all we're at right now. Position. It's like how do we stay alive?
Yeah, and it's like at this point, that's what I'm saying. Our best tool, best bet. We need to fucking talk to people. This shit. These are the things we need to be looking at, not fucking. Oh, we went up 25 cents. Like I said, if people want to watch tubers, that's fine, but realize what they are at this point. They're
Well, I
fucking. They're just
me
entertainment.
me personally, like I wish that and I've tried to reach out, and I like even I should probably even hit up Astro again and be like, because he knows Trey. Like I think that we need somebody, not, I don't want to say need, but it definitely helps us if we had one of these or two of these fucking major YouTubers just cover. I think they cover bits and pieces of it, right? Like that they hear through the grapevine, if that makes sense, but they're
Mm,
not covering the most important parts of it. And so I think that if we have the people that are at the top when it comes to exposure for AMC actually start addressing these things, then it inspires more apes to do DD, and that's how it kind of snowballs. But right now, it doesn't seem like people are that interested in this outside of like you, me, and Boss Blunt. I think, and Pantheon too is actually starting to give give it the attention that it I think deserves.
yeah, which yeah, man. Like I said, it's the top of the snake. It's the top of the food chain, man. Like I said, we can sit there and bitch and whine and moan all day about the stock market, but in the end of the day, all these small regulations that go into the stock market, they're not going to fix anything. You have until you have like I said, 100% no retail orders ever go through a fucking anything other than a lit exchange. Well, then at that point, why do we need a broker? Why can't a lit exchange just have a broker set to us?
But I told you this, or well, I've made a video on this. I didn't specifically tell you, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and I don't mean to call apes out, but you've seen what the increase was. It was 3% increase. So although it was a great increase, 3% is a lot when we talk about the entirety of retail. But the majority of us are still not doing what we need to do. So it makes
Well,
me
yeah,
wonder if people are like all talk. And when I say that, I don't mean call people out, but I mean it's like we have to like I would think with as much as we've talked about, and when I say we, this is not a you and I thing. I mean payment for order flow and the fucking problems that come with that has been slammed home. And I was hoping that we would see more than 3%, right?
I know.
Like, and so to me, and I don't like, this is not Bigums. This is just me, Randall, talking, like, but it makes me question, like, are we actually doing what we need to be doing?
No, man. Like I said, nobody's fucking. I mean, we are a little bit. Ken Griffin lost. That douchebag lost in Illinois. I mean, we're making changes. You're seeing hedge funds going down. You see these banks. They're getting in worse and worse and worse positions. Like we're making changes, but the things we need to do to accelerate this to really fucking put pressure on them, no. Not many people. Every time they'll sit there and laugh at me when I say get the fuck out of these ISDA banks. Well, if that's the plan, then we're gonna lose. If that's your attitude instantly, yeah, we're gonna fucking lose. We're gonna lose every time when it's too fucking hard for you guys to get off a payment portal platform and just direct collect. We're gonna lose if it's too hard to get out of these fucking banks and realize these Opponents of yours are using your own money against you. These opponents of yours are using your own shit against you, and they're not going to stop. And on top of that, they're all in bed with each other. We should have realized when we saw it in The Big Short. Like I said, man, they're fucking. That half that movie was all the regulators hanging out with all the fucking pieces of shit, trying to get jobs with them. That's all it is, man. It's like a fucking circle jerk. You know what I mean? It's literally regulators circle jerking these guys, taking their payments. They'll SEC, FINRA, they slap a couple wrists here and here just to give the appearance. Then they look at us and go, well, we don't have money. We can't even get fucking coffee. We can't get these guys. When in reality, it's like when you do digging, no, you guys don't want to get these fucking guys. And it's like, what do you do? Like I said, like a lot of people ask me, like, what do we do other than buy and hold and wait for these three key things? It's like just keep buying, holding, and live your life. Relax. Stop watching this shit every day. Because, like I said, you guys, this shit's so mental on you. It's draining you guys so much. Still waking up every day watching the same person. You guys, how many of you wake up and like look forward to the same guy on YouTube? Look forward to the same watching of the line. You see, you have four same YouTubers up that aren't trading you any information, or one or two of them will say this is going to be it. This is going to be it, and you get all jacked up, and then anytime other real information comes, you're already saying nope, it's wrong. It's just a YouTuber. You cannot put all YouTubers together. You cannot put all people that do DD on Twitter together, on Reddit together. You guys gotta actually put in a little effort to read more than just the headline sometimes, like it's truly unbelievable to me on how much people will argue with me about the market but don't know 90% of it, and well, this one fucking redditor said this and he showed me facts, and it's like, well, like I said, we gotta not you
Listen,
guys gotta find the right information and verify it. Just because you read something, like I said, verify it. I'm wrong. Randall, you could be wrong. Everyone can be wrong.
we've been wrong. I've been wrong. You've been wrong. We like anyway. Like how it's impossible not to be wrong, man. We're all like we. At the end of the day, there's probably 99% of us came in here from our jobs that we were really great at or whatever, and are switching to this. The majority of us are not people that have spent years on the markets, right?
Mm.
But what we fucking learned, how fast we've learned it at an accelerated pace, is because we're all working together. So we are learning really fucking fast. Like we're learning at an accelerated pace. But also there's a lot to be said about like patience and understanding that the people that we're up against have spent years and years building the system that we're fighting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to think that we're going to break it down, in a year and a half is a bit naive, right? Like, not that
Oh
we
yeah.
can't do it. We're moving at a crazy fast rate, but people need to kind of check themselves in terms of thinking about
Expectations.
right. Well, like I said, anything that's worth having, man, it takes work. Like, right. And
Exactly.
that's goes back to the old adage of, like, I'm sure people have heard this, like usually when a fool wins a lottery, he ends up broke again, if that
Yep.
makes sense, because he has no idea how to manage his money. And so if you have people that are expecting to get rich overnight on the squeeze play, I mean, again, all of us are in this play because we think this is going to be the MOAS. So don't confuse what I'm saying. But to think that it is going to be like an overnight thing, I think is a little bit crazy. Like, we're going to have to put some effort in on this. And I think we have been. But again, we just got to kind of keep grinding. That's the
Yeah.
only way.
And just keep fucking, like I said, man, we got to keep evolving and stop.
Educating.
Exactly. Evolving, educating, and stop pushing out information just because like I said, I'm guilty of it too, man. Like, I shut people out. Like, I got fucking Matt Kors blocked. I have a whole bunch of these guys blocked, and it's like, it's hard not to, stop. It's hard not to fucking, stop chewing on that cord. Sorry. Trying to eat my fucking Xbox cord.
No, it's all good. In fact, I'll say something. I was thinking about this the other day. So I talked to Vegas Andrew he messaged me and said that, hey, that he was trying to, or he was gonna, there was a podcast or a space call with Martin Scarelli, and he's a pretty infamous short seller, and he's been a scumbag in his own right in a lot of ways, right?
Mm.
And he might not even be pro AMC, but he has made a lot of money in the market short selling. And I was telling Vegas, basically saying, like, man, instead of the ape community instantly going at this motherfucker's throat, right? Like, and just tearing him to pieces because we are passionate about our stock, right? We don't want to hear anybody fucking say malicious shit. But
Yeah.
this is a guy that has successfully shorted stocks and has fucking ruined companies multiple times, and has also driven his own hedge fund into the ground. So instead of like creating an environment where this fool feels like he's on the defense, right? Curate an environment where he feels comfortable so we can learn about these tactics and learn about it who's been on somebody who's on the fucking inside and actually doing these things that we're kind of fucking fighting against. Like, from his perspective, if he's willing to go into it, and he's saying that he is. So I think that we need to jump off the fucking trigger sometimes too, in terms of like just going instantly at somebody because it may not fit our narrative, because we need to be well rounded.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like that's kind of where I'm getting at. Like we got to start watching or paying attention to, like I said, the people putting out the information. I'm not even talking just about me, just about all these DDers. You know, compared to that, we're still watching the same 6 people that aren't telling you where you need to be. You need to realize if they're not telling you where you need to be or how to get to the end, they're probably making money off you. So they don't want you to get to the end. And that was the point of me also showing the YouTube money in the beginning. Like I said, we got to start putting the right people in, in fucking in order so the right information starts to get out instead of this fucking stupid shit. Like I said, it's just crazy. Our community is pretty much divided up into the 10 YouTubers club, and then the people who think SFT or STOs are going to be the answer. Well, it's like, okay, let's pretend we do the STOs with the money Adam Aaron and AMC doesn't fucking have. We create all that bullshit. Well, you guys also know Overstock was in lawsuits forever. You know it's going to cost a whole bunch of money, take a whole bunch of time, even if they started tomorrow. And on top of that, I showed you guys, because nobody loves to do, DD on T0. T0 has a private blockchain on the BSTX server. A private blockchain, which means that it's in the OTC market on their blockchain. On this OTC market, I showed you guys, they have chameleon technology, which can rewrite the code, rewrite the block without no one else knowing. Now, if they can edit the block, if there's a private block that only they have access to, this is no longer true blockchain. This is blockchain. This is the current system disguised as blockchain, so you guys all trust it, and that's it. That's all it is. So everyone just talks about the STOs. This is the magic. You got the people do these kind of fucking these special kind of fucking peer recounts. Good grief. Those
All
are
that
gonna
stuff
work.
is like, right, it's easy to say and talk about, but it require that the 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 blowback from one of those things, if it doesn't go correctly, is way worse.
Oh yeah.
Right, like the likelihood that something like that works compared to the negative that comes from it, it's just not a fair trade.
That's what I'm saying. And it's like everyone, like I'm still sitting there seeing all these people, like you got the fucking half the group now, the community's fucking, oh, Adam Aaron's a piece of shit, he doesn't do this, he hasn't fought for us. Adam Aaron's only job, because once again, this is the problem with the community. Nobody fucking checked out AMC's fundamentals. Nobody saw how fucked they were. And not only that, nobody gave a fuck. And then people literally would say, fundamentals don't matter in a squeeze play. In what fucking universe do they not matter in a squeeze play? You guys want to fuck them up? Make AMC as profitable as fuck next quarter. I've said this how many fucking times? You guys want to fuck them up, make AMC so profitable, the douchebags that write shitty reviews and all this stuff have nothing to say but positive stuff because there's nothing else to say.
Hey, I can tell you why fundamentals do matter to squeeze play, hands down, regardless, no ifs, ands, or buts, right?
Yeah,
Because a squeeze play only happens when shorts pile in on a position, right? The shorts got in based off fundamentals, hands down.
exactly.
Like
Exactly.
literally, that's why shorts get in, because a company looks like it's going to go bankrupt and all the fundamentals line up. So to say fundamentals don't matter in a squeeze play, that's the origin of the shorts.
Exactly. And everyone getting mad at fucking AMC. Who's buying Highcroft? And like I said, it's just childish fud that don't understand it. The dude's already made like 30 million on it from when he bought in. He was saying in his last earning, even at the price it was at, and he still thinks it's gonna go higher. And also, so Adam Aaron thinks he can make 100 million off a side bet without even touching his money or diluting the stock or anything. And you guys truly go, well, that's because he doesn't believe in his company, blah blah blah. It's like I said, it's unreal how fucking far these people will go out. And like I said, I get the frustration, man. Like I said, I've showed you guys. I don't get paid till you guys do. It's the same shit. I want it to fucking squeeze just as bad as you guys. I'm just as frustrated. You guys, I sit here and read DD all day long on how people are fucking me in the ass, and all I get to do is smile about it. Trust me, I'm more pissed than you guys, and I understand how they're fucking me in the ass. It makes it way worse. But that's why people say ignorance is bliss. But if you're ignorant and you don't ever want, like I said, you're going to be in that situation the rest of your life. You're going to put your children in that situation. Like I said, the fact that that report came out, game stopped, and they literally admitted. What do you guys think would have happened? Think about this for 1 second. Truly think about this. If you owned GameStop that day, what would the price have gone to if they didn't let go of a $10 billion fucking requirement? If Robinhood had to buy $10 billion worth of the stock, or let's say Robinhood's part of the CNS program, or whatever this is. One of the things I saw here, I was reading and I can't find the page, remember it was. They said that the maybe you can correct me here, Randall. It was the NSCC or FINRA through one of the programs they were in, the reason that they told them to go to PCO or whatever was because they didn't want them all to be margined at once and they wanted to do it separately during separate time periods so they could handle it.
Yeah, I think that was the initial thing, like to try and mitigate it. But then I think that it was like a fucking tidal wave.
Yeah,
Like
so
I think that was their initial approach, was like, hey, this is how we're gonna handle this, and then they got rolled the fuck over.
yeah, so it's like, now think about, okay, so let's say they made them do that. Somebody would have, my point of saying that though was because somebody, as we just saw and read everything, somebody else would have had to cover that position. Somebody else would have in that program position, you guys, everyone listening, somebody else in that CNS or that netting program, whatever kind they're using, would had to have covered that position now. So that's the point of it. So they all don't go down and then the risk doesn't go down. That's one of the main reasons why you join these.
Well, that's another thing I think about though too, with like, you know, the way that this happened, it makes me feel like it was a top level problem. Meaning, like we've seen the repo markets going up and up and up, and these large fucking banks are loaning out more and more and more cash, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're thinking about, okay, what if these guys had a bunch of money that they owed to the fucking banks and shit, right? And you know, they're the biggest lobbyists of them all. They're the guys that control politicians, that put people in head positions at the DTCC, the SEC, et
Run
cetera, et
drugs,
cetera.
help
Right,
cartel.
right. No, all that stuff, right? All the shit that comes with all of that. And it's like, you know, if this shit had the potential to to cripple the Fed, then it makes sense why they let this shit happen, because they're like, oh my God, this is gonna fuck up the United States. And I there's a part of me, without trying to be a fearmonger, that believes that that could have been the case.
Yeah, they could have, but at the same time, even if another see, the thing that was fucked up is if you truly read the report and read what happened. I put it up there on. Here is my breakdown of the report. Like, here's a little 2-minute breakdown of what I saw. Pretty much, you had all these market makers. There's like the 5 market makers or 7 or whatever they said. Now these guys are all over leveraged up the ass. Robinhood came in. They didn't expect Robinhood now to fucking, fill all these orders, fill all these orders. Well, Robinhood obviously got over leveraged up the fucking ass. Well, when they came to collect their payment for order flow rebate, Citadel and these market makers no longer could afford them, which is why Vlad had to call up his little buddy and go, hey, we need you to fucking bypass this. And since Citadel's on the DTCC, they call up Vlad. They say, hey, Vlad, if you drop my payment for order flow rebates that I owe you so I don't get over leveraged or margin called, I will call up my buddies at the DTCC and we will drop those fucking $21 billion that you owe in fees or whatever it was. We'll drop all those fees. So you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back, and then switch it to PCO until we get this fucking handled. So it was like literally because Citadel and Virtue are on the DTCC, they go, hey, we'll waive your fucking billions of dollars here if you waive our billions of dollars there. Literally, it was people getting margined and everybody doing more back handshakes than I thought could be possibly made at the time. When I read this, like I said, I was fucking furious because I was like, okay, I get the fucking SEC is a piece of shit. I get the banks are. I knew all that bullshit. But the second I saw all the shit going on with FINRA and the SEC, and then reading what they said about everything, like, oh, these are just suggestions. We need to update these suggestions. We need to update this. But nothing was like, we need this to change. This has to be fixed. It was all recommendations of like, update your collateral, update this requirement, update this standard. It was nothing fucking crazy. When it's like, what the living fuck? Like I
Yeah,
said, you just,
FINRA said that they didn't have the authority to. They made a claim that they need more authority to do things.
well, they do. I mean, in the end of the day,
No, I
they're
agree. Actually made a video on this. Honestly, like they're the ones that are seeing these things on a day to day basis. They need to have the same ability, in my opinion, that the SEC has. Like if they see some shit right off the rip, be like, "Yo, fuck you,
But at
fuck
the
this. It's
same
not happening."
time, you can say that, but at the same time, what they can do to have that authority is go, all right, you guys want to fuck around. There's no more acceptance waiver and consent. You're paying the whole fucking fine now. And not only that, fuck a fine. We're going to bar you after 2 or 3 times. There's things
Well,
they can do to be fucking, like, they can say they don't have this or that, but they have the ability to fucking bar them from trading. They have the ability to make these penalties as harsh as they want, but they're the ones choosing slap on the wrist
yeah, no, but
every
I
fucking
know
time.
I think the SEC does, but I don't think that FINRA does.
FINRA does.
To
FINRA's the one
to
that walks up to him and here, sign our acceptance waiver and consent, and don't admit you're wrong, but pay this fine.
Right, pay the fine, but I don't think that FINRA has a right to bar anybody or jail anybody. That would go to the SEC, and then probably even farther than
I'm
that.
pretty sure FINRA can bar people, bro. Let me
I
fucking
don't know.
look.
We'll have to look into that. That's something I have never looked into, but the way that what I interpreted what I was reading, and this is just my opinion, right? Like I said, I could be way the fuck wrong. I just felt like FINRA was seeing all this shit and didn't have the ability to do anything about it. Not saying that they weren't.
I mean, maybe
Again, I
they
know.
can. Maybe I'm just
No,
fucking wrong.
no. Listen, we can look into this. This is my opinion, and also I'm not speaking on all of FINRA. I'm sure there's people in the FINRA board that are people that have nefarious intentions, right? But I think there are trying to do their best. But that's just what I gathered. It made it sound like that their hands were tied.
Well, with the cat system, they have no excuses. I mean, they literally get to audit everything in real life,
Yeah,
dated timestamps.
but what I'm saying though is if they can do all that and they can't do any sort of action on it, they have to send it to the SEC, and we know how they fucking drag their feet. But that was just my understanding of how it works. But I see what you're looking up right now. Let's see, like what are the what authority does FINRA have? Maybe look that up. What is it? The third one down, expelled from FINRA. What does it say to that? The third drop down. No. It was like the drop downs at the top. Yeah, yeah. People also ask, what does it mean to be expelled from FINRA?
Yeah.
They probably can ban on the stock market. That's probably
I'm
true.
pretty sure, bro. They can
Yeah, but
ban you.
yeah, that happens a lot to hedge funds though. And when that happens, what they do is they go create a family office.
I know that's what I was saying to everyone earlier. I'm like, it doesn't matter. They'll just make a
So,
family office.
Yeah,
So
the
like,
ban doesn't matter to me. I'm talking if any of them have the authority to actually send you to fucking jail to do like I think that's what they were trying to say. So they can make them prohibit them from trading from being an association member. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if that's the only repercussion of what happens if you get banned from FINRA, so if you fucking skamazed a bunch of people for $1 trillion and they're like, oh, you can't trade anymore, but you just go open a family office. I mean, that's
so
like a
it's not
slap on the
authority
fucking
to bring
wrist.
criminals, so the SEC can't.
Yeah, I don't think the SEC can either. The IRS cannot either. They take that, I think, to the DOJ and shit. It's like they're the ones that are
probably why
gonna.
the Doge is investigating everything because they fucking can.
Yeah. Yeah, that's literally. I don't think any of these institutions can actually jail you. So it's like the SEC, like they have to give it to somebody else. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I
And
knew.
then
I
all
knew
those
this.
are just controlled by who? Oh yeah, good old politicians.
Yeah, I didn't want to say this shit though, but I figure fuck it since we're talking about it. Like I've known this for a while, but I just don't want people to feel disheartened and shit. It's got to go. These reports, which is more time. We know how the fucking bureaucracy goes in these government institutions, right? But criminal charges are going to take fucking time. The SEC, they're literally all they can do is go report it to somebody else. They can ban you from trading.
Well, yeah, but that could have been done. But like you said,
Right, but even the trading, it's like let's go somewhere else. They'll just go to create a family office.
Yep, close the EIN, bankrupt it, and open up a family office. Ask the fucking what's this fucking stupid thing? 72. What the hell? Baseball.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go piss.
Word. Right fucking name. Steve Cahoes or whatever. Douchebag. Finna take disciplinary action. Yeah, but I don't know if they can send them to jail. But still, like I said, start banning fuckers from trading. I mean, literally. I mean, think about this. Your government just found out the entire stock market was fake. All the guys are fucking helping them, and the entire integrity of the stock market. Think about this. The entire integrity of the stock market has been lost. 1,000% lost. It's that, I mean, worldwide, we're waking up, exposing this shit. People are fucking, this, like I said, this is ridiculous. This thing right here is enough. Like I said, they stole $10 billion. Now, like I was saying here, so let's say that because of the netting process, one of their buddies would have had to have covered that $10 billion of those shares. What do you guys think GameStop would have went to? So you have you got fucking 9.7 trillion. Or billion. What's this? Let's pop off and calculate it. Hold on a second. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Which the flow? I mean, man. I mean, good God, they would have been making some massive buying. You see what? Jesus Christ! Sorry, I was looking at this calculator here. Like I said, you had to fucking hit 400 whatever. You still would have added another 9.7 billion in buying if they still want to fucking put on. And that's just from one fund now. You guys, you got to think. So this is just from Robinhood. Now Robinhood would have dropped this. So you still would have owed 9.7 billion there. you now would have had other firms. Now, this is what I want people to look at because it's like, this is what's fucking crazy. You had other firms experience the same problem. If you come down here and look at this and you see Webull gets pulled up and you talk about it talks about Apex Clearing and these other clearing services. So you had all of these banks, these brokers, all of these fucking people. Where's this thing here? All of them fucking get fucked up. So you would have had Webull, Apex. You had Webull would have went down. You would have had fucking Apex go down because they couldn't process this. I mean, think of the billions of dollars. Like I said, you guys, think of how much this adds up to how much you guys got stolen. With Apex clearing all this shit and having to fucking do all their bullshit.
That was just on a few stocks, man.
That's
That's
just
the
on a
problem. Yeah, they were not going to be able to facilitate the needs for the market.
no, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm trying to show people, like dude, this is no fucking joke. Even if you gave them 4, I mean, if you come back into this report and look at this chart, I can't find this fucking chart. There's that chart that shows down all the people that they forgave, because they were gonna go under. It was in a little square box. Gotta be getting close. It showed all of the people that they. Here it is. All right, here you go. Look at this. Everyone, look at my screen here. All right, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these people. Okay. You had E-Trade, Charles Schwab, Apex, Interactive Broker, Robinhood. Apex ended up affecting Webull. Anyone who uses Apex as a clearing service, all of them got shut down. Okay, all of these people we're gonna go over. Now, if this was 10 billion, Apex had to shut down, and how many different people use them? Apex was probably more than this fucking. This is probably more like 8.5 type shit. You got fucking E-Trade, Charles Schwab, and these are just your brokers. I mean, these are the people that were gonna go under. And now think if those people went under, you have 5 more brokers. Let's just add all those other fuckers up. Let's just add what, 25 billion quick. No, that'd be 5 billion a piece. So let's do like 16. Even if you had 16 billion there. So all those brokers should have went fucking down. 25, 29. So what would have happened if you had fucking another fucking stop? $38 billion in buying just from fucking these guys having to cover what they fucking borrowed. And that's not even covering the major shorts, the market makers, fucking banks, real people that short retail shorts. I mean, think about that. You add all that up, man. Like I said, you had 30 fucking 8 billion or whatever worth of GameStop and AMC taken away. And this also doesn't even include retail, FOMO. Now you have FOMO buying. You have other institutes buying. Now you pump in more billions. You see what I'm saying, you guys? They literally took away an extra 45 billion, dollars worth of pump into GameStop and AMC that day. Think of those prices that they should have fucking hit. And they're literally admitting it to you right here. Think of the prices they should have hit. Think of how, like I said, the fact that GameStop didn't hit 1,000 should blow your fucking mind. It should
Well,
blow your fucking mind.
I'm going to link you something right now on Twitter
Uh,
and a DM.
the fact that in the report, you guys, they said the initial report, the giant spikes was not due to covering. Look at, they weren't lying. This report showed you those giant spikes to 300, you guys. Those weren't that was FOMO buying. That wasn't these guys fucking covering because look at, when they should have had to cover it, it just showed you the DTCC made them not cover. So when we hit that 300 in those prices, that was just from FOMO. Now imagine if they would have made them actually cover. They're $50 billion. Like I said, and you're not even counting everyone else. They're literally telling you guys those stocks could have been $1,200-1,300 minimum. How much did you guys lose? Like I said, this is something we should be fucking enraged about. This is insane. You guys literally had a winning lottery ticket, walked up to cash it in, and the dude at the cash register said, "No, I don't feel like paying you," and just burned your ticket in front of you. Argos, I know it says you won fucking $1 million here, but I'm gonna give you 1,000 because fuck it, and we're gonna call it a day. I'm the regulator, so here's 1,000 and be on your way. You made money. That shit is absolutely fucking unreal, dude. Is the agreement litigation?
Yep. What they go on to talk about is basically, this is a law firm that represents like stock matters, et cetera, right? And they talk about how that some firms will create ISA contracts and they'll initiate them with other financial institutions that don't have a proper understanding of them, right? And basically abuse the fuck out of those companies, right? So I'll read it kind of word for word so people have an understanding. It says an ISA agreement is a readily tailored by financial firms to limit investors' rights. Limit investors' rights. That's like, I want to highlight that. Improperly or without proper disclosure. For example, if an SEC registered financial firm decides to sell a derivative subject to an ISA agreement through an unregistered affiliate, then the agreement will typically provide for exclusive jurisdiction over any dispute in court in New York or the United Kingdom, thus attempting to circumvent the investor's rights to arbitration at FINRA. So we were talking about, Pantheon, I was reading the chat. I know you talked about some of the arbitration stuff that FINRA can do. So through these agreements, they can actually fuck people over and deny them that arbitration through contractual lingo. Now the second paragraph goes on to say the firm presently represents a family office, okay, and a $383 million FINRA arbitration claim in New York against Citigroup, okay, which is the member, related to Citigroup's misconduct with respect to the structuring, monitoring, and handling of hedge fund and private equity portfolios. Again, so remember how we attack hedge funds and shit like Citadel and all these hedge funds? Some of these hedge funds literally are getting fucked by the banks themselves also. So that's something else I just wanted to throw out there. And so to carry on in the and the improper recommendation. So improper recommendation from the agreement these guys signed, and implementation of a leveraged option swap transaction, which we already talked about, is the swaps and derivatives, right? Pursuant to an ISA agreement and a lender protected and unit trust. It says the firm handled a $15 million dispute. Also, on top of that, the first one was $383 million, and now they're talking about another $15 million on behalf of a fuel and heating oil company against ISDA to the purchase of OTC derivatives, including swaps and options, and I assume for the same sort of reason.
I was gonna ask, fine, dude. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, people, it's like, it's everything. I'm telling you, everything's showing you it. Lawsuits are showing you it. Huang's showing you it. Those guys are the ones getting fucking arrested. Like, the SWAT, it's $2 quadrillion. Like, I say that word, and I don't think people fathom, the number, man. That's ridiculous. There's not even that much money in the world, dude. Not even close. So it's like, I don't know, man. I'm still baffled that people aren't talking about it as much as they should be.
I mean, they will be. It's a hard thing too. It's hard. It's boring. It's difficult to get to the bottom of. I mean, we've been trying to. It's like there's still a lot of shit we don't see.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, and like you said, I mean, so it's so fucking hard to get
I
people to
mean,
enjoy learning. Like you said, it's
I mean,
boring.
what we talked about right now, though, people should be upset about it. Should light a fire under their ass. It's like these are the guys. It's your banks. Literally, it's the people that gave you your mortgage. It's the people that give you your credit lines. They're the ones that are fucking us.
And like I was saying, dude, like the average fucking interest rate for a savings loan, checking and all that shit, 0.03. You're literally making 3 pennies for every 1,000 you put in. Not even. You're making like literally a penny for every 1,000 in interest. And that's why I sit there and, like, I was talking to all these people that, like, there's a lot of people like, man, I'm fucking, I lost money in this, or man, I'm almost even, or I'm broke, and like I'm not used to living like this, and see, it's like one of the things people they're not gonna understand or appreciate is it's like people spend a lot. I'm not like I said, I'm not siding with the banks or anything. Like people spent money stupidly for so long. People would buy an iPhone every fucking year for $2,000, and they would be the exact same phone. You literally couldn't tell the difference, other than the fact one might be a little faster. But yet you're shelling out thousands by the second. Like there was all these things that people do that just money wise, that fast food, fast food, fast food, fast food every day. You know what I mean? To where it's like display, at least one of the things I was trying to have people like, I always look for, yeah, this shit sucks ass, but I always look for positives in the movement and bad things in life. And this has taught a lot of people money management that have never had to do it before and would have never learned this without doing this, without putting this in an account that you're not going to touch. How many of you people are sitting there like, man, this shit sucks. I could have done this, blah, 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 or this, when in reality, you would have more than likely had this shit sitting in your account and it would have just been spent on stupid stuff or gone. You know what I mean? So it's like, you gotta look at some positives in this too. I know it's fucking frustrating, like I said, and I know it sucks, but like I said, you gotta look at some of these positives, and like I said, the money management type thing it matters. It's a huge
Well,
deal.
here's the positive. These guys are so greedy that we don't even have to stab them. If that makes
Yeah, I
sense.
know.
Like they're literally gonna fuck themselves over. That's how greedy these bastards are. So it's just a matter of time. And I'll be honest, why I started learning all this was because of AMC. I've learned to know that it's not just AMC, it's a market wide problem. And so it's going to need some time to get addressed. Squeezes happen all day, every day across the market, across, 3 or 4 times a day in some stocks. We're
Exactly.
waiting for the big fucking one. And it's gonna take a lot of conviction. It's gonna take a lot of pressure, which I think that we're doing. I do think that we're doing a good job understanding that, our Twitter community, our YouTube community is or in Facebook, Reddit, all of them is smaller than a lot of retail investors. So we need to start reaching our hands out and touching people that, are closer to us, like in our lives, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
it should
exactly.
it should be easier now, right? Because now it's not he say, she say. We have documents from the fucking financial house committee saying the shit's happening, right?
Yeah.
So it's no longer like we're just going up and being like, hey, this is what's happening, and people are thinking we're crazy. It's like, no, we actually have the fucking proof. The government's saying this is happening, and that should help your arguments. We need to start expanding and making people put pressure on the people we're voting for into office, like locally. And again, I know this sounds crazy, but it's the only thing I can think of because look, we're really great at exposing all the corruption. A big goal of mine has been to figure out, like, okay, how do we start actually making changes? So yes, I think educating is at the forefront of that, is like, hey, getting people to talk about these things. I think that's why Bingham's and I keep you'll keep hearing us talk about ISDA and pushing all this shit. It's not because we enjoy fucking seeing how we're getting fucked. You know what I mean? It's
Oh
because
yeah.
we need people to talk about this shit so it gets changed.
And I know I know, like, even people in the chat and stuff, like, I know, this is why I don't make a video all the time either, because I know when people watch my videos, like, some people are watching this discouraged, but that's because they still don't truly understand these 3 steps. I didn't cover them as well as I should have. So they're walking away like, "Oh, okay, this is just another 3 things," but these 3 things are big fucking deals, where it's like, the other ones, like we were saying, there weren't that big of deals, and, like, if you're anyone listening that does DD, like you said, you gotta keep pushing things. If you know it matters, if you truly understand it and it matters, you gotta keep pushing it. Me and Randall, like we said, we've been pushing this shit since what, last fucking January, February, March, and people are now catching on to ISDA, where it's like, so we gotta keep exposing shit as much as we can. We can't stop exposing this, or they fucking win.
Well, that's what they're banking on, like that we're going to get tired and then they'll be able to continue to abuse the system as they're doing now, right? Like they'll just get tired. But if we keep putting pressure on these guys, I really do believe that we're going to, again, like I sound like a fucking broken record. Every time I think about this, I'm saying the same shit every time, but like they were not talking about any of this stuff before us. You know what I mean? So it is getting the attention it needs, but we need to keep going forward and not be upset or discouraged by new shit that we learn, right? In terms of like, man, some of this shit's pretty damning. It's like, holy crap, this is fucked up. And it's really easy to kind of be like, are we fighting a fucking uphill battle? And
Mm.
the answer is yes, we are, but we have to change it or else we're not, like, we won't get paid. We have to do it.
Yeah, and like to put it in perspective, you guys were climbing Mount Everest, but only a certain amount of people in the world have ever done it, and it's a view only a few people will ever see. It's gonna be a fucking hard ride up that mountain, but trust me, it's worth the fucking climb. It's gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be hard. Like you were saying, this is the problem. One of the problems with it right away is so many people didn't understand it, never held a stock before, doesn't understand truly what it meant to go long. Saw YouTubers saying this is it, this is going to be quick, boom, boom, you're in out, good to go. They all felt betrayed on those people. Instantly, that trust was lost with YouTubers. And like I said, people, even when they're right, people aren't even paying attention to that information. We gotta, like I said, I mean, I don't know, maybe I should message Trey, do some things, but we gotta, like, come together, man. Like I said, this shit is so fucking ridiculous when you truly step back. This report comes out, you see shit like this, but like you said, man, everyone who's listening, everybody who's gonna watch it, this truly shows you were right. Period. You were right. The government admitted you were right. You know you were right. So that doubt, this should piss you off, and any doubt you ever had about this play, period, right here should fucking say, okay, never mind. We were right, and we got fucked in the ass. We were right, and they gave $10 billion in collateral. Just said, forget about it. And like I said, I showed you the chart. It happened 4 or 5 times before that. How many times have they stopped the squeeze since? It's how many we don't see it happening now, because the one thing I told you guys right away, what do? They evolve. They saw what happened with GameStop right away, and they're doing every small little thing to make sure that they can handle just a little longer, little longer, little longer. But like you said, no matter what, they're greedy. They're fucking each other. They're telling on each other. They got to steal more. You got these guys fucking over the people you were just showing us. They're gonna turn on each other, because in the end of the day, this is a Ponzi scheme. There's 5 ways this ends, period. 1, all of the United States citizens wake the fuck up and revolt and literally overtake this government, and you start afresh. Period. That's it. Because we would fucking win. Trust me. I don't think your own fucking people are going to start shooting at you. Coast Guard is going to start taking out the entire fucking civilization. 2, people start pulling out of the stock market at such a fucking rapid rate. It crashes everything, and the rich start stealing from each other. And at that point, guess what? Regulations will start to happen. Something's going to start. When rich people start to lose money, things start to happen. And if all retail leaves, They have no one to fucking steal from other than each other. Changes will happen. 3, we get paid because other people in the world are seeing what's going on. Other people in the world are getting fucked over left and right legally. They're going to see more of these law firms suing people, and eventually we're going to get enough people to figure out what's going on and make enough noise to these regulators where they cannot, honest to God, ignore us anymore. You got Dave, and this is one of the reasons why I keep on trying this. Number 4, right now, retail has nobody. Like I was showing you guys, think about this. It's like going to a poll and voting for the president, but all they do is take the average of your entire state, and that's how you vote. So your vote doesn't really count. That's what brokers are doing right now. They don't care truly what you think. So people that were mad about, oh man, I voted for this on the shareholder, unless you voted majority, your vote did not count. It's not that it literally did not count. It never even fucking made it to AMC. The reason why half of these rules are passed, all these people, how did this come into play? How are these regulators allowing this? Because if you look at how the thing's set up, the market makers and the brokers are the only people that say the reason payment for order flow is even involved in the United States. They talk for retail and they say payment for order flow is good for retail and it's good for liquidity. It's good for the market. And nobody on our side was there to step up and say no. Nobody on our side was there to say, hey, this is incorrect, SEC. We're fucking watching you. This is why I continuously try to blow up Dave Lauer's We the Investor, because he's continuously having conversations with regulators. He's going to talk to the SEC again soon. And if we can all get our ideas, all show our support to this type of a thing, we need our voice heard. We need to be represented by ourselves. We cannot be represented by these fucking companies that we have proven time upon again they don't have our best interest at heart. We're their product and we're how they make money. And not only that, they incentivize the stock market with the way they have payment for order flow set up, that the more we trade, the more they make, and they have it all incentivized to make us continuously do more trading, more trading, more trading. Instant fucking deposit, borrow, stock loan program, all these things. It's all for you. It's all convenient. And in the end of the day, no, it's to help them fuck you in the ass with a smile on your face, why they say literally this is for your own good. They literally tell the regulators this is for their own good, and they have nobody on our side to say no, it's not. We don't have the lobbyists going and talking to all these fucking people. But Dave Lauer will give us a lobbyist type thing. Everybody, there's certain people that still cry about Citadel. The dude quit Citadel when he saw how fucking trash they were. I mean, and then for the last fucking 8 years has been one of the most vocal people I've ever seen in the United States, period, about market corruption. That's all he talks about. But you have people literally talking about he worked for Citadel and he can't be trusted. It's like, good God, people. We need to support things like that. So number 4, that actually gets a big enough of a voice and a hearing, like I said, and regulators can no longer ignore us. Or number 4, they fuck us all over again. And my God, or 5, they fuck us again. And my God, I don't even want to see what happens. I don't even want to see what the fuck would happen, dude. But like I said, that's the only option. They either fuck us again, and then at that point, you literally are gonna lose the American people. You're gonna lose all what you should. This report alone should be sent to everyone around the world. And everybody should read this and pull out all of their money. And the fact that we don't, and we're not gonna because we're still fighting this fucking bullshit. But anything else, I will never put another dollar in the stock market from reading this report, other than fucking AMC and Jimmy, period. And I'm not saying that because it's not financial advice. I'm saying that because fuck these cocksuckers, period. Why am I
um,
playing their game? Why are you playing their game? Fuck them. Why are we playing this Max Payne bullshit? Fuck them. If you know how to ride options and do your little plays, make money here and there, go for it. But the rest of us, fuck these pieces of shit, dude. They're gonna keep giving us crumbs, keep stealing from every fucking other one else. It's the same bullshit. Fuck them. Like I said, not financial advice. You do you. But in the end of the day, if they literally write a report right here saying to you that they stole billions of dollars from you, 50, 60, 70 billion without FOMO, what the fuck are we doing here? Would you sit down at a poker table and the guy says to you, I'm going to cheat and see your hands every fucking play and determine your cards?
Well, you know what's going to happen, Bigums, is like when we talk about like and how that covers the world, right?
Mm,
What the U.S. doesn't want, in my opinion, is people to be international countries, like central banks of other countries, to feel like our market is rigged. I think that's where like a huge blow to them comes, right? So I
mm,
think that is a fear in the back of their head that's like, hey, we can't show that this shit's completely fucked because they don't want to lose investment from international banks, right?
yeah. But I can't believe international banks haven't seen this report and go,
Well,
fuck that. You know what I
they,
mean?
I
Like,
mean, I mean, I mean, some of them probably have, but you know how the shit works. Like, it's only been a few days, right? For international, if you're literally your economy is based on you swapping interest rate swaps with America overnight to keep shit afloat, right? Like this,
mm,
you would probably have to go over and look to this quite a bit. But the thing is eventually, they start piecing all this together. I think they'll realize that um, you know, they're getting the shitty end of the deal, but their hand is kind of forced too because it's like if you don't do business with America, well
you're
then
fucked.
that's the cream of the crop. Again though, so how we affect that is going and circling back. I know this sounds like a roundabout, but is we hurt our banks by pulling our money out of there. Don't loan with them. Don't loan with is
Hmm.
the member banks that can rehypothecate your cash. You know what I mean? That's the biggest
Exactly.
fucking thing.
And that's the thing. Like, one of the things that we need to push to add on to your point right now, these fucking banks. Sorry, I just took a hit. Right now, these banks have that too big to fail label because there's so many fucking people that use these banks. There's so many people that rely on their credit cards. If you look, you guys, see, you guys got to think about this as a bank, okay? What do you do if you're? Where do banks make most of their money? Interest. Now, if you're gonna sit there and lose all of these housing, all of this bullshit, you're gonna sit there and attack them in other ways. Hold on, the fucking dog, bro. Stop, give me that. I don't know how he finds my cord every fucking time, dude. I've moved this thing 1,000 times. I don't even know how he gets up on this desk here, dude. It's insane. But what was I talking about? The bank. Was I talking about the banks? What was I saying about the banks? They took
You were talking about you're talking about the banks, and now
dog
that
got me
I'm
off.
having to recall, like I forgot what the I
Fucking dog
forgot what
got me all off track, bro. I was like,
like
God
I
damn
was
it.
listening and now I forgot what the fuck you're talking about now that I've called about it.
Talking about the banks and how like, oh yeah. I'm sorry. All right, you guys. So here, watch this. All right, I'm gonna show you how these banks fucking do this. Now, if you watch my screen here, the banks they knew they're gonna take a hit on all of these houses, okay? And then what
Oh
they
yeah.
ended up doing is they sold these to the Feds, okay? Well, the Feds already had said today they were down. They were what taking $300 billion. The Fed, okay? Now watch this. So the Feds have over $300 billion in losses on bonds. They have a shit ton of houses, mortgage-backed securities that they overpaid about $40,000, $50,000 worth. So they're gonna have to sell them and take another fucking hit. Well, if you guys actually look, what are they doing? So they're not making money the way they normally do on houses. So they're sitting there and going, "Oh, you guys, come sign up for our fucking credit cards. Come on, sign up for these massive credit cards, these fucking great blah 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 blow me fucking deals." And what do you know? If you look at the United States right now, because they have to make that money up some way, they're fucking you over on these credit cards, and it said about like 45% Americans are like fucking living off their credit cards right now. Well, who owns all them? The fucking banks. Because and now are they do they own those fucking credit cards? Guess what? They're fucking charging you 17, 15. 20 fucking percent. And meanwhile, they're giving you 0.03 for your money that's in their account, that if you walk into a bank tomorrow, if you have, I don't know, Randall, what would you say? If I walked into a bank and had, I don't know, what would you say, like 25 grand, 30 grand? Let's say I have $30,000 in an account, okay? And I walked into a bank and I said, I need to take my money out today, right now. I need it all right now. Randall, what are the chances I get $30,000 cash from them?
I mean, it would be difficult. You're gonna, I would go higher. They might have 30,000, but at the end of the day, it's like, hey, it's going to be difficult for them to curate that cash immediately. Or what you're going to do even before you even get a sniff of it is you're going to sit down with a branch manager. That's probably has a sales background and is
He's going to
probably going
convince
to
you not to do
yeah,
it.
yeah, and is going to try and work your fucking ass and get. And the reason why is because, again, they make money off of all this, same way that people borrow stocks, and the person that is loaning the stocks, they take the collateral and then go and use it. That's rehypothecation. The banks are the kings of that.
In most of the fucking world, that's what I'm saying. Like, paper money, man, most of it's gone. They don't have enough. If you looked at how much paper money was in circulation, dude, it was only. Let me think about this. Let's look this up. Let's look at this right now. How much money? I think it was like 2.4. How much? Okay. So I mean, literally, look at this. Think of how pathetic this is. The data table shows that there's $2 billion in circulation. That makes sense. How's it 2 fucking? That doesn't sound right, Randall.
No, I think there's more than 2 billion in cash and in circulation.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? U.S. currency in circulation circulated in billions. Oh, I'm like fucking.
2.47. No, what is that? Hang on.
Oh wait, this is wait.
No, it's 50.3 billion notes in volume. Let's see
Okay.
this. Take
So
a
yeah, I'm like something's fucked up. Got 50.3. How many fucking how many branches? How many bank branches do you? I don't even want to.
Yeah, but the problem is like, okay, we talk about 50.3 billion in US currency and in translation, right? Or in circulation. And then you talk about how much is going on in the derivative market and everything. It's like we talk about quadrillions of dollars. It's like fake money on top of fake money on top of fucking fake money.
Exactly, and to make that, and just to go back to the thing we were doing here too. Think about that. So there's $50 billion in notes. They were about $48 billion, dude, that day, according to all 5 of those brokers here, and according to Robinhood. What the fuck's this one? What the hell is this? Oh yeah, Webull, Apex, all those guys equaled about $50 billion, which is so they basically got margin called for every note in the entire fucking United States.
Yeah, which is like this is where we're fucked. I
To
think
put that into
literally,
perspective for
I
you
honestly
guys.
think that's why they got the green fucking light. I really do, because they're like, this is gonna fuck everything up.
Exactly, and this is the problem. This is the problem with the MOAS in my eyes, because everything says it should be there. But when it comes to the money for these fucking cocksuckers, if you see this, I'm nervous this is going to come down again until this regulation happens. Like I said, I don't see a MOAS happening until these happen. When these 3 steps happen, then I believe a MOAS can happen, because you finally have the right people and the world being able to track it instead of just the DTCC, which we see the banks are the bit. You literally have a mafia. You have the mafia of the banks, and you have 2 DCTC or 2 market makers running this. 2 of them. Like, how the fuck is that possible? How can the market makers regulate themselves? Create fucking rules, create exclusions. Like I said, think about that, you guys. The market makers are the regulators. So, like I said, when Citadel wants something done and they can say it's in retail's best interest, they go to their own employee and his bank friends and say, I need you to pass this for me. Think about how fucking insane that is. They go to their own buddy, David Ings, and say, I need you to tell everyone on the SEC we need this fucking pass. And they do it because there's no retail to argue against their point. Like I said, that is why if we want to know the proper steps to fucking win this, and I mean win this without fucking, you don't want to go grab some gats and some fucking pitchforks and some torches. Like I said, these are how you win this. 1, get the fuck off payment for order flows. Just get off it. Direct route. This is important. This is like saying, I don't want to vote. You're literally saying, I want to buy a share, I want to buy a stock, I want to do a trade, but I don't want it to count. Think about that. If you do not direct route, you're literally saying, I don't care what happens to my trade. You are literally 1000% saying, I don't give a fuck. You have to bypass market maker. This bypasses those tools. Citadel can blow us. Now, I'm going to clear up some fun for 4 seconds because everybody sits there and cries and screams about all these things, and then they go, well, I sent it to this and Citadel killed it. First of all, these exchanges have what are called liquidity programs. They're liquidity providers, which are going to be your market makers. Citadel, fucking Goldman, all these pieces of shit. I'm going to tell you this right now. Even now, yes, everyone, Citadel is involved in. So when people say, I ordered to the IEX and it ended up going to Citadel, which means fucking Robinhood and all these douchebags, or not Robinhood, Fidelity's a fucking trader, TD Ameritrade's a trader because they sent it to Citadel. I have proof. It's because of the fucking liquidity program. And you guys know, IEX doesn't always have the shares. It's harder for them to get them. They're a newer stock. They're not used as much. They don't have the money or the liquidity to keep getting it. So, yes, they have a liquidity provider just like the New York Stock Exchange. But it hits the public data feed right here, like I was showing you. And this is what people need to care about. This is your level 2 data. If you do not have this accurate, again, how accurate is your TA? Now, people go, my shit's accurate on other stocks, but like Randall and me were showing you, they're not sitting there. Yes, they're doing this across the market, but they're not using these ISDA contracts and the CNS program and fucking internalizers and all these other things at the rate they're using it on AMC. So when they're using all these magic tricks up top, the OTC market and all this stuff, that means this TA is getting less and less and less and less accurate. Period. There's no way around it because it's getting diluted in areas you cannot see. And now you have to think. They're the market makers. They know. See, a lot of people sit there and say the TA, like I said, I'm just telling you logically what I would do or what I would think if I was running a business recording, if I was Citadel. I'm not standing up for these YouTubers. Like I said, you know who the fuck is grifting and you know who's not. You know who understands TA and who doesn't. But if you were Citadel and you know everyone's watching these certain fucking people and you know they're reading certain TA and they kind of understand basic and you control what goes to the level 2 and what doesn't, what do you guys think they're going to do? They're going to show these guys showing you information what they want you to see. Are they not? Why wouldn't you? I would. I would love it. And if you don't believe me, ask Max Payne for the last 10 months. 6 months, however long we've been at fucking utilization and fucking blah, blah, blah. They'll do. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
At the top of your screen, I think it's your first is the tab to the left. So go from the left to right. It's your first is the tab in the top of Chrome.
The agreement legislation one?
Let me see what it is. I don't know why I can't see it on your stream. It's the one on DRR. It's digital regulatory reporting.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Let me know when you're there. I think, and then scroll to page 10.
Popping
Conclusion is what you're looking for because we're gonna just get to the footnotes.
Gotcha.
So page 10 or 11. Okay. So this is basically on. This is getting rolled out
You just like
to
completely
is the
cut out,
wide,
buddy.
right?
Hey,
But
can
what
you
I
hear
want to
me?
highlight,
You
yeah, I
just
can hear you. Can you hear me now?
cut out. Yeah, you cut out completely. Restart over, man.
Okay, so this is ISDA's digital reporting regulatory kind of body. This is going to be rolled out to everybody in that's participating in ISDA. But one thing I wanted to highlight was in the conclusion, because they kind of wrap everything up. They say the current regulatory reporting process is complex, time consuming, and expensive, right? And what do these guys hate doing? Spending money, right? So,
Yep.
and expensive for regulated institutions, meaning basically our toots, you know what I mean? Our institutions that we talk about, our BlackRock, Vanguard, all of them.
Yeah.
It says inefficient regulatory reporting processes also create a challenge for regulators as data quality can affect their ability to effectively supervise and monitor financial markets. And what that means to me is that this is all talking about regulatory reporting, that their system is antiquated, it's fucked up, it's bad. The information that regulatory bodies have to work with are not working, right? They don't have the capabilities, the wherewithal, whatever you want to say. They don't believe in the integrity of the information, and
And
they
not
go
to
on
cut
to
you off, give me 1 second, you Randall, too. And
yeah, go ahead.
just to say one thing quick on this, to help people realize how big this is too, with those family offices. They're unregulated, like we were saying. This will be the first way that we can actually help regulate a little bit of what they are doing and actually have a small idea, because they don't fill out those F-13 forms and they don't show their positions. We can finally have an idea on what they have in those contracts to help, stop one of these Huang situations and them to keep kicking the can. Go ahead,
100
buddy.
Yeah, 100% agree. And so I guess the core of my argument, or not argument, but what I'm talking about here is that a lot of these institutions, when we talk about self-reporting, a lot of rules are up to self-interpretation, meaning is like how your firm interprets the rules. So how I interpret the rules could be a lot different than how Bigham's interprets the rules, right? And
Hmm.
that leaves for a lot of opportunity for misconduct. It does. Like that's how
Oh
shit
yeah.
gets fucked up, right? And so that's how these guys kind of rule, or like that's how shit is working. With DRR, what's coming to ISDA, think about it like being the head of a fucking, or the tip of a pyramid, and everything that flows down from them goes to every corner of that pyramid. That's what this is going to be. If the whole system moves here, we're going to be in great fucking shape. And it even goes on to talk about that in the document, in that conclusion that's up on the screen. Just some of the things that they talk about, when reporting rules get applied. We see sometimes that like a ruling might get approved, for example, and it might take 90 days, 180 days for it to be interpreted, right? With DRR, that she gets applied like an update in a video game. You know what I mean? Like that's how it is.
Yeah.
That's literally what's going on. Like all the regulatory rules, things that get passed down, changes to the system, it all goes from the top down. And so everybody that's connected to this system, which is basically a common CDM, is what they call it, like common domain model, are going to be like, it's going to be like forced on you in a way, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's what we were saying, and that's why it's so big, because a lot of people, when they're asking me about this right away, we're just like, well, who cares if the SEC and all these guys are involved? And I'm like, no, man, this is worldwide. That's why this is a big deal, because most of the corruption is through our regulators, but they're not going to be allowed through other regulators when our guys are fucking them, like you're saying. Other countries aren't going to stand for, getting fucked over, just like we're trying not to.
100%, man. They even say right here that DRR, when this gets, and this is, by 2023, I think this could be implemented. that DRR will create an industry-led standardized interpretation of the regulation published as code that each firm can implement in its system. So it means that so when things get passed by, they can deploy it instantly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need. And that's what's nice too is if you do something like that, fucking that if they don't give him an exact date, it just says sometime like I'm senior. I don't see like an exact date. It looks like it just says 2023 sometime.
Yeah,
You,
actually, I'll send you another document. I have like a bunch of stuff on DRR. And the reason why I just jumped to the conclusion because I think it gives like the actual nuts and bolts of all this. So I'll send you even more on this, like on our own time.
mm,
Just to highlight too, they say that DRR, the very last tagline of the conclusion says could revolutionize the nature of regulation. Right. And that's what this is. It's everything is connected at once. Everybody, it's like a tree, and we all live off like the stem of the tree, every branch. And that's what's going to happen. That's where they're going with this. And so, as much as I hate if this is the type of shit that I actually think that they're pushing, like I might have had my vision wrong and thinking that ism because they are the ones that have been fucking us, right? But if
mm,
they're changing their ways and they're going to implement shit like this, it might end up being a blessing in disguise.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And it's like the one thing, and this is why it might really be the blessing is if it was continuously as we see regulated by our people, our regulators only, they were going to keep allowing it. But once you
Well,
sit there and get other countries involved, that's the only way you get these guys, somebody to truly go, what is happening here? Why is this on your end this, but suddenly on our end it's this? Why are you guys? Because that's the thing, man. We need these other countries. Because, like you said, man, they're greedy. You know for a fact we're out there. You even said it yourself with their currencies. We're out there fucking railing these guys, destroying them, and they don't have the access to see truly how much. And some of these people could look at it and go like, "Hey, you're completely ruining our country financially, destroying us. Go fuck yourself." And then exposing that shit.
we just read a litigation paper right now, right? Like that law from the article that I
Yeah,
linked you, right? About how these guys, banks, literally there are ISDA members will abuse that contract and take advantage of people that don't understand the
I love
language
your
that's inside.
Yeah, I love
What's
how you found the terms to limit investors' rights.
That's well, I mean, and like I said, part of me is a little bit. I'm like nervous about talking about this shit. I think because I'm just like I don't want to piss people off, bro. Like,
I
and
know.
like, or like I don't want to discourage people. It's not piss them off. I am okay with people being angry about me about shit, but I just don't want to discourage people because this is a lot of shit that these guys are doing, and that's why I stress like. Again, I'm not saying we need to do a class action lawsuit, but we as a community need to really think about how we're going to apply pressure. And we've discussed definitely about like moving your money out of banks. That's a big fucking thing that directly hurts them. But I also understand that is a hard task to ask a lot of people that might be like, oh, their bank fucking, $40,000 because, that's their mortgage. Right. So to
Yeah.
ask those people to go pull their money out is difficult. So
That's
me,
why
my
I think a more right now a better thing than even asking them about the mortgages would be, all right, everybody, I get that's not feasible, but what we should be doing, all right, don't buy stocks for a couple weeks if you can't. Instead, use that money if you have these ISDA related banks, these credit cards, and get out of that debt. Get
yes.
those credit cards down to zero. A, you're helping yourself massively financially, your credit score. B, now you're taking away their because right now you see the stock market, the housing market. I mean, I don't know if you saw this earlier when I first posted it on when I first got on here, but there's more houses. The houses for sale right now are higher than fucking ever. See, everyone's starting to sell, and like I was saying before, they still haven't hit those COVID restrictions to where there's some people that will start to get kicked out. There's some people that will start to default that can't yet. And it's like when those start kicking in too, you're gonna see these default rates like fucking never before.
Yeah, and who's going to come swoop all that up? Fucking BlackRocks, your Vanguards, they're going to come fucking like a black plague and just come swoop all of that shit up, dude.
Oh yeah, but what they're gonna do, because they're a business too, they're gonna go, all right, feds, we know you overpaid for that. Blow yourself. We're not paying you for that money. You're gonna drop these prices because inflation's fucking us so hard. BlackRock knows, even with them dropping it down 40,000. This is why I was so pissed off about the stock market and this bullshit and BlackRock and all this. Because what's gonna end up happening, they're going to lose all that money. The feds will. They're going to lose a shit ton of money because they're going to lowball them on all those fucking houses they bought, all these mortgage-backed securities, trillions worth. They're probably going to lose a couple hundreds of billions of dollars. And what are they going to do? They're going to print that money right back, which means we fucking pay for it. And that's why it's insanely fucking annoying. It's how they can continuously, as we like to say the word, they can rehypothecate assets. They can keep passing assets down to us and make themselves never pay for it.
I brought this up in a stream the other night, but I was using Venezuela and their whole economic disaster as an example.
Mm.
But the 1%, or I should say even like the 0.01%, like the ultra wealthy in Venezuela are
Yeah.
fucking fine, brother. It's like
Wait, what
business
did
as
you just say?
usual.
They're fine?
Yeah, they are fine. Like they are living their life as usual. Like they live in a fucking compound in their mansions. They can get food, no problem. And a mile down the fucking road, people are eating out of garbage cans. And why I bring this up is if America goes to a state of like hyperinflation that everybody's like scared about and shit, and which is, I think, and you should be scared about it in a way. The 1%, they're okay with driving this into the fucking ground because they'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
And that's like another like whole other aspect of this. That's why these guys are okay with fucking sinking the ship in a way, because they know they're fucking cool because they've built their fucking nest egg.
Well, that's,
You know what I mean?
and
It's
on
like
top
we're
of
all
that, that's
fucked.
their CBDC. That's their backup plan. It's
Yeah.
all outfilled, burn it, burn down the dollar, introduce CBDC. The only fucking way out of it.
Bro, your mic is fucking up. I don't know if it's just for me or not, though. Fuck. Chat did he just fucking crackle and pop like you were at a chiropractor? Or was that just me?
I'm gonna share it for a second.
It sounds like it's still fuck. Oh, it might have just got better towards the tail end of your fucking sentence. Talk again.
Can you hear me better?
It's still crackling and popping. Not as I can hear you, but it's pretty bad.
Give me like a minute or talk for a second here.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, the chat's saying it was 100%. You might just need to plug your mic in or out or something. Yeah, he sounds like a box of fucking Cracker Jacks right now. No, guys, we're not here to scare people. We're here talking about things, and you know what? There are people in the trenches. Like I know, Phil, you're in here too, and I know I've seen you talk about in your videos as well. Pantheon, Phil, you guys, I think are doing what you can in terms of spreading the message. I think the majority of you guys will too once we kind of nail our point home. The problem is it's such a large, so like what might fucking light the fire under somebody for one person might be different for the next person. But I think we're going to try and cover all of it. Even from the first video that we did, to be honest with you, with Bigums and I on ISDA, it's like, yeah, you sound much better. Yep, you sound great now. We've learned so much even since that point. Can you hear me, man? Are you there? I heard you, buddy. Loud. No, I can hear you, brother. I can hear you. You can hear me. I can hear you. Somebody said they're saying they don't hear you, buddy. I can hear you, but they can't hear you on YouTube. No, no, I'm good. Like I'm done. I'm waiting for you. You because I heard you coming in, but didn't realize that it was just me hearing you. But yeah, I'm not saying anything. So go ahead and talk. Yo, somebody there. I don't mean to cut you off, but some Jam Bams, your moderator, said they still cannot hear you. Yeah, I'm letting them know, guys. We're gonna try and figure it out. They can't hear you. Are you? Make sure you check your
Hello,
mixer
hello, hello.
levels.
There we go. There we go. They should be able to hear me now. All right. What were you saying? Oh yeah, but we were just talking about the CBDCs or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's why if all else fails, that's the way I see them going. Was fucking, like I said, crashing the dollar, bringing these CBDCs as their save all, and they know that people sit there and fucking only watch the media, only listen to this. They're not gonna study these things. They'll say, oh, it's only programmable if we need it, but when you sit there and don't vote the way they want. The thing that really should fucking, like I said, this shit should freak you guys the fuck out. They literally made a ministry of truth, you guys. It was real. It fucking came in 2022. Adolf fucking Hitler's ministry of truth came into the United States. I mean, truly fucking think about that. How fucking insane is that? These guys want to control everything. They're gonna, like I said, keep taking a little of this, a little of that. This is fucking insane. This shit is ridiculous, dude. Like, I don't even know what to say anymore, man. Like, this shit is so ridiculous. But like you said, I don't want to sit there and like make videos all the time and make people think that there's no fucking hope, because in the end of the day, it's a Ponzi scheme, you guys. Every Ponzi scheme. I don't care how fucking good it is. I don't care about all the bullshit. They always come crashing down because, like you said, dude, no matter what, they're borrowing. I don't give a fuck if they do how many liquidity pools. I don't give a shit if they make SFTs. I don't care if they make all these fucking CNS blah, all this bullshit. In the end of the day, they're all fucking borrowing and owe more and more. Cost of borrow goes up. These banks are getting fucked up. These brokers aren't making what they used to. Liquidity is drying up on these brokers. On top of that, like I said, you're seeing mortgages. Everything is going down across the board.
You
All
can't
these,
make something that doesn't exist last
exactly.
long term. It just doesn't happen.
And the
Like
thing,
it's just not real. It's not real.
exactly. And the thing that we all need to watch and listen for and just wait for is exactly what you fucking said. These guys are used to a certain lifestyle. You guys, you got to understand these fucking guys' way of thinking, their greed, how fucking stupid they are. They don't know what it costs to go to the store. They would go there with the fucking, like, if they went there and spent $200, $500 at the grocery store, they literally would just laugh it off. They don't care. That doesn't affect them. What affects them, all they care about is looking at that fucking bank account and making sure it's higher than their buddies that they're going to go see at the country club. And they're used to seeing that money grow at a certain fucking rate. And the second it doesn't, they're going to start turning on each other. Well, guess what? None of us have money to spend. Retail's not out there buying shit. Like I said, we're not out there. Apple, all these companies, all the stock. You see the stock markets across the fucking board. Companies, other than a select few in the certain areas, like obviously food. They're sitting there fucking doing whatever they can to do. Shortages across the board, lumber. There's certain things, obviously gas, where it's an exception, but those are commodities types at this point, and like we're talking about just your average, like your Target, your fucking Walmart. They even showed you and came out telling you Walmart and Target was taking losses. Apple, nobody's out there buying fucking the Apple every single year anymore. There's no point to it, and no one can afford that shit. All these bigger companies are going to start taking losses and losses. So what they're going to do is they're going to have to start turning on each other too. Because it's going to end up being a massive fucking bloodbath. And they're going to, like I said, if it ends up getting crazy to the point where they sit there and push us to where no one else can fucking handle it, don't turn on each other. Don't go into stores and go crazy and do all that shit. You know who the fuck's doing it to you. Make sure you go there first. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I mean, these motherfuckers they're gonna, I mean, I really believe that it, like, and I mean this like to my core, that they're gonna get what they fucking deserve, dude. I mean, this shit is, like I said, they're going after people that have nothing to fucking lose. And when I say that, when I say us, like people, I'm talking about retail.
Mm-hmm.
Like the majority of us have been, have had our nose to the grindstone, have been working fucking, 12-hour fucking 10-hour fucking days going through it. You know what I mean? So it don't matter to us. Like, we're in this because we want to get rich and we want to fuck you, and either one we're pretty happy with. You know what I mean? At this point, majority of people have been holding for a year and a fucking half. They're okay. Everybody's going to be fine. I think we're past that point of like struggling. Meaning, if you got into this play in February or January of last year, it's like you've already considered this money gone, and you're just fucking letting it ride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and so we ride.
Exactly,
yeah, we ride.
man. And on top of that, you got the type of people, like you said too. It's a lot of gamers. Man, we're used to the fucking video games coming out half-assed, not working for fucking years. We got patience. Like you said, man, we'll be here all day. We're all used to the lifestyle. We've been in it our whole lives. None of us are rich. They don't let us get rich, so we haven't experienced that before. But like I said, it's just so pathetic that all they give a shit about is their fucking bank account number. That's it. I gotta go brag. Like, that number should not mean more than a human being ever. Like, to me, that's so fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, and that's why, man. Like, I know I keep bringing the tubers up, man, but that's why I went fucking ballistic, bro. Like, to make $1 million, to make all this money, and not, I don't know, man. Like, fuck, dude. If I made that shit, I would have been giving the shit back to the community, like, harder than you could imagine, Randall. Like, fucking 10,000, 5,000.
I'll be honest with you, man. And look here, I'm gonna fucking put you on a pedestal, man. Because if I had made $1 million from, I don't want to say, because I really don't think that they look at it like they've made it from the apes. I know that's how we look at it. I think from their perspective, they probably don't. But if I would have made $1 million from like this movement, I'd have been really grateful. In a way that, and it would have changed my life in a way that I probably would have never expected. And when I say that, like, I have a thriving business, but I have a lot of employees and shit. COVID really fucked us up. Like, I need AMC to squeeze. I believe in that's why I'm doing all this research. So the reason why I'm even talking like this is because I know that $1 million that was in front of my face right now, if somebody put a suitcase, I would never lie, cheat, or steal from somebody. But I know that if I could legitimately can make $1 million right now, and I knew a way to do it, it wouldn't be difficult for me to, I think, like, and I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes. Like, if you were just a normal guy and all of a sudden you had this opportunity, I can't blame somebody for setting themselves up, especially because it would be the same way. The way I look at this is like, let's say I made $1 million talking about ISDA, right?
Hmm.
That's the way I think about this. Like, if I was talking about ISDA and people, let's say they ate this shit up like it was fucking the best meal they ever ate, and I was making money off of it, best fucking believe I would accept the cash. I definitely would.
Oh, I'd accept. I'm not saying I want to accept the cash, but I would fucking definitely be grateful. And I would have done like a game show, gave some money away, gave some movie tickets away, like all the fucking time, bro. Like
Well, so I don't know. Like, again, I don't know. I don't watch them enough to know what they do or don't do, right? So I don't know
I
any.
do.
I can't speak on that.
I'm just
But
saying,
what?
man. Like
Yeah,
fucking a, bro. Like that's the
I
type
would
of
collect money.
engagement we could be getting, or should have. Like I said, it's just greed, bro. That's the type I'm talking. That's the shit I'm talking about, man. Like
Well, yes. I mean, 100%. Like, I think that if you made a bunch of actually, we did this for one of my streams. I think one night, not like I have a bunch of fucking donations or anything, but I did go off one night. There was one night where people were going off, and we did do a little bit of a charity thing. I just think I think it's hard to hold it against, like, the people that I come to mind are, there's like three people that come to mind. I won't even name them, but there's three. And I think all of them probably were not expecting to fall into money and did. And that's a hard thing to navigate. That's all I'll say.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Like Phil said, like I said, I loved when Trey did that thing with the waitress and he gave her that money. That changed that girl's life. Like shit like that, man. I guess I don't know. I just live differently, like you said, dude. I'm a fucking simple Minnesotan. I don't need that much money. I have more
I mean,
fun
I don't
fucking
either.
making other
Like,
people happy than myself. I don't know.
I
I
mean,
just
I don't even I don't even talk about this shit, but when I was fucking 18 years old, before I even graduated high school, my mom had like a mental breakdown, fucking belled. My dad went on a fucking midlife crisis. I remember sitting in my house with no, and I don't even want to put my parents on blast like this, but just to be real with everybody and like where I come from. It's like, I remember sitting in my house, my dad going through his thing, like majorly depressed because my mom had bounced, basically sitting with no power, like the power went out, like nobody paid the bill. And I'm just sitting in this room with my friends and shit. We thought it was cool at the time. That's how naive we were. We're like, oh, this is kind of dope. There's no power. Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
Well, we call
retarded.
those the good times, man.
No, no, you know what I'm saying? But so I don't come from fucking shit. Like, our house got foreclosed on and all of that. I had a garage sale where we sold all our shit. And so I'm in this with everybody, with all of retail. And that's why I tell people that sometimes feel sad about the information that I talk about because they feel like we're condemned. And I wouldn't believe in this. I wouldn't be in this play if I thought we were condemned. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I do.
I know, man. That's the thing. Like that's why I was trying to iterate too, because like you said, we put out this information and it always sounds so fucking trash, because it fucking is. The situation's that dire, but it's like until you understand that, like I feel like the reason I want to push that education is not only one, because if we are educated, we can go ahead and like I said, when we have these conversations like Dave Lauer does with SECs. You remember when we got, it was like, I can't remember when it was. Do you remember like a couple weeks ago when we got the SEC was like ban dark pools or whatever? Like it was on the
Hmm.
act. Like, do you guys understand how stupid we sounded and how childish and just uneducated? And I'm not trying to put people down. It was a great idea. It's great we're trying to make things. But when you go up to those people and they can dispute your arguments with facts, with terms, with the right things, and you combat them with incorrect things, that's going to hurt us down the road. That's going to make us look, when Dave and them come down, that's going to put us in a worse position. So it's like education is so vital right now, and we need people to start putting it forward more than anything else. We got to stop making this an entertainment play. We got to, like I said, learn these steps, do these steps, whatever's doable. Like I said, I'll get rid of the home loans if we can pay off our credit cards right now, you guys. They're crushing you in interest. You're not paying those credit cards off and taking an 18% hit or whatever you're taking, 20% if you have bad credit. That's something that can sit there and fucking fester and you never get out of. And it's like, if you can't get out of your banks, you could still, what you do then is you open up a credit union still with your next check, things like that nature. And then you start, you leave the money that's in there, you start to spend the money that's in that is the bank, okay? And then you sit there and keep putting your checks into the credit union and stuff. And then once you get enough in there, you can start using that as you normally would. And it will build up and build up over time while you use your old ISDA bank. So there's ways you can still go around it and not have it, fuck you up or make it hard on yourself or, anything like that. So there's ways you can go about it other than just transferring everything at once. But like I said, we got an opponent. We haven't figured that out in a year and a half. And instead of attacking our opponent like they do us every single day, we just complain about their stuff. And it's like I said, and they would keep acting like we have no options and we're helpless. And like I said, I know it feels like that. And I know people going, well, direct routing doesn't feel like I'm making a massive change, but trust me, you are. Not playing options if you don't understand them, giving them premiums nonstop. Trust me, they love it. Max Payne, they love that shit. As Dave Lauer said, 40% of all options are written by market makers. They're fucking loving it. Keep the liquidity coming. Don't not learn options, I'm saying. Wait until you understand them. Then go play them. Maybe play them on a couple other stocks. I know everybody sits there and looks at it and says, well, they cause gamma squeezes. You don't need a fucking gamma squeeze to get a short squeeze. And I say that to them every single time that's what they say to me. Well, we need a gamma. Tons of options gets fucking gamma. Yeah, if the price fucking goes up and if they need to hedge for them. But guess what? If you guys all get these, and people are buying them incorrect, buying them way out of the money, doing all these stupid fucking things, they don't need to hedge for those, and they're not gonna. It doesn't cause a gamma. It causes a gamma if all of a sudden the price, they're not expecting it to shoot up. Mass retail comes in, a mass amount of flow. You need people buying the stock and options. You need them both. That's why I've told you this guy's forever. People that get mad at people who play options, knock it off. You need them. People that get mad at people for selling puts like Trey and them, knock it off. You need that. They know what they're doing. But YOLOs, the idiots saying YOLOs, the people that are going, hey, tomorrow it's going to hit fucking 12,000. Let's get a fucking YOLO. The max thing, I'm going to throw in thousands. Everybody, throw in fucking a quick $100. They love those thousands, and they're going to keep letting you guys do it. They're cheap for a reason, and you're not going to hit it. And even if by the time you hit it and you make $1,000, 8 months later, guess what? 10 grand, you probably spent all that on fucking buying it in the first place. You know what I mean? It's like there's steps we can do. Like I said, keep educating, recruit people. The number one thing is wake more people up. The one thing we have that they cannot, no amount of money, nothing they can do can stop this. The fact that we have an entire nation on our side. It's not awoke yet, and that's our job, is to wake that nation up. But when we fucking do wake that nation up, what can they do versus the entire fucking population of America? Because guess what? They're 1% and we're 99%. Go ahead and add that population up and tell me how many of us there are compared to them. Man, the more and more we wake up, the louder and louder we become, the more educated we become. And like I said, we need to, seriously, if you don't look at We the Investor with Dave Lauer, look at it. We need to give ourselves a voice in this. We have to. Dave Lauer is pointing a whole bunch of things out, and after that meeting, to show you guys how much this fucking matters, after Dave Lauer's meeting, what happened? SEC came out and talked about how they're going to look at doing reforms on payment for order flow. Yes, it's a dumbass idea. Yes, they wanted to do auctions. No, the auction idea won't fix it. But it was their first draft. It was their first idea. But it shows you the fact that they heard us for once. So this movement with Dave Lauer, it fucking matters. More than anything these YouTubers are going to teach you. More than anything else. Getting our fucking voice out there and getting these rules passed that we need is what we need to be focusing on, like you said, since, like you said, it's obviously not time to grab pitchforks and whatever, but like I said, this report This government report should have fucking put 1,000% conviction in every one of you, to the point where you don't even need to look at the line. You know what the fuck happened. The government knows what the fuck happened. There's nothing else we need to know about. Now we need to know. We know what happened. We know we were correct. We know we're still right. We know the problem and who we're up against. And now we need to figure out how to fight them. We need to vote out politicians. I don't give a fuck. If the guy you like in your state is a Republican or Democrat, and you're Republican or Democrat your whole life, if he's a fucking worthless piece of shit that takes money from these corporate empires, who do you think he's been helping? Them. That's it. What do you think is, like I said, they might do one or two small laws that you like. And that's what's crazy to me. You guys, these politicians go in and they do what? I'm going to make you a promise. I'm going to fucking fix 12,000 this. I'm going to fix this. And what do? I'm going to do this law and this law. And they do one of those fucking things that they promised in their entire campaign speech. Maybe. They told you what you wanted to hear. And then when they got into office, guess what? Well, it's the Republicans' fault. Everything that is bad that I said that I wanted to do and didn't get done, it's the other side's fault, the Democrats. They voted against everything I tried. It wasn't me. No, you didn't try. You got into office and took your bribes. If you don't believe me, ask Joe Biden. Remember when Joe Biden said these words? This is my favorite. I won't blame anyone else. And now, every fucking time the guy talks, here's my promise to you. Here's my promise to you if elected. I will always choose to unite rather than divide. That's a lie. I'll take responsibility instead of blaming others. And I'll never forget the job isn't about me, and it's about you. What is Joe Biden? For all you Democrats, and I'll get to fucking Trump, because all you guys are going, oh my God, he's pro-fucking. Nope, I hate them both for the fucking 1,000th time, and I'm going to tell you that every time. They're both pieces of shit. They're both fucking losers, and they both are fucking thieves. They're all stealing from you, and it's just a matter of which one they want to steal from, or which one they want to fucking help out. Like I said, it is all a complete fucking joke. Now, anytime there's a problem, Joe Putin's fucking inflation tax. Or fucking Putin's fucking gas inflation tax. He's literally blaming Joe Putin, or fucking whatever his dumbass name is, for every fucking thing. Everything. Like I said, all these guys do is lie. And guess what? Almost all of them are lawyers. Crazy, huh? Almost all of them are lawyers in their back, all sorts of shit where they understand all these laws and just how to get around it. Like I said, they're all salesmen. Fucking,
Yo, I'm
go
I'm
ahead.
about to bounce out because I got to be up in 2 hours, literally. So I'm gonna crash out.
Jesus.
Thanks for the stream.
Word, hell yeah, man. I'll hit you up too. I should be on streaming again tomorrow. My wife works at 9.
Okay,
Well,
cool. I got a lot of shit to show you. Wouldn't even go over. I got so much stuff.
Word. Well, yeah,
All right,
we
I'll
can
catch
go over
you.
it tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow. Love you long time, baby girl. Take care.
Yeah, bye, buddy. Sure, yeah. Dude, it's been a long night, man. Joe Putin. It's been a long fucking night, dude. I've been streaming for like 6 hours here. But, like I said, dude, it truly does not matter. Red or blue, you gotta get these fucking corrupt officials out. Period. Otherwise, they're gonna keep allowing the bullshit. And if you don't believe me, ask Ken Griffin, who just moved to Florida because his guy's about to lose. And he can't keep doing the same bullshit. This is my point, you guys. If you vote those fuckers out, and now you vote out the fucking Florida guy, guess what? If we all vote out the Florida guy, and there's gonna be like, I love the Florida guy. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure he's the greatest fucking corrupt pile of shit you've ever met in your entire life. But guess what? Florida is one of the biggest cesspools in money laundering, drugs, prescription drugs, and everything else under the fucking sun. So how great of the guy is this guy? Like I said, if Ken Griffin's running there, anywhere little Ken boy goes, get whoever the fuck he wants to win there the fuck out. Get him out. If we get them out of Florida and he goes running over to New York, guess what? Get that fucker out. Wherever his ass goes, keep him on the run. Fuck him. He had to spend $300 million on this fucking place in Florida. Keep him spending that shit. Fuck him. Dude's a tool bag. I love the fact that he spent all that money. I love he spent $50 million. That was $400 million that piece of shit ended up paying to get a new place in Florida and to get a guy to lose an election. Good. He's a fucking tool bag. Like I was saying, man. Our entire life they've had you, yeah, human fucking trafficking. Like I said, man, our entire life they had us fighting red, blue. Pick a color, pick a fucking side. Oh, red only give a fuck about the rich, and Democrats give a fuck about the poor. Hey guys, what are those Democrats doing about for the poor on for us right now? Nothing. Hey guys who love Democrats or Republicans, all you listening that love your Republicans, they just took abortion away. What the fuck? Is that not enough? How many more? Should they take a couple more rights away before you realize, oh, I already showed you about the war on drugs. All that means is a war on our citizens because our banks are the biggest drug dealers in the entire country. And we're letting them fucking bring it on in. We take our bribes. But if our citizens sell drugs, make drugs, or smoke drugs, we're going to destroy their fucking life. Forever. Fuck them. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Minnesota? Fuck Minnesota too. Like I said, bro, you think I'm picking on states? This is my point. You're already offended because I said something about your state. You're offended right now because I said your politician's a pile of shit. Is he not? Did I say fucking... Dude, I don't even... How little I give a fuck about the government? I think it's Waltz. I don't even know who the fuck anyone in Minnesota is because I don't give a shit. I could care less who my fucking senator is, whatever. All these fucking pieces of shit. Why do I give a fuck? I didn't vote for him. How do I know that? Because I didn't vote. Like I said, dude. They have made it to where we are fucking put into a system and we've accepted it because we go, well, we've been taught this in school. There's no way our school system's wrong. There's no way the news is wrong. There's no I mean, think about this. You have people more attached to a political party than they are their own family members, than football teams, than their favorite anything. People take politics so seriously, and I will never understand it, because they'll get their guy in, and guess what? Their guy gets in, and the world still goes to shit. Ask everyone who voted for Biden. Ask everyone who voted for... Everyone else is going to be like, well, Trump was the greatest guy ever. Yes, Trump was the greatest guy ever, as he was making millions and millions and made sure that he was at every fucking golf resort he could ever do. Yes, he did one good thing. He called out Ken Griffin. But did anything happen? No. If he really truly gave a fuck, he's the president of the United States. You're telling me he can't do anything to Ken Griffin when he knows everything about him? Like I said, there's all this shit. He was doing all sorts of legal crap, just like the rest of them. Fuck them all. I said, guys, this shit's crazy. We're literally fighting about what criminal we want to rob us, and then get mad at the other person because they pick the other criminal to rob you. They're still robbing you. But like me and Randall said, it's hard to have these talks, because you imagine if I had these live chats every day, and every day I was showing you how they're fucking just fucking you up the ass. Every day. You would be getting beat down. And it's hard for me and Randall to show people all this information and not have you beat down, but just absorb it and go, okay. Instead of getting deterred, go, okay, that's what they're doing. That makes sense. Now I know why this didn't happen. I shouldn't fucking attack all these other people that said this was going to happen, because Bigums just showed me why it didn't. And that's it. That's all I'm trying to do. Like I said, I'm not trying to stick up for the grifter community of the YouTubers, but there's certain YouTubers out there that do have good hearts, and they are trying, and they're getting fucked. You have people on YouTube that are putting out great fucking DD that matters. It's vital information. I'm going to try and get a couple of them on my show here. And like I said, do a couple things like I'm doing with Randall, let them show some DD, because there's a couple people in the community that, man, they have shown me some stuff about Cayman Islands and these accounts and all sorts of things that this stuff needs to be getting exposed. We need to expose as much as we can. Everything we expose, bring to the light, like I said, every fucking amount of pressure we can put on these pieces of shit, we have to attack them. They are attacking you in broad daylight. They're literally raping you in broad daylight. And people are not doing a thing about it. We're just smiling. I said, you guys, there's options. You said, I know people sit there and, like I said, I personally, I know a lot of people think, oh, I hate Trey. Honest to God, I like Trey. Trey is one of the few YouTubers that I truly like. I truly do. I think Trey, from the beginning, had a great heart through all of this. I think when people get mad at him, yes, I think he stopped doing DD. Yes, he stopped doing the passion that he had. And I'm like I said, this isn't going to be calling out certain individuals, but it's like at the same time, I've seen the community do a complete 180 on Trey and fucking hate the shit out of him, and then they say that he's buying puts when in the reality he said he was selling them, and it's like, it's my point. Whether it's Reddit, whether it's Twitter, stop reading the wave of people. Because I've done it before and I've judged a YouTuber. I've judged things without watching a video because I listen to the noise. Like I said, no matter what it is in life, do your DD. Double check it. Even if I say it. Even if I'm sure every one of these guys, you guys, every one of these government documents that I show you in all of these live streams, every one of them, you guys should be looking at these also. Don't take my word for it. Just because I pull this up, think about this. I could have pulled this up here and just said, hey, and there's been YouTubers that do this. And that's what drives me nuts, is those YouTubers that come on, they read something. They don't have any fucking clue on what's going on, but they'll just pull up one picture and read one line and go, well, see, this whole thing says this. I might be wrong on what this says. Randall might be wrong on what this is. We're not. But I always, it's right up at the top. I always grab this stuff. I always grab any links that are in there. Double check for yourself. It just takes 2 minutes. Or even better, I know it's boring, but when I could put the link in, click on it, open it, follow along with us. Maybe you find something we're not even looking at. You can put it in the stream and we can all learn together. I love learning as much as I can about this because, like I said, even though this report pisses me off, and this is what I'm trying to show everybody, even though this report pisses me off, beyond fucking a shadow of a doubt, this is fucking ridiculous. And like I said, if we had enough people, if we had the entire United States ready to march, I'd be in the front of the line. I'm telling you that right now. From this report of fucking alone, billions and billions were stolen from us. That fucking is, if that's not something to go crazy about and start throwing tea or whatever, politicians, whatever we need to do in harbors, that's like I said, that's insane. This shit's crazy. What is happening in this fucking world? And the banks and the cops and the people that are supposed to protect us are the ones robbing you. Like, I just, like I said, this whole play is baffling. But if you don't understand truly what is going on around you, truly how deep this goes, truly how high of a mountain you have to climb, every time you watch a YouTube video or some kind of person saying this ruling's this and you get let down, it's going to eat at you. It's going to start affecting your life. And this is what I don't want. I don't want you to start bringing this stock play into your relationship, into your house, into your family. Maybe you're mad all the time with kids. Like I said, I'm here to make it so here's what's going on and just calm down. It's fucking, what am I wrong about, Patriot, my friend? Politicians need to go, period. But it's like, sorry, I was just catching up on the chat. I mean, like I said, I don't. Another reason I don't make videos every day is, like I said, I know too many people would get discouraged, and So, like I said, if you guys have any kind of way that I can present this, not be discouraging, but be informative. But it's like, man, it's really hard because, like I said, I know, man. Trust me, before this happened, I would have never gotten so into DD in this market and figuring out all these things. I went to met Dave Lauer. I went to met all of these fucking insanely smart people. If if my money wasn't involved in this, I fucking a little bit about my background, because a lot of people, I mean, people know I work at fucking this computer company, but that's about it. You guys can see in my writing, in my spelling, in my fucking tweets, when I went to school, I was not a very good student, like, at all. I fucking loved to party. I loved to hang out with friends. I fucked around. I would skip class. I was doing all that type of shit. So when it came to English class, it wasn't required in my years. So I never fucking went to a single English class. I never in my life had a English grade, an English credit throughout middle school or fucking high school. And you guys can see it when I type. It's horrendous. But with my computer programming, luckily, we SQL, all this stuff. Spelling error does it all for me. It's super nice. Now, let's keep slapping them. Sorry. Now back to my story. So, what I'm getting at is, I fucking hated learning. I hated reading. I fucking hated reading. Before this, because obviously when you read in school, the only time you read and what you wrote, was in English classes. All those fucking stupid literature books, all that crap. I fucking hated reading. I couldn't stand it. I would skip every single one of these classes. And you guys have no idea how hard it is for me to make these videos, how hard it is for me to go live or go in front of stuff. Like, I have public fear, like speaking, like you have never seen, dude. And it's funny because when I went to college, right after fucking school, I went to La Cordon Bleu, and I went and did a little chef stuff, and like I said, I was in some things where I was in front of people, and all of a sudden it just got to me, and I just walked away because it was too stressful. So for me to come and do all this stuff with you guys, DD, YouTube, all this stuff is a very big step for me, and it's been a hard thing for me to do. And when I go live every time, if my wife's not home, I literally call her 5 minutes for like 5 minutes on the phone to calm me down because I get that fucking nervous. I'm saying all this because I know how much it sucks to read this shit. I know how much it fucking sucks to have somebody say, you need to learn this. Here's some documents, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm the last person, if you would have shown anyone in my classroom, I'm the last fucking person that they would have been like, what? No way. I'm the last person, I promise you. But it should be, but my point of that is I care so little about that shit. But the second my money was involved, I studied like this was fucking harder than college, you guys. Like, this should matter to you. And all that you guys need to understand is when you do these things, when you see this shit, when you see this fuckery, the way you got to look at this. Because, like I said, I would have driven myself nuts. Look at this. You guys haven't even seen this shit here. Watch this. You guys, you think I fuck around with shit? I got people's fucking... Yeah, I'll show people. There's tracking things you can do. There's tracking sites where you can do offshore shit through, Citadel and all sorts of good stuff. We got people's houses. We got people's fucking addresses. These guys work overseas. You can look at, you can sit there and map shit out about where this stuff's going in the Cayman Islands. You can track this stuff. You literally can look at all of these things. This is folder 1. There's folder fucking 2. There's folder 3. There's folders inside folders. I got ridiculous amount of fucking folders and folders and folders of just stuff. Like I said, trust me, I look through more shit, lit exchanges. These are all the lit exchanges, how to do it step by step. If you don't know how to do it and you're watching my stream right now and you have any kind of platform and you don't know how to direct route, please let me know. I'll pull this up right now. But like I was saying, man, the amount of shit, I haven't even told you this one. Like I said, I have just screenshots and fucking all this stuff, dude. Trust me. There's more shit I have on my computer than I have shown any of you guys. I know how frustrating this shit is, probably better than anybody you're listening to. Trust me. I have bank accounts, records, I have a lot of shit. I know a lot more than what people know. It's ridiculous what is fucking happening. But the only way you get through this type of information and not just get pissed as fuck and want to kill things and go nuts is you look at this and go, okay, data and everything shows me this is what's going on in this situation. Just like fucking in The Big Short. I can't remember Christian Bale. Just like his character, the dude knew. You guys, you got to look at the timeline in The Big Short. Christian Bale knew he was fucking right when he was in there drumming, going ballistic, screaming his head off. That was fucking years later, you guys. Years later. Years. He knew he was right, and it fucking sat there forever. People kept telling him he was an idiot. He was wrong. He didn't have the government like we do. The government just came out and said, you guys, you were right. They lost $10 billion. $10 billion should have been put into that stock. And not only that, you have $21 billion that was wiped from all these other firms. $50 billion more should have went into AMC and GME as we looked. They're admitting you guys were right. They're telling you were right. You don't look at the information and get mad. You look at the information and go, okay, everything I've been saying is right. It verifies you. And then when you go, all right, this didn't happen the way I expected it, you go, now I know why. Because they used this. When I told you guys those plays, like I said, I've only given stock plays a couple times. Every single time it's the plunge protection team. I can tell you, if they were going to do it tomorrow, I could tell you tomorrow when the plunge protection team is going to do it. I can tell you 100% of the time. I've been right every time. They fucking... Spy, taking spy now. Because every time I've taken these plays, I'm about 20 cents off the peak, and we can continuously call it rinse and repeat. This is why I tell people, if you guys want to make money, this is my one thing that I wanted. Like, I want to teach people options. I do. I would love to teach everybody options. Or at least the way that I play them, and what I look for on top of just normal TA. But I don't want to become this guy that's teaching people options, and suddenly people are losing money. And then I feel like shit. That is not what I want to do. So I'm trying to stay away from that as much as I can. And if it comes down to the point where people cannot just stay the fuck away from them, we can't stop doing YOLOs, we need to do this, eventually I'll fucking show you guys. But like I said, anyone that tells you in order for a MOAS we need a gamma squeeze, they're wrong. Gamma squeezes are not required. Not required. I don't care who the fuck they are. They're not required, dude. Show me any squeeze that was required to gamma first. I could show you tons of them that squeezed, and none of them needed the gamma. It was always certain situations. It was fucking companies getting involved. It was never, we need this gamma squeeze in order for this to fucking happen. Do they help? Does it raise the price? Yeah, it'll help raise the price momentarily. Yeah, fuck yeah. I've told Boss that, dude. Me and Boss Blunt, we have this argument all the fucking time. Everybody thinks because me and Boss, I love Boss. Me and Boss, and that's the thing. Fuck, we can all have disagreements. Every one of us can have a disagreement. Doesn't mean we need to hate the person. Me and Boss disagree all the time. You guys all thought, Boss thought that executive order was going to come in, and what did I tell you? Nothing will fucking happen. Everybody was talking to me. Oh, Bigums, I bought these fucking call options because Boss said the executive order. And I go, what the fuck do you do that for? That's my point. Right there with call options. That's not doing research. That's not looking at your call options correct. That means you bought call options off of what somebody said. You didn't buy options because of the stock. You didn't buy options because of TA. You didn't buy options because you thought the stock was going to move some way. You bought options because some guy on the internet said, this will happen and this is going to stop this, which will cause this. And then when he was wrong, everybody fucking, for 5 days, decided to destroy Boss Blunts. And in the end of the day, what did I say? Anytime I see people do real TA, I don't stick up for people very much. But when I do, it's people that did TA, they put out information, they showed you why they thought a way about what they thought, and they gave you exactly their boss gives you exactly what he thought. And he was wrong. Does that mean people need to destroy him over it? No. If people do wrong DD and truly put their heart into it and misunderstood something, that's not a reason to destroy them. People that aren't putting DD and just putting out non-stop. No, don't. I got to take my puppy out. He's taking a shit again in the house. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. What do you guys? All right. But it's like, when it comes to, scolding people, it's like, I don't like to scold these people that do DD and put their opinion out on things. Because if we don't stop attacking those type of people that are trying, they're just going to stop trying altogether. The people, like I said, these guys, we've been in this play long enough. If you see somebody pushing a stock or a broker app, and it's Webull, and it's these payment for order flow things, if it's not something that can direct route, if it's not people showing you the correct path, if it's people telling you to chase this, watch this, come watch me tomorrow, and we're going to watch tickers, and they watch the same 6, 7, 8 tickers, you know exactly who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about. Those type of people are not helping the movement. They're not helping you learn anything. They're literally taking you for views. Tons of people, especially over these last couple months, I've noticed, are chasing whatever these guys say, and they're getting crushed. And I can name like 10 of these fucking stocks over the last couple weeks. Months, I mean, like the last 4 or 5 months that all got railed because 2 or 3 people were like, this looks great. And then all of a sudden you got people with Redbox. And it, like I said right away, I'm happy for the people that made money. And then there's a lot of people also that you guys don't seem to ever care about or think about in retail that bought up at the top and they lost a lot of money. I'm glad when people win money. I'm glad some of you guys did win money. But for the people that won money, don't think, don't not give a shit about those people that bought in late. Because they fucking matter. They're part of the movement. Every one of us matters. Like I said, when people, these YouTube guys, if you're listening, when you do TA, when you sit there and say, I'm going to do all these things, you do all this shit, and you knowingly know people are going to buy money and lose money, that should fucking affect you. It should. You should give a fuck. I love Boss. Like I said, you guys not hear me yet? All right, can you hear me now? A little better. I don't know if that's better or not, but all right. Like I was saying, man, like watching these things all day, especially when these people tell you don't watch the line all day. Like we got to get back into, like I said, you can't make this thing your entire life, your entire priority, because this is going to take. I'm telling you right now. I've told you this for a while. I told you this last year. This play, me and Randall are trying to truly show you what you're up against. It takes a while to climb Mount Rushmore, dude. It does. It takes a mile to fucking, you know, take on politicians, regulators, banks, hedge funds, family offices, market makers, fucking everyone, dude. We're taking on the entire United States. The people you thought protecting you, helping you, doing these things for you, when you find out we're just fucking you, stealing from you, and like I said, all they care about is making themselves fucking rich. You got Nancy Pelosi. How the fuck's she not in jail? Insider trading. Politicians can fucking do it, but yet you got CEOs and all these other people that can't. Not that I give a fuck. Fuck them. They're already stealing and making enough doing other shit. But like I said, no laws should be white and blue collar like I showed you guys. It should not exist. There should not be different classes of crime based on wealth. There should be crime and crime. When I grew up in school, all they showed me before was crime. I never in my life knew there was blue and white collar. Why? Because in the end of the day, they said you steal this, you're going to get fucked up. You do this wrong, you get this punishment. Money should not affect everything. Money should not be your get out of jail free card. People in the government, politicians, should not have these things, these little cards. That these are real, you guys. These are true. They have little cards that if they're drunk and driving a vehicle, the police officer does not need to fucking arrest them. They will fucking bring them home. Now, this is politicians. Now, people are going to go, what about Nancy's husband? These are active politicians, not their family. And you guys drive them fucking home. Like I said, you have these government officials that can just get out of fucking breaking the law. You have government regulators that we thought were for us that truly were meant to keep the ball rolling. And that's what me and Randall are trying to show everybody. Like I said, everybody's in on keeping the ball rolling because it's a Ponzi scheme. Like I said, no matter what, guys, I'm telling you, I promise you, it might not happen in a week, a month. Phase 6 could happen. Trust me, Phase 6 is going to happen, and worlds are going to be fucking overturned. I promise you. You might not see it right away, but when you evolve other countries across the entire world, this, like Randall was saying, this is no longer going to be the United States regulators watching this. It's going to be a central repository system. This is going to be an automatic system that will take care of everything. They can't opt out of it. They can't get around it. And then on top of that, phase 6 with this repository system is going to start to cost them money. Because right now, as you guys saw with this chart here, where did my little chart go? Sorry, you guys saw on the chart that currently there was only like on phase 5, I thought the 340 people, I thought that was going to make a big difference. But when you look at it in the grand scheme, there's 980 people in ISDA. So phase 6 was going to take care of, now we have 80%, you guys. 80% of all of ISDA now is covered in these phases, and that's a big fucking deal. Now, I know people are like, what the hell's happening with these phases? Now, let's explain what happens in the ISDA agreement. Like I said, you have phase 6, what it's going to affect and how it's going to make a massive change. You have market makers and banks, okay? These are banks. They go to large banks. Your Goldman Sachs, your JP Morgan, your big, big banks. And they're going to go to these guys and say, hey, I need shares. Let's make a trade. I'm going to make this as easy to understand as possible. Now, when we make a trade, we do it. This would be a broker and this would be a retail person. When they make a trade, it's not called a trade, okay? It's called a master agreement. This is done on paper. Okay? Now you have a piece of paper. I'm going to show you guys how fucked up this is and why this is the biggest deal out of anything we've ever talked about. Now, you have the regulators. This is currently, okay? Currently, you have the DTCC. You mean the guys that just forgave $10 billion? Those corrupt pieces of shit? So the guys that just forgave $10 billion in collateral run ISDA right now, okay? So these guys are running ISDA and fucking, they're regulating it. They're writing the contracts. So this side comes to this side for shares, okay? Now, the DTCC is on this side, and they write a master agreement. And inside of this master agreement, as we learned, you have what are called flex options, which are options that have all sorts of different kind of abilities, rules that they can implement and change and push out, and they can last longer. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, just making sure. I saw a couple people saying that chat was fucked up. Sorry. Okay, so you got flex options, you got married puts, which are going to hedge your position, and you have buy rights. Now, we learned about this from the Overstock lawsuit. Once again, we learned from this from the Overstock lawsuit, so this is real. If you think I'm incorrect, pull up the lawsuit, and we will, like I said, we can gladly dispute this. This is real shit. This is fucking what is going on. This is fucked up. And now that Randall showed me this stuff, you have more law firms telling you this is going on. So like I said, this is what's happening. It is a fucking complete joke. Now, with these master agreements, it's a piece of paper. This bank will say, I need fucking 10,000, this market maker will say, I need 10,000 fucking shares of fucking GameStop, okay? Now, the bank will say, okay, write this piece of paper and show me you can afford this, okay? Let's say this equals $10 million. They're going to say, show me 10 million. Obviously, it was way more. I'm just trying to make this math very simple. So, anyone who's about to get all smart mouthy, this is going to be $10 million, okay? They're going to say, I need you to show me that you have $10 million, but you don't need to give it to me or deposit it, okay? How fucking crazy is that? What's your take on NACHA? Isn't that the thing that fucking... Isn't that the thing Charlie was just talking about a little bit ago? Honestly, I haven't looked too much into NACHA. What are you saying? Oh yeah, so now to make this easy. So what they're gonna do is say this $10 million, I need you to attach to this. We're gonna take a stapler and attach another piece of paper to this master agreement, okay? And what we're gonna do is call this a credit support annex. Now, this is just going to show you have the collateral, but you don't have to deposit it. Now, because you don't have to deposit this collateral, you can use this collateral unlimited amount of times for an unlimited amount of contracts. That is what's going on right now, everybody. They are literally making an unlimited glitch through ISDA contracts using the same collateral over and over and over, never needing to deposit this. This is your master agreement on the front. So this is your terms. Phase 6 is now going to make it so they can no longer attach a credit support annex, okay? That will be gone. After that, they're going to make it to where they need to now actually deposit collateral. This destroys the unlimited money glitch. They said about 10% of the contract or whatever the fuck the bank decides. That's writing the ISDA contract. Now, this makes it so where you cannot do this infinite glitch. It literally destroys it. And every time you now open a master agreement it's now going to cost these guys money through phase 6. Now, instead of the banks and the DTCC being the only people that are watching this, the people who write it and approve every single one, when phase 6 happens, the SEC is also now going to be able to watch these master agreements be written, and they're going to watch the deposit be put inside of the little bank or their special little account. So they're going to make sure that this corruption completely stops by the people who write and regulate the fucking agreements. Think of how fucked up that is. You see what I'm saying? Phase 6 is going to stop your unlimited share in ISDA glitch. It's going to stop your unlimited FTD glitch, your unlimited reset, sham closeouts, as we went over earlier. Sham closeouts and resets, they're able to give the appearance of FTDs, of them closing out short positions without actually closing the short position. Now, what do I mean by that? I'm going to go over this for 2 more minutes, and then I got to get to sleep. I got to work here early as well. Now, if you guys look at the FTD, the way that this works is you have a bank who's going to write this is the contract with a market maker. The market maker will now go ahead and he's going to failure to deliver on the stock. He's going to fill the order, and he's going to failure to deliver. He's going to come over to this, write a master agreement with a bank. Now, because the master agreement's there, the bank can now show he's going to say, I received these shares to cover my FTDs or to cover my short sales or my short positions, okay? Now, he gives the appearance that these shorts, okay, are covered, right? The regulator comes in and says, oh, you covered your shorts. You covered. Now, let's say this is a 2-week long contract. 2 weeks later go by, the contract expires, right? And now, these shares that they say that they sent and they received are canceled out in both of their systems. So it basically acts as though they returned those shares even though they never got them. Now their books are correct, and now their books are correct. And that's called a sham closeout. So you can literally close out a short position for free. Right in with these banks. Like I said, this will all stop. Sham closeout. If you want to read more about it, type sham closeout, sham reset on Google, Hassan Overstock, and you can literally read about this. This is a lawsuit. These guys won. They proved this in court. This was all proven. That's why I say when you argue with me, you're going to lose every time. Because I promise you, if I made a video about it, I didn't make a video about it because the SEC asked about it. I did it because there's a lawsuit involved. I did it because the SEC fined people with proof that this took place. That's all I will ever show you is 100% documentation. If there's no documentation behind it, this is why like I said, I like Lou, but there's a lot of things he's wrong about or doesn't fully explain or comprehend and you can't double check that work. It's got to take his word for it. And like I said, that's what we got to get away from. People have got to show work. You have got to cite your sources. You have got to make it so other people can read, make their own conclusion and their own judgment, or maybe they understand something that you didn't. So it's like I said, man, this amount of toolboxes that these guys have is so massive that you guys got to realize how big it is, how big this battle is, and be okay with it. Because what is at stake, it's not just AMC, it's not just a squeeze, it's not just the MOAS, it's your fucking financial freedom. It's the United States. And it sounds corny, but I've literally shown you how the banks have stolen it. I've literally shown you everything. The 1% has more power. These fucking companies have more powers than kings, than emperors have ever came close to. You see what I mean? This shit matters. It's talked about. And these guys do it in the shadows, in the dark, where we cannot see what they're doing. There's one quote that I always put up, and I'm going to leave this stream with you with this quote. And I hope after watching this stream, if you sat here the whole time, honestly, thank you, congratulations. I hope you learned a lot, and that's a big thing to do. I know it's fucking hard. I went on for a long time. I've missed you guys. Like I said, I haven't streamed in a while, so this has been real nice. It's been real nice talking to you guys again. But there's one quote I want to leave you guys with because, like I said, this quote should sink in more than ever. We hate all these other countries. We hated Adolf Hitler because he did it with the sword. And I'm not saying anyone, like, I'm not trying to, like, don't get offended. Like, I'm not saying what they did isn't worse. Of course it was worse. Of course it was fucking worse. Of course what China does is worse. All this shit is awful. But my point is we look over at these countries and all the ways they handled it, and they did it with a sword, and we just fucking hate them. People dying, you know, people getting injured, hurt, whiplash, losing this. But at the same time, you got to look at this quote and look at what the United States does because it's the same results. People commit suicide. People's families are getting affected. You just don't hear about it. You don't see it. People's lives are ruined. Everything they lose financially, emotionally, everything. Like I said, it's the same thing. There are two ways to conquer and enslave a nation. John Adams wrote this. There are two ways to conquer and enslave a nation. One is by the sword, and the other is by debt. China has chosen the second path, or the first path. The United States is doing it by debt. And we sit there and we look at this country and say we're so much better. You guys, I love America. I've lived here my whole life. I wouldn't trade it for the world. But when you sit there and look at how truly open your eyes, and realize how bad it really is compared to what it could be, how it fucking better it could be for everyone, it is truly insane. They have gotten us by debt now. We are slaves. You are modern day slaves. Period. You guys are. Just because you have a house that you can rent, just because you have some nice things, a computer, a phone, these things that distract you, you can pick your food, you can do these things. You will work until the day that you die. I'm telling you right now, every one of you that is listening. Social Security. You guys, it will be gone in 2035. You guys, there's nothing going to be there left for you. It's been stolen. It's gone. It's been used. There's not enough people working. You guys, like I said, this is why I'm trying to fucking tell you all this stuff. This is why I want you to make sure you're safe. This is why I want you to buy commodities. This is why I show you what the banks are doing, what the rich people are doing. Because in the end, man, like, I don't want people to lose it all. I don't want us all to lose it all again. Because we should not pay for other people's fucking failures. Period. It just should not fucking happen. Especially companies, it's what America was built on. Competition. Corporations should be allowed to fail. This should be. Nothing should be, think about this. Your own government can fail. Your own government is not too big to fail. But there are corporations that are labeled too big to fail. Think about how fucked up that is. We've had crashes of these central banks throughout history. What are we on, number 3? Like, you guys, this is shit where it's like the history's repeating itself and we're not doing anything about it. We're letting it get worse and worse and worse before we react. Like I said, we got to make those steps. We have to make those changes. We have to fucking stop waking up and doing the same steps. Break our routine. Like I said, I know educating yourself and this shit sucks. I know it's boring as fuck. You have no idea how many filings I have read in my entire life in the last fucking year. I can't even tell you how many SEC filings I've read. I've probably read more SEC filings and everything in the world, DCC shit, fines, this, that, than probably any regulator that is currently in their job. And I'm dead serious about that. I have went weeks where I've spent fucking 50 hours doing nothing but reading fines, regulations. It's boring as shit. I know it is. That's why I smoke, because there's no fucking way I could do it. But like I said, you're talking about, fucking people ask, what would I do for a Klondike bar? And these guys will fucking do unbelievable shit. I'm asking you right now, what would you do for fucking $1 million? What would you do for $2 million? Because if that answer to that question isn't even, I would learn, I would read, I would educate myself, I would figure out what steps I need to do to get there. I'm sorry, but you don't want it that bad. Like I said, I know this fucking shit we're up against. I've shown you the money I've made. Like I said, I'm right there with you. I want this just as fucking bad. But we cannot stay ignorant. Ignorant is not bliss. I hate that fucking saying. You know what ignorant is? It's not bliss. Ignorant is content. That is what the saying should be. Ignorant is fucking content. I'm content with what's going on, and I'll turn a blind eye to it. You can do whatever you want to me, just don't let me know. And we cannot have that attitude. We cannot have this, I need a participation trophy, I have self-entitlement attitude. We cannot. No one's bigger than anybody at all. I'm not bigger than anybody. No one in this movement is bigger than another ape. When apes message me and say, hey, I know I'm a nobody, I only have X amount of followers, I don't contribute much. No, you're a fucking ape, dude. You're in the trenches with me. We're all in this fucking battle together. You guys are all in the same army as me. That's why we call it an ape army. If you are in the service, you understand it. I'm not, so I'm not going to preach on that. I don't truly understand, but we are there for each other through thick and thin. And when I had this shit with my mom happen, when I lost my dog, like, the beauty that we don't all notice and all see in the background is truly beautiful. How quick we are to help someone out that's in pain in this movement or anything we can. And I wish I could contribute more. I really fucking do. I wish I had more time. But like I said, I'm running my thing. I have a wife. I have a dog now again. I mean, I'm trying to get back into it. I would love to be, more involved in this community and get people relaxed more, but that's why I love to do these giant long streams. I hope I can teach you guys as much as I can, and you guys take that information and you go teach others. Because every one of you that listen today, I promise you, if you learned even a little bit, you know more than over half the fucking community. I promise you. You can go teach them something. We all just need to look at that attitude. What can I do? If you're just sitting there bored, you can read something or you can teach something. That's how we can win this. Like I said, the ants, we are the ants, my friends. We are the fucking ants. The grasshoppers are eating everything in sight in front of us. We have to fucking come together to do it. And like I said, any YouTuber, I'm sorry if I'm offending you. I'm sorry if the truth fucking hurts. I'm sorry if there's certain things that I say I hate about what certain people are doing and that upsets you. The reason it upsets you is you must be being talked about. You must be doing these certain things. You need to grow and evolve as well. I know you're doing, oh, whatever. Well, this is your career. This matters. This is your movement. This is your fucking people. Help your people get to the next level. If you truly give a fuck, help us get to the next level. Because I can tell you one thing. If you squeeze this play for all these people, all you guys thinking, oh, the play's done, no one's going to watch my channel. They are going to fucking watch your channel like you couldn't imagine. If all of us became millionaires, all you guys are going to be doing super chats like I couldn't even fucking imagine the amount of money people would be getting on super chats if everyone became millionaires. So YouTubers, I know you're sitting there, and on top of that, with your amount of shares, that's what I'm saying. Greed should no longer be a factor at this point for any of us. At this point, like I said, Stop looking small term. These monies. I need more shares. I need more of this. Come together, educate, teach. Like I said, any YouTube person, I don't care how big your following is. If you want to have a conversation with me, if I'm wrong, you want to call me out, I still have yet to see a video where anybody calls me out on anything. So I'm not saying I'm perfect, but fucking let's have a call up video, let's have a collaboration video, anybody. Like I said, at this point we gotta just fucking move on, take personal criticism and grow. And at this point, like I said, teach the right things. We gotta stop watching lines. And if you wanna watch fucking 6 or 7, 8 fucking tickers, that's fine, do your thing, but tell people that's your thing. Say I'm gonna be watching tickers and shit. You're not aping out. Don't fucking hashtag AMC and all this shit when that's not the video. Like I said, man, we gotta grow. We gotta learn. We can't just keep trapping in new investors. But like I said, does anyone have any questions before I go? Like I said, I know it's not on all YouTubers' fault, and there was moments where I was sticking up for you guys, and I'm not blaming everybody. And I know not everybody's making a killing. I'm living proof of that off of YouTube. But the ones of you that are, the ones of you that had a house paid for, are living comfortably, the ones of you that are making over 600 fucking K in super chats, those are the people I was directed at. Not like Trey. I've seen, like I said, I love Trey, man. I've seen Trey. I've seen his heart. I've seen him change people's life. He gave money away. He does things. But there's, like I said, just appreciate shit. I just wish people in life, man, just appreciated things more. That's it. Fuck, it just sucks. Like, man, if I had Elon Musk's money, dude, like, I'd be fucking giving it away. Like, I'd be like Ploop, bro. Like, at what point, what the fuck do you need this much cash for? You know what I mean? Christ, bro. Like, greed is a hell of a thing. It really fucking is, dude. Phase 6 is September 1st, my friends. But, like I said, see what we're fighting, don't become what we're fighting. Be better. It's one thing we should all improve on or work on every day. Everyone. Just work on being better. No one's perfect. All of our shit stink. No one should be entitled to nothing. Y'all don't need a participation trophy. What you need is the facts. You need to know what's happening in front of you. Never be afraid to learn them. Ignorance, like I said, it's not bliss, it's content. I'm probably going to go live again tomorrow night. I work early in the morning, so I should be off at like 5, 6 again. My wife works, so we're going to go over a lot more of this stuff here. Randall wanted to come on again. I'll probably talk to a couple people I want to get on here. Is this Rizzo? I really like Rizzo here. He's got a lot of good information, a lot of stuff about, Cayman Islands, and I like a lot of stuff he's put out. He's put out a lot of good DD. I want to get on Average Ape. There's a couple people I want to get on just to have some people. Like, I want to get people's voices out there. One of the things that I wish I would have done a lot better is, I wish I had more time in the community where I could have done collaboration videos with people that did DD. Without Jackson Hunter, none of you guys would know who I am. Jackson Hunter, fucking, he used to all the time grab people on who did DD, let them talk, get their voice out. And honestly, we need more of that. We really, really do. I wish people like Trey, Matt, would just let more people come on. Just let them talk. I mean, fuck, you still get the views, you still get your stuff. Let them bring some, information out that we're not looking at. But like I said, I'm hoping to get a couple more people on here over the next couple days. I know people wanted me to get something going on with Boss. I'll talk to him, but like I said, guys, there's so much stuff going on in the background with all these derivatives that's what we need to be paying attention to. Not the line, not the same shit every day. Not the and a lot of people ask me why I put up, Stonko Tracker. Stonko Tracker, people look at this wrong. When you look at Stonko Tracker, people look at this and they see the fucking, oh my god, the numbers all over the place, right? You know what I mean? And they get mad because more numbers come up, and then they thought, what the fuck's going on? This is going down, blah blah blah. When you load Stonko Tracker, this is all you should look at. Come on, look at the percentage, because Stonko Tracker, always has the smallest fee. It always shows you the lowest cost to borrow. Always. So now I know the lowest cost to borrow. Just a quick check. Is there any going around, or is it hard to borrow? This tells me that it's a hard to borrow stock. I don't give a shit if the liquidity fairy comes back in. Good for him. Dig the hole deeper, bitch. I could care less. Then what you do is you come down here and you look at the short exempt. And you realize, okay, they're fucking shorting the shit out of it and the market shit is exempt. Like fucking tool bags. What this means is the volume is low. So I come down, I look at this and say, okay, and we must have very low volume those days. So what that means is the market makers are creating short shares, they're selling them to the market, and they're marking them as short exempt to create liquidity. And this is how they continuously, when you see high numbers like this means the market makers are running out of bullshit, and this is how they can cheat a little more to keep the ball running. So like I said, you always look at the data, and it tells you a picture. You just got to know what it's painting. So this is all you should look at: short exempt volume, short percentage. Look at this number because you know it's the smallest cost of volume, not what it is. Just get a rough estimate. And then see if it's hard to borrow. Check the ETFs. You'll see if the ETFs are being hit hard. You'll see when ETFs are fucking being raised back up. That's it. Too many people come on Stonko Tracker, stare right here, and go fucking ballistic when this number gets reset. Who gives a shit? Fuck it. It's gonna keep doing it. Welcome to the stock market. Welcome to algorithms. And welcome to market makers. They're allowed to sell short shares when there's not enough volume. So, people that read, this is how you read Stonko Checker, not anything more. Don't get so crazy. Like I said, stop looking at this available. This available column is not the only tell-all. This fee is not the only tell-all. But, let's see here. Like I said, my friends, we got 200 million on loan. Short interest is fucking 23 or whatever percent. Like I said, everything, even with them doing internalizers, fucking self-reporting still, all this bullshit until the CAT system comes on. Until these three things come on, just chillax, relax, fucking be alright. It'll all come crashing down. Ponzi schemes coming in. Like I said, now you're no longer letting the United States regulate everything. The world's getting involved. But we'll break more down into this regulator or the regulatory reporting system tomorrow. We'll get a little more into ISDA, get a whole bunch of more stuff tomorrow. But I gotta get to bed. I gotta get up here fucking 9. So it's gonna be a long, long day for me, my friends. So see you guys in the afternoon. Maybe tomorrow night. I'll probably jump on Twitter for a little bit. But thank you everybody who donated. Thank you everybody who stayed the whole time. Thank you everyone who just joined. Appreciate everything. Like I said, if you learned something, the way you can pay me back, the way you can pay the community back is teach people what you learned. That is the way you pay it back in full. And our strongest weapon will always and still to this day be knowledge and numbers. So thank you very much, guys. Love y'all. Have a good day. Appreciate it.